Chapter 41. Did you hear that? What did she see? The rough stone that Ningfan had chosen had actually turned green. Although it was only a thin layer of green on the surface, she had just said that she would wash her hair upside down. Not only her. The people around her all looked at Ningfan in surprise. It was really amazing. The worthless waste stone that was just now worthless had now turned green. You just wait and see if you can wash your hair upside down. Tang Chuchu looked at Yang Qiqi and sneered, "Don't forget later." Yang Qiqi's face turned pale and her fingertips trembled. "Ha!" Chen Wei said disdainfully, "It's just a little green, don't be so arrogant. Later, when you lose 1,000,000, and he kneels before us and kowtows, see if you can still be arrogant." Upon hearing this, Yang Qiqi's face gradually looked better. Isn't it better to wash your hair upside down than to kneel down and apologize? However, is this ice jade? Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise, "Oh my god! It really is ice jade, and it's the perfect kind." For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the rough stone that was about to be cut by 1/3. Almost perfect ice jade? What is this concept? Not to mention anything else, just this piece that has just been cut is worth at least 400,000 yuan. How is this possible? Yang Qiqi and her husband were stunned. How could this kid be so lucky? Jealousy. At this moment, even Fong Ciyuan frowned. From the surface of this piece of rough, there definitely shouldn't be jade inside. Tang Chuchu was first stunned, then ecstatic. "Ningfan, I didn't expect you to be so lucky, to cut out ice jade." Yes. Luck. At this moment, even Tang Chuchu didn't think that Ningfan had chosen this piece of rough based on his strength. "Little brother, I paid 400,000 for this rough." A middle-aged man's voice rang out, "How about being friends?" Wow. The discussion started, and no one expected him to make an offer. Even Ningfan was stunned, his eyes shining. No wonder they say that one cut makes you poor and the other makes you rich. I never thought that such a little jade would be so expensive. This is Zhou Tianqing, the general manager of Zhou's Jade Shop. Tang Chuchu introduced, "Zhou's Jade Shop is one of the best in Jiangcheng. I think this price is good enough to sell." However, Ningfan shook his head and refused. "Sorry, Mr. Zhou, I still want to take a gamble." He came here to gamble on the jade. The purpose was to collect jade and absorb the aura on it, so that he could break through in the shortest time. Naturally, he had no intention of selling it. Besides, these 3 pieces of rough jade were given to me by the 2 kind people Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei. Even if I absorb them, I won't lose. Zhou Tianqing frowned. He didn't expect Ningfan to refuse to sell. "Ha!" Yang Qiqi said in a strange tone, "Mr. Zhou is taking the risk for you, and you're still not willing? I'll tell you. If you cut it again and impurities appear, no one will buy it, not even for 400,000 yuan, let alone 10,000 yuan. Jadeite is most afraid of impurities, which is a very cheap thing." The people around also shook their heads, all thinking that Ningfan was a young fool who knew nothing. If it were them, they would definitely have made their move the first time. Ningfan ignored Yang Qiqi and said, "Cut again." The cutting master nodded and continued to cut. And this time, as the sound of the machine continued to ring out, the brows of everyone became more and more solemn. Until the sound of the machine stopped, the bodies of the people around them actually began to tremble. The most perfect ice jade. My goodness, and it's so intact. The sound of shock suddenly erupted. For a moment, everyone's expression was full of excitement, staring at the extremely intact ice jade, blushing, unable to speak. Tang Chuchu also widened her eyes. Was this cut from the rough stone that Ningfan selected? At this moment, she even suspected that Ningfan had X-ray vision. Impossible. Yang Qiqi's eyes were bloodshot. How could he cut such a good piece of ice jade? Jealousy. Deep jealousy. Ningfan still didn't pay any attention to Yang Qiqi, and smiled and said to the cutting master, "Cut 2 more pieces." The cutting master was also very excited at this time. This was also the first time he had cut such a good piece of jade, which was worth at least 1,000,000. At this moment, many people had already clearly noticed that the cutting master's movements had become very careful with the 2 remaining pieces of raw stone that Ningfan had selected, as if he was afraid of damaging them. Half an hour later, the jade shop was once again plunged into a dead silence. The best jade. 2 more pieces of the best jade. The first piece of rough jade was cut into ice jade, and the second piece was cut into violet jade, also worth millions. The third piece was glass jade. The 3 pieces of jade together were worth at least 3 million. Tang Chuchu was stunned, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. How is this possible? How could there be 3 pieces of top-quality jade? Yang Qiqi and Shan Wei's eyes turned red. They're cheating us. Yes, our jade was selected by Master Fong, so the jade we cut out must be worth more. Fong Ciyuan said even more quietly, there are too many pieces of raw jade in this batch, aren't there? He thought the same as Yang Qiqi and Shan Wei, and he definitely didn't think that Ningfan had cut out these pieces of jade with his own strength. Soon, the cutting master set his sights on the jade selected by Yang Qiqi and her friends, took a deep breath, and his arms began to tremble. Be more careful. Emerald. Emerald. Chen Wei clenched his fists, staring at the rough with bloodshot eyes, and said with gritted teeth, it will definitely produce emerald. At this point, the two of them had gradually gone crazy. This time, they will make a fortune. However, the scene of the past half hour completely stiffened their bodies, and their eyes became even more vacant. There was only one piece with green, and it was still impure. Chen Wei's voice trembled, how could this be? This is a piece of rough stone selected by Master Fongsuan, how could it not have green? At this moment, more and more questioning glances fell on Fongsuan. He was not even as good as a greenhorn who knew nothing? This is still the vice president of the Gemstone Association? Facing these questioning glances, Fongsuan's face gradually darkened. What's going on? You must have done something, right? Yang Qiqi looked up and shouted frantically, you and this jade shop are in cahoots to rip us off, aren't you? She couldn't believe the result in front of her. You really know how to argue. Ningfan said coldly, don't say so much. According to the bet, you should kneel down to Miss Tang now. Do you hear me? Chapter 42. How is that possible? No, it's impossible. Yang Qiqi's face turned pale and she gritted her teeth. Let me kneel down? That's a pipe dream. Make her kneel in public? It's even more unbearable than killing her. Tang Chuchu glanced at her and narrowed her eyes. So, you want to break the contract? Yang Qiqi's body trembled slightly, and she felt a chill in Tang Chuchu. Miss Tang. Chen Wei said solemnly, leave a line for people to meet each other in the future. Don't be too extreme in everything. If you don't want to fulfill the bet, Tang Chuchu said coldly. I don't mind letting you leave this world and never see the sun again. As soon as the words came out, Tang Chuchu's cold aura of a rich girl suddenly blossomed, directly making Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei's faces change, and their bodies trembled even more fiercely. Kneel down. Suddenly, Chen Wei shouted. Old. Yang Qiqi wanted to say something, but before she could say it, Chen Wei directly forced her to kneel on the ground. Yang Qiqi stared at Ningfan with a vengeful look. In front of so many people, she had to kneel in public, and she had lost more face than last night. Her whole face was burning with pain. She hated Ningfan to death. It was all this useless person's fault. Day. At this moment, there were hurried footsteps in the gemstone shop. Then, a group of people appeared in sight, led by a fat man. He was the owner of the gemstone shop, Zhou Yongxin. Miss. I heard you and this man just now when you were betting. Zhou Yongxin said coldly, according to your bet, after you lose, in addition to kneeling, you must also kneel down and bow to this lady. So, Miss Yang, please, bow to Miss Tang, and then eat the crushed raw stone, and then the first bet will be completed. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiqi was unwilling, and just wanted to speak out, but Chen Wei shouted coldly, shut up. Apologize to her by kowtowing. Suddenly, Yang Qiqi's body trembled violently, and she looked at Chen Wei in disbelief, her face turning red. But Chen Wei had already spoken, and she had no room to refuse, otherwise Chen Wei would have forced her to kowtow to Tang Chuchu. That would be even more humiliating. So she could only tremble and bow to Tang Chuchu, then grab the crushed stone on the ground and put it in her mouth, and bite her teeth and apologize, I'm sorry. She didn't dare to say anything to Chen Wei. But in her heart, she was extremely resentful of Ningfan, a waste of a man she had never looked at before. Now, however, he had repeatedly humiliated her in this way, and she wanted to tear Ningfan apart. This gentleman is really a smart man. Zhou Yongxin squinted, however, it seems that you and Mr. Ning have not fulfilled one of the terms of your bet. After you lose, you will have to pay for Mr. Ning's purchase of the rough stone. Wash it now. Chen Wei wanted to refuse, but he immediately noticed the coldness in Zhou Yongxin's eyes and quickly agreed. That's right. Zhou Yongxin said with a smile. Then he looked at Ning Fan and said with a smile, "Mr. Ning, I have a batch of these raw stones in the backyard of my shop that are quite similar to the ones you opened." Ning Fan did not refuse. The reason why he bet on the stone was that the jade contained in the raw stone he had just looked at contained the spiritual energy he needed for cultivation. If there are still such raw stones here, that would be even better. "Please." Zhou Yongxin's attitude was very good, and he led Ning Fan and Tang Chuchu into the shop. Yang Qiqi stared at their backs as they left, her eyes full of resentment, but soon she complained to Chen Wei, "Honey, why did you do that just now? He's just the owner of a jadeite shop, why are you so afraid of him?" She couldn't understand. This area belongs to the underground world of Jiangxi district. The jadeite shops here are basically under the protection of Sister Ya, or even those who follow Sister Ya. The owner here is one of those who follow Sister Ya. Chen Wei sneered, "This piece of trash is dead. There are often killings and robberies here." "Killings and robberies?" Yang Qiqi was stunned. Chen Wei nodded, "Yes. If someone who is not familiar with the rules here, or someone who has no background identity, comes here to open up the rough stone, if they open up something good, and don't leave quickly, then disaster will befall them. Let's go. Even if this trash is protected by Miss Tang, he won't die today, but he won't get any good fruit either." After a slight pause, Chen Wei said, "When my family officially wins the project cooperation with the Jiang family and soars to the sky, surpassing the Tang family, I will make that bitch Tang Chuchu give you back 10 times, 100 times, the humiliation you have received today." At the same time, Ning Fan and the other two quickly followed Zhou Yongxin to the back of the stone shop. There is a small garden here, with artificial hills and flowing water, and bamboo standing side by side, which is very refreshing, but there is no raw stone as Zhou Yongxin said. "Boss." Tang Chuchu had already sensed something was wrong. She looked at Zhou Yongxin and asked, "I wonder where the raw stone you mentioned is?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, the only door to get out of here was closed, and then Zhou Yongxin's men surrounded them. They surrounded Ning Fan and Tang Chuchu in the middle. Ning Fan instinctively protected Tang Chuchu and said coldly, "What does the boss mean by this?" Zhou Yongxin smiled and said, "I believe that you are a smart man and you will understand what I mean. Just now, I had to protect your reputation and made enemies with the customers outside. Shouldn't Mr. Ning show some gratitude? This is a smiling Buddha." Ning Fan said coldly, "Boss, you might as well give me a hint." Bang! A man next to him threw his mace on the ground, pointed at Ning Fan and shouted angrily, "You little brat, don't be so cheeky. Now take out the jade you just cut out and hand it over to our boss, otherwise, both of you will have to answer for it here today." Kill people and take goods? Zhou Yongxin was very comfortable holding his teacup and savoring the tea. "You can try." Ning Fan said coldly, "Let's see if you have the ability to take those 3 pieces of jade from me." These people? They're not even in his eyes. Zhou Yongxin's eyes released a coldness, "Kill him." The next moment, Zhou Yongxin's men rushed up with a bright, shiny cleaver. Tang Chuchu took a deep breath and looked at this scene nervously. It was all her fault that Ning Fan was in this situation. If she hadn't brought Ning Fan here to gamble on the jade, this wouldn't have happened. Although Ning Fan had beaten Chen Wu, the close bodyguard of the grandfather, there were so many people here now. There are at least 20 to 30 of them. With so many people, how can one person fight them all? But at the moment she was worried, Ning Fan suddenly moved. He was extremely fast, so fast that everyone could only see a shadow. Then, in just a few seconds, screams of pain from the backyard sounded one after another. Zhou Yongxin's smile froze on his face, and he got up in one go. How is this possible? Chapter 43, Who is it? These thugs of his are all the best of the best. Several of them have even practiced Taekwondo. Yet not a single one of them can stop this seemingly weak young man. How can there be such a good fighter? Boss, do you want to try again? Ning Fan looked at Zhou Yongxin, "How many people do you want?" Zhou Yongxin's body trembled when he felt Ning Fan's gaze. His teeth clenched and he glared at Ning Fan viciously, "Don't be arrogant, this is the territory of the underground world in the 7th district of Jiangcheng. If you dare to make trouble here, you are slapping Sister Ya's face." Sister Ya? Ning Fan frowned, "It's this woman again. Call her." Ning Fan said indifferently, "Tell her to come over." Zhou Yongxin sneered, "You're really looking for death. This kid is really a young bull that's not afraid of the tiger, daring to tell Sister Ya to come over. When he sees Sister Ya, he'll probably kneel down and cry for mercy." He quickly called Wang Ye and told her in detail about the 3 pieces of jade he had seen here. Only he had reversed the black and white. Sister Ye, that kid said that even if you came over, he wouldn't take you seriously. Wait. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yongxin said with a smug look, soon, Sister Ye will come over. As he said this, he spat. Coincidentally, the saliva landed on Ningfan's shoe. Ningfan said indifferently, you will beg me to lick the saliva off your shoe later. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yongxin laughed at him, do you know who our Sister Ye is? I'm begging you to lick the saliva off my shoe. In his opinion, Ningfan was a psychopath. He was beyond help. Half an hour later, Wang Hu, one of Wang Ye's henchmen, appeared in the store first. Zhou Yongxin greeted him, Brother Hu. Where is Sister Ye? Sister Ye is busy, she'll be here in a moment. Let me check on you first. Wang Hu said. Who was disrespectful to Sister Ye? It was him. Zhou Yongxin pointed at Ningfan and complained, it was this kid who, after hearing Sister Ye's name, specifically asked Sister Ye to come over. As long as Wang Hu beats Ningfan to a pulp first, he will find a way to make Ningfan stop talking. Isn't it Zhou Yongxin who decides what is right and wrong? Wang Hu looked coldly at the person pointed at. But when she saw that the person Zhou Yongxin was pointing at was Ningfan, her body suddenly shuddered. How could it be this brother? It was because of this brother that he was slapped by Sister Ye last night. Afterwards, when he went back, he learned that the woman next to him last night was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, and her status was very high. His heart suddenly felt cold. He never expected to have offended such a big shot. He was also glad that Ningfan was able to fight, otherwise the trouble would have been great. He never thought that just one night later, there would be another person who didn't know what they were doing who had just gotten into it with this brother on the territory that Ye's sister was covering. Brother Tiger Zhou Yongxin thought that Wang Ye was very angry, so he wanted to add oil to the fire. Pop! Just as he was about to say something, Wang Hu slapped him in the face and shouted, do you want to die? I know exactly who you are. Zhou Yongxin was stunned by Wang Hu's slap and didn't react for a while. Plop! The next moment, before Zhou Yongxin could react, Wang Hu suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy, Mr. Ning, I'm really sorry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Suddenly, Zhou Yongxin was stunned again. His face was pale. Brother who actually knelt down to this man? Even if he was stupid, he knew that this man in front of him was someone he could not offend. What happened here today? At this moment, Wang Ye arrived, walking in from the outside. Sister Ye. Wang Hu hurried over and quickly explained the situation. What? Wang Ye was stunned. Then she looked in that direction, and sure enough, it was Ningfan again. Ha! She took a deep breath and walked towards Tang Chuchu and Ningfan. Miss Tang, Mr. Ning, do you need anything while you are in the Stone Street? Just tell me what you need and I will have it delivered to you, saving you the trouble of running around. I will accompany him to take a stroll. Tang Chuchu said indifferently. Wang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Who exactly is this Ningfan? He was with the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital last night, and today he is with the eldest daughter of the Tang family. And has superb medical skills. Mr. Ning, Mr. Ning. Zhou Yongxin said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, I didn't know you had such a powerful identity. He even crawled towards Ningfan to lick his shoes clean. In other words, if I didn't have any identity, I deserved to be robbed by you? Ningfan kicked Zhou Yongxin away and sneered, is that so? Zhou Yongxin was in pain, his face pale, and he was sweating profusely. But he didn't dare to say a word of complaint. Drag him out, cripple him, tie him to a tree on a mountain in the suburbs, and let the bear and wild boar eat him. Wang Ye said coldly. Zhou Yongxin was scared straight to piss, collapsed to the ground, and regretted it immensely. Just now, Ningfan also said that he would beg him to let him lick the saliva off his shoes clean, but he didn't believe it at the time. I thought Ningfan was a psychopath. Now I see that he is not a psychopath at all. He doesn't even have the opportunity to beg for a chance to lick his shoes, and he is about to die. The next moment, he crawled towards Wang Ye on the ground like a dead dog, saying in his mouth, Sister Ye, I didn't mean it, I didn't know you knew him, give me a chance, give me. Wang Hu didn't give him a chance to finish speaking, and directly called 2 of his younger brothers to drag him out. Mr. Ning, I'm sorry for offending you today. No matter how much you spend here today, it's all on me. After Zhou Yongxin's voice disappeared, Wang Ye turned to the two men and said, "I've already paid for the money I just spent, so you don't need to pay for it." Ning Fan said, "But can you do me a favor?" Wang Ye, who was originally very nervous, let out a long breath after hearing these words from Ning Fan. "As long as it's money or something that can be solved with help, it's fine." Wang Ye quickly asked, "What help does Mr. Ning want me to do?" "I apologize for the way I saved you at Zhao Yuantang last time. I hope you're not still angry." Ning Fan smiled and said, "Don't be angry. When you help me, don't refuse to help." When I saw Wang Ye's attitude towards me yesterday, at first he didn't react. Later, when he went back and rested at night, he probably figured it out. "Who?" Wang Ye took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and then said, "Let's just forget about that. I'll do my best to help you today. Consider it a way to apologize, and thank you for saving my life." "Okay." Ning Fan nodded. "I need you to help me find some old medicinal herbs. The older the better, maybe 2 or 3 years, or even 3 or 400 years. Jade containing spiritual energy or spirit liquid is not that common. Today, the jade that contains spiritual energy is opened up, and after it is absorbed and refined, it is gone again. I haven't found a place with sufficient spiritual energy for cultivation. So I still can't stop looking for old medicinal herbs. Otherwise, it will affect my progress in cultivation." Wang Ye's heart sank, and this kind of medicinal herbs of this age are basically wild medicinal herbs, which are not easy to find. Suddenly, Wang Ye seemed to think of something and said, "I know who has such a medicinal herb in his hands." Chapter 44, 100-Year Wild Ginseng. Ning Fan's face lit up with joy. He had really stumbled upon something. He had never thought that Wang Ye would have news. Just as Ning Fan was happy, Wang Ye said, "But in terms of age, it may not be as old as you said, maybe only 100 years old. If that's okay, I'll take you there." Ning Fan was stunned, but he still nodded and said, "That's fine. Mr. Ning, you come with me." Wang Ye hurriedly said, "It's just that Mr. Shao likes to be quiet and doesn't like crowds." She looked at Tang Chuchu hesitantly. The meaning was clear. Ning Fan. I suddenly remembered that my grandfather still has something for me to do today. Tang Chuchu smiled and said, "I'll leave first." "By the way, you're moving tomorrow, right?" Ning Fan nodded, "Yes." Tang Chuchu smiled and said, "Then you must call me and let me help." Ning Fan did not refuse. After Tang Chuchu left, he got into Wang Ye's car. Wang Ye introduced Ning Fan to her. This time, she took Ning Fan to a villa in the suburbs. The owner of the villa was named Xiao Lei. His father, Xiao Tianyan, was once the controller of the underground world in Jiangcheng, and he was extremely powerful. However, 5 years ago, Xiao Tianyan suddenly became seriously ill. Since then, he has been in bed for a long time and has not been able to get up. Over time, apart from Wang Ye, the other 8 district bosses of the underworld had evil intentions and wanted to seize power. 3 months ago, Wang Ye had a conflict with the boss of the 6th district, Crow, and it was also because of this reason. However, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. As long as Xiao Tianyan does not die, the bosses of the 9 districts will still have to please Xiao Tianyan, or even Xiao Lei. It was for this reason that last month, the boss of the underground world of the 3rd district of Jiangcheng gave Xiao Lei a wild ginseng that was 100 years old in order to please him. Wang Ye also happened to know about this news, and she never thought that it would come in handy today to ease the relationship with Ning Fan. Behind him stood the 2 great Buddhas of the Jiang family and the Tang family in the provincial capital, as well as a magical medical skill. Arriving at the door of the suburban villa, Wang Ye saw the butler and whispered in his ear. Soon, Xiao Lei and his wife came out laughing from inside. Xiao Lei looked like a refined gentleman. His wife also looked very gentle. However, as Mrs. Xiao Lei approached, Ning Fan suddenly frowned. She wasn't feeling well, but thinking about the purpose of their visit today, he didn't speak up right away. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Lei laughed and said, "Xiaoya, you haven't come to see us for a long time. Your sister-in-law misses you very much." Wang Ye is the only female among the 9 district underground world bosses, so her relationship with Chen Xiuping has always been very good. The 3 of them chatted for a while. At this time, Xiao Lei noticed Ning Fan next to him and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Xiaoya, who is this young man?" Wang Ye introduced, "Brother Lei, this is Mr. Ning." This time, Mr. Ning has something he wants to trouble Brother Lei with. Since the matter is too urgent, I took the liberty of bringing Mr. Ning here. Please don't blame me, Lei Gu. Mr. Ning? Xiao Lei and Chen Xiaoping looked at Ningfan in surprise. Wang Ye knew him very well, so why did she call this young man, who looked no more than 20 years old, Mr. Ning? You have to know. In the entire Jiangchang, there are definitely no more than 10 people worthy of Wang Ye's title of Mr. This person must be a rich young man from a wealthy family. It's cold outside. Without thinking too much, Xiao Lei smiled and said, Xiaoya, you can bring Mr. Ning in. Let's go inside and talk over tea. Ning Fan and the others followed Xiao Lei and his wife into the villa. The villa was built by the lake, but on the surface, it didn't seem to be that particular. I guess they don't believe in feng shui. Mr. Ning. After entering the hall, Xiao Lei got straight to the point. I'm not a womanizer, so let's talk openly. I don't know what you're looking for when you came to see Xiao. Ningfan smiled and said, I heard that Mr. Xiao has a wild ginseng that is over 100 years old. Can I take a look? Wild ginseng that is over 100 years old? Xiao Lei's eyebrows knitted together. He looked at Wang Ye and was a little surprised. It seemed that she had told Ningfan about this matter. It seems that Mr. Ning's background is really amazing. Okay. After a moment of thought, Xiao Lei clapped his hands and said, Bring out my wild ginseng that is over 100 years old and let Mr. Ning take a look. If it is just to take a look, he can accept it, and he can also befriend such a rich second son who obviously seems to have a great background, which is not a loss. The butler turned and left. Mr. Ning. Xiao Lei looked at Ningfan and asked, I wonder what business your father is in. Why have I never heard of a Mr. Ning in Jiangcheng before? Hearing this, Wang Ye's breathing also quickened. She was actually also very curious about what background Ningfan had that allowed the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital and the eldest daughter of the Tang family to be friends at the same time. Could it be that he relied on his miraculous medical skills? Mr. Xiao was overthinking. Ningfan smiled and said, My father does not do business or politics. It is only natural that Mr. Xiao has not heard of it. Does not do business? Does not do politics? Xiao Lei subconsciously glanced at Wang Ye, who shook her head. Then Xiao Lei smiled and said, I see. I'm sorry for being so rude. However, Ningfan clearly sensed that after Xiao Lei learned the answer, his tone had become a little bit more subdued. Strength. Background. Ningfan smiled. In this world, only those with strength can make others take a second look at them. It was true in the past, and it is still true today. Master. At this time, the butler returned, holding a tray covered in red cloth in his hands. The 100-year wild ginseng is inside. Xiao Lei nodded, indicating that he should open it. Then, the red cloth was lifted, and a 100-year wild ginseng appeared before Ningfan's eyes. He quickly sensed that it had a strong aura. It was even more powerful than the 3 pieces of jade. Ningfan suppressed his excitement and looked at Xiao Lei. Mr. Xiao, I want to buy this 100-year wild ginseng. I wonder if Mr. Xiao can part with it. I must get it. He clenched his fists. With this wild ginseng, his strength would definitely increase by a large margin, and he would be one step closer to seeing his mother again and finding his father. Xiao Lei frowned and shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Ning, this wild ginseng is not for sale. Ningfan's heart sank. Mr. Xiao, just name your price. This is not a matter of money, and I don't lack money. Xiao Lei glanced at Chen Xiaoping and said, To be honest with you, Mr. Ning, my wife has always been weak and sickly and needs this wild ginseng to strengthen her body. So please take back what you just said. His expression already showed a hint of anger. If he weren't someone brought by Wang Ye, he would have already kicked Ningfan out. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye sighed and said, Mr. Ning, let's go. Who knows? Ningfan got up and said in a shocking voice, Mr. Xiao, if I can save your wife's life, can I have this wild ginseng? Chapter 45 fulfilled. Mr. Ning, what do you mean? Xiao Lei looked displeased. Xiao looked at you as someone brought by Xiaoya, not only received you politely, but also let you take a look at the wild ginseng. Now why are you cursing my wife? Chen Xiaoping's face was also extremely ugly. Brother Lei. Wang Ye hurriedly said, Don't be angry, Mr. Ning may have his reasons for saying this, so listen to Mr. Ning's explanation first. Before at Zhao Yuantong's place, Ningfan had saved her from death. Wang Ye knew that his medical skills were extraordinary, and perhaps he could really see what was wrong with Chen Xiaoping at a glance. Mr. Ning. Xiao Lei snorted, For the sake of Xiaoya, I will give you a chance to explain. However, if your explanation does not satisfy me, then don't blame me for being rude. Wang Ye let out a long breath, as long as Xiao Lei gave Ningfan a chance to explain. Ningfan frowned. He didn't like being threatened, but after seeing the 100-year wild ginseng, he still suppressed the dislike in his heart. Mrs. Xiao is indeed weak and sickly. Ningfan glanced at Chen Xiaoping and said, however, this is not a physical problem, but someone wants to harm her and put a parasite in her body. If you can't force the parasite out of her body. However, that's enough. Xiao Lei interrupted impatiently and laughed angrily. Mr. Ning, you really impress me. In order to get the wild ginseng in my hands, you've gone to great lengths and even brought up the parasite. I tell you, I will not give you that wild ginseng. Now, please get out. Our temple is small and cannot accommodate such a big Buddha. He looked at Wang Ye and said coldly, Xiaoya, don't bring any more nonsense people to our family in the future. This is the first time. If there is a second time, don't blame me for not considering our previous relationship. At this moment, Wang Ye's anger also rose. She had really thought that Ningfan had seen something wrong with Chen Xiaoping's body. She never thought that he was just talking nonsense. Now she was wondering if it was really Ningfan who had cured her at Zhao Yuantang. Brother Lei, I'm sorry. Wang Ye apologized. I'll take him away now, and I won't bother you and your wife anymore. She glanced at Ningfan. Mr. Ning, let's go? It's just that. Ningfan looked at Xiao Lei again and said with a playful smile, Mr. Xiao, are you sure you want me to leave? If I leave now, it won't be just 100 years of wild ginseng if you want me to come back here in the future. Wang Ye's chest was heaving with anger. This Mr. Ning, didn't you see that Xiao Lei was on the verge of anger? Now he dares to speak to him in such a tone. Don't worry. Xiao Lei said coldly, I will never beg you to come back to our villa. I also hope that after you leave, you won't tell anyone that you came here. I don't want anyone to know that I've had contact with someone like you. Ningfan smiled indifferently and didn't take Xiao Lei's words to heart. Mr. Xiao, I'll give you a final reminder. Ningfan said, Mrs. Xiao will faint soon, her face will turn purple, and only her lips will turn white. You'd better call the hospital as soon as possible and get ready. Otherwise, something will happen. After he finished speaking, he turned and left, not even looking at Xiao Lei again. Xiao Lei was enraged by his words, his face turning white and then purple. Brother Lei, I'm sorry. Wang Ye smiled wryly and apologized. Behind him stood the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, Jiang Rushue, and the eldest daughter of the Tang family, Tang Chuchu, people I couldn't afford to offend. So, I really had no choice but to bring him here, and I really didn't expect him to be such a person. Xiao Lei waved his hand, you can go. Don't come here for a while. Wang Ye sighed helplessly, then followed Ningfan and left the villa. 10 minutes later, Xiao Lei's younger brother and sister-in-law Yu Mingxin arrived. Big brother, sister-in-law, why do you look so bad? Yu Mingxin asked in confusion, who made you angry? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei snorted and said, just now, Wang Ye brought a young man here. It was nothing, but who knew that he said that your sister-in-law had a demon in her body? He also said that your sister-in-law would have an accident soon. Don't you think he was cursing your sister-in-law? What? Yu Mingxin widened her eyes and looked nervous. Big brother, did someone really say that? Xiao Lei glanced at Yu Mingxin, yes. He also said that your sister-in-law would faint soon and turn purple. The more he said, the more Yu Mingxin's face looked difficult. Big brother. After a moment, she nervously asked, you and your sister-in-law should not believe what that person said, right? Xiao Lei shook his head, your brother and sister-in-law are not fools, how could they believe such nonsense? Suddenly, he noticed that Yu Mingxin's expression was not quite right either, and frowned, why is your face so bad? Yu Mingxin quickly shook her head, it's nothing. I was just so angry. I never thought there would be someone who would curse my sister-in-law like that. If I ever met him, I would definitely make him pay. Her tone was full of anger. However, she was already panicking inside. How could that be? How could anyone have found out? Fortunately, Xiao Lei and Chen Xiaoping didn't believe that person's words. Otherwise, all her hard work would have been in vain. Mingxin, don't be angry. Chen Xiaoping came over with a cup of tea. Don't worry, your brother has already told Wang Ye to stop bringing those unsavory people over. Yu Mingxin smiled and said, that's good. However, she secretly frowned, in the future? Soon, they would have no future. Bang! Suddenly, at this moment, Chen Xiaoping's teapot fell straight down and smashed on the ground. How can you work so carelessly? Xiao Lei was about to lose his temper, but then he quickly realized something was wrong. He looked at her nervously and asked, Xiaoping, what's wrong with you? He quickly reached out and supported Chen Xiaoping's body. He saw that her eyes were tightly closed. Her breathing had also quickened. For a moment, Xiao Lei was overwhelmed. Just as he was about to support Chen Xiaoping's body onto the sofa, he suddenly noticed that Chen Xiaoping's face was changing. It was turning purple. It's getting more and more purple, only the lips are turning white. Boom! Impossible. Xiao Lei's pupils contracted in horror. How could this happen? What Ningfan said just now has now come true one by one. Hurry! Xiao Lei hurriedly shouted at Yu Mingxin, Mingxin, go find Wang Ye and ask her to bring that Mr. Ning over. Chapter 46, Life and Death. No. Yu Mingxin refused. Big brother, are you confused? You didn't really believe that person's nonsense, did you? And a curse? She laughed. I even said that your wife was possessed by a ghost. For a moment. Xiao Lei calmed down. Yes. This kind of thing has always only existed in books, and he never believed it. I'll call Dr. Zhao right now. Yu Mingxin took out her cell phone. Let Dr. Zhao come over and take a look at your wife. He's a famous doctor in Jiangcheng, and he can definitely cure your wife. Since Ningfan could tell at a glance that his wife had been affected by the evil spirit, maybe he really had a solution. Seeing that everything he had planned was about to be completed, he definitely couldn't let Ningfan ruin his plan. Yes, you should call Dr. Zhao right away. Xiao Lei hurriedly said, tell him to come over here as soon as possible. Yu Mingxin nodded and called Zhao Yuantang to tell him about Chen Xiaoping's fainting. Soon. Half an hour later, an old man carrying a medicine box walked in from the door, striding forward with a tiger's pace, looking very energetic. This person was Zhao Yuantang. Zhao the doctor. Xiao Lei's body shook, and he hurriedly went up to him. Please take a look at my wife's condition this time. He pointed to Chen Xiaoping, who was in a coma. Okay. Zhao Yuantang stroked his beard. Mr. Xiao, don't worry, as long as I'm here, there won't be any problems. He took a few big steps to Chen Xiaoping, placed his finger on her wrist, and felt her physical condition. However, the more he looked, the more serious his eyes became, and he frowned from time to time. Dr. Zhao. Xiao Lei asked nervously, how is Xiaoping? Zhao Yuantang frowned. Mr. Xiao, miss you, I don't know what happened to Mrs. Xiao just now. Hearing this, Xiao Lei hurriedly explained and told Zhao Yuantang exactly what had happened in the villa. Fainted suddenly? Zhao Yuantang frowned and whispered, this disease is a bit strange. I have never encountered a strange physical condition like Mrs. Xiao's before. Ah? Xiao Lei looked nervous. Dr. Zhao, is it that even you can't cure my wife? Zhao Yuantang shook his head, not really. My medical skills are too shallow to see what's wrong with your wife's body. This is really strange. Her pulse is very stable, so how could she suddenly go crazy? I can't figure it out. So, what should Dr. Zhao do? Xiao Lei said in a trembling voice, even a doctor like you can't see my wife's physical condition. Then who else can? Zhao Yuantang is already a famous doctor in Jiangcheng. There is another person who might be able to. Zhao Yuantang thought for a moment, his eyes brightened. His medical skills are at least above mine. No, it is even possible that I can't even touch the edge of his medical skills. Xiao Lei's pupils contracted. Really? When did such a person appear in Jiangcheng? Yes. Zhao Yuantang sighed, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. The medical skills of that gentleman can be said to have reached the pinnacle of perfection, far surpassing my old man. When he thought about how easily Ningfan had been able to recognize his own method of acupuncture and even see the problem, Zhao Yuantang's respect for him grew. There were probably not many people in the world whose medical skills were better than his. Dr. Zhao. Xiao Lei was anxious and grabbed Zhao Yuantang's arm. Who is that gentleman? Can you take me to find him and ask him to come and treat my wife? Anyone who can be praised by Zhao Yuantang is definitely not simple. I can try. Zhao Yuantang hesitated for a moment. As for whether that Dr. Ning will come here to treat your wife, it depends entirely on his mood. Xiao Lei's expression brightened. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. On the other side, Ningfan and Wang Ye left the Xiao family villa. He asked Wang Ye to take him to the city high school. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Xiaoqiu will be out of school early. Not long, asked. Zhao Yuantang hurriedly said, yes, it's a matter of life and death. Ning Fan pondered for a moment. Then you come and find me, I'm eating at the Qingyun restaurant. The number of the private room is 006. Zhao Yuantang said with a smile, okay, that's good. Mr. Ning, I'll come and find you. Hang up the phone. Ning Fan took Qin Xiu into the Qingyun restaurant and said to the front desk, private room 006, it was booked last night. The receptionist nodded, sir, please wait a moment, I will check for you. Zhou Kuan? Suddenly, Ning Fan saw a familiar figure, and he was stunned. He quickly walked over, it really is you, kid. This man in a suit was Ning Fan's high school classmate. They were quite close when they were in school, but then he transferred schools and they lost contact. Are you? Zhou Kuan frowned, Ning Fan? Chapter 47. I really didn't expect it. Yes, I'm Ning Fan. Ning Fan patted him on the shoulder, looked him up and down, and said enthusiastically, you've done well, kid. You've become the manager of Qingyun restaurant. By the way, where have you been these past few years? Why didn't you contact me? Over the years? Apart from Qin Xiu, Ning Fan rarely had any friends he could confide in, so when he met his old high school classmate, who he had a good relationship with, he was quite pleased. However, Zhou Kuan said in a very flat tone, in my second year of high school, my father sent me to study abroad, and I only came back 2 years ago. Also, I am now working, please call me Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou? Ning Fan smiled and jokingly said, Zhou Kuan, when will you ever joke with me again? However, Zhou Kuan frowned, his expression displeased, and he changed the subject, are you here this time to eat? Ning Fan nodded, yes, do you have time? It so happens that my sister and I are a bit bored, so why don't we go to the private room and have a drink? He still cherishes this relationship. Zhou Kuan asked casually, which private room? Manager Zhou. At this time, the front desk attendant said in a timely manner, Mr. Ning is going to private room 006. Do you want me to arrange someone to take you? Just. Zhou Kuan interrupted, I'm sorry. Ning Fan, room 006 is currently under renovation, so you can't go in to eat. If you still want to eat at our Qingyun restaurant, you'll have to eat in the lobby. Renovation? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, but didn't think much of it, the lobby, that's fine. Then I'll take my sister there first, and you remember to come find me for a drink later. Zhou Kuan nodded perfunctorily, but there was a hint of disdain in his expression. Manager Zhou. Watching Ning Fan and Qin Xiu walk away, the front desk attendant opened his mouth and said in confusion, today, our restaurant doesn't have any private rooms under renovation, what are you doing? Zhou Kuan said disdainfully, he was my high school classmate, I know his background very well, when he was in school, he only ate steamed buns all day. It's only been a few years, how could he have turned over? Did you see the girl next to him? He just wants to show off in front of that girl. You just wait and see, he'll only order the 2 cheapest dishes later. He said, pouting, it's a waste of space to arrange a private room for him, it's better to give the private room to those rich and powerful people. Only. He didn't know that Ning Fan, who had already entered the first level of the refining stage, had already become very sensitive. He heard everything the front desk clerk said. Time. Ning Fan sighed, it really can change a person, I never thought that Zhou Kuan would become such a person. Brother. Qin Xiu blinked, what's wrong with you? Ning Fan smiled and said, nothing, just a little bit disappointed, sorry, little Qiu, today I can only take you to eat in the hall. Now, he is too lazy to argue with Zhou Kuan. In the future, we will just go our separate ways. It's fine. Qin Xiu smiled sweetly and said, brother, I'm already very happy that you brought me to Qingyun restaurant to eat. And? She wrinkled her nose and said, I don't like eating in private rooms either. I always feel stuffy in there. A warm current flowed through Ning Fan's heart. It was still Qin Xiu who thought of herself. Soon, the dishes were served, filling the table. After eating with Qin Xiu for a while, Zhou Kuan came over and said coldly, Ning Fan, we don't allow credit at Qingyun restaurant. You'd better think of where to borrow money to pay for this meal later. To be honest, I really didn't expect that you would become like this. He glanced at Qin Xiu and said, to pick up girls, you do this kind of thing to make yourself look fat. When he was in school, Ning Fan only mentioned that he had a younger sister, but Zhou Kuan and the others had never seen her. Plus, now that Qin Xiu had blossomed into a beautiful woman, Zhou Kuan couldn't help but think in this direction. Manager Zhou. Ning Fan's tone also softened, don't worry, I won't eat for free. I'll pay the amount I owe later. You should think about how to serve your customers. Humph. Zhou Kuan snorted, sharp-tongued and sharp-mouthed, "You don't know how to be nice." Then he turned and left, instructing the waiters to keep an eye on Ning Fan and not let him escape without paying. At this time, he glanced at the door and suddenly saw a Rolls-Royce stop. In an instant, his body trembled. Immediately, he rushed to the door of the restaurant, reached out and opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce, and respectfully said, "Mr. Xiao, why have you come here?" The person who got out of the Rolls-Royce was Xiao Lei, the big boss behind their Qingyun restaurant. Behind him was Zhao Yuantang. Xiao Lei didn't even look at Zhou Kuan, and he quickly walked into the Qingyun restaurant with Zhao Yuantang. Zhou Kuan didn't dare to be rude, and quickly followed their footsteps. The closer he got to Xiao Lei, the more he could sense Xiao Lei's panic, and he couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Could it be that some VIPs came to the restaurant today? Who is worthy of making Mr. Xiao so nervous? Soon, they reached the second floor. Zhou Kuan thought that Xiao Lei would go up the stairs to the upper floor. Who would have thought? Xiao Lei actually took the old man to the second floor and kept looking at the room number. Not long after, Xiao Lei and Zhao Yuantang stopped walking. They stood in room 006. Boom! When he saw the room number, Zhou Kuan's pupils contracted and his legs trembled. This. How could Mr. Xiao be standing at the door of this box? Dr. Ning. At this time, Zhao Yuantang half bent his back and said, "I wonder if I can take Mr. Xiao into the box." For a long time, there was silence in the box. Not a sound came out. Zhao Yuantang sensed that something was wrong. He muttered, "What's going on? Dr. Ning told us to come to box 006 to find him, right? Why isn't he answering?" At this moment, Xiao Lei's heart sank, and he glanced at Zhou Kuan. "Has anyone come to box 006 today?" Zhou Kuan was sweating profusely and said with clenched teeth, "Mr. Xiao, no." Dr. Ning. The old man was talking about Dr. Ning, and Ning Fan definitely couldn't be a doctor. At this moment, he was taking a chance. Really? Zhao Yuantang frowned and said, "I'll give Dr. Ning a call and ask." Afterwards, he made a phone call, and after a moment, his expression darkened. "Old Zhao." Xiao Lei breathed heavily and asked hurriedly, "What happened? Did Dr. Ning not come?" Zhao Yuantang shook his head and said coldly, "He came. He is sitting in the lobby." Chapter 48. One plant, not enough. What? Xiao Lei was furious, glaring at Zhou Kuan. "Didn't you tell me that Dr. Ning hadn't come? Why is he sitting in the lobby now? I'm telling you, if Dr. Ning is angry, your position will be over." At this point, he looked at Zhao Yuantang and said with clenched teeth, "Old Zhao, please take me to see Dr. Ning. I will definitely give Dr. Ning an explanation for this matter." Zhao Yuantang frowned, but then sighed, "Let's go." Zhou Kuan did not react for a long time, and his face turned pale. "No, it's impossible." He shook his voice and shook his head frantically. The person who asked Mr. Xiao to come over would definitely not be Ning Fan. How could he be a doctor? A doctor, but if anyone can be called a doctor, which one is not an elderly person? Where is Ning Fan? He is the same age as me. Then, he gritted his teeth and followed him up the wall. He didn't believe it. "It's you." When he arrived in the hall, Xiao Lei saw Ning Fan at a glance. He said with disgust, "You really went to great lengths to get my wild ginseng. You even chased me here. I'm telling you, I'm definitely not going to give you that wild ginseng." "Shut up." Suddenly, Zhao Yuantang interrupted angrily, "Mr. Xiao, the person standing in front of you is the famous Dr. Ning." Dead silence. For a moment, Xiao Lei's mind went blank, and he stared at Ning Fan with his mouth wide open. This young man is the famous Dr. Ning that Zhao Yuantang praises so much? After he recovered, his face turned pale again. "Mr. Xiao." Ning Fan smiled playfully, "You seem to think too highly of yourself." Xiao Lei's face was embarrassed and flushed. At this time, Zhou Kuan, who had just followed him up, did not understand the situation and just happened to hear Ning Fan's words. "Ning Fan, shut up." He shouted angrily in order to please Xiao Lei, "What makes you think you can talk to Mr. Xiao like that? Kneel down and beg Mr. Xiao for forgiveness, or else you won't be able to leave Qingyun. Pop. Get out." Who knew that Xiao Lei would turn around and slap Zhou Kuan, yelling, "Say one more word, and I'll have someone throw you into the river to feed the fish." He had already offended Ning Fan. Now this manager who doesn't know when to stop is yelling at Ning Fan, and he is very irritated. "Dr. Ning." Then, Xiao Lei bravely went forward and apologized. I'm sorry, if I had known that you were the one that Zhao Laoren respected, I would never have spoken to you in that manner at the villa. Please forgive me, Dr. Ning. He was frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. Who would have thought that Ning Fan was the only one who could possibly cure his wife? Mr. Xiao, please leave. Ning Fan said calmly, I said it would be easy for me to leave the villa, but it won't be easy for me to go back. As he said this, he glanced at Zhou Kuan. Besides, your people make me very unhappy. Xiao Lei's face darkened slightly, and he shouted in a low voice, Zhou Kuan, kneel down and apologize to Dr. Ning. Plop. Zhou Kuan didn't hesitate for a moment, and knelt directly in front of Ning Fan, crying, Brother Ning, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you about the renovation of room 006. Please forgive me, on the basis that we were classmates in high school. Ning Fan shook his head. This person is still lying to him, and he is completely hopeless. Cho. Then, without even looking at Zhou Kuan, he said with a smile, Are you done eating? At this moment, Qin Shou was in a state of shock. Her mouth was slightly open. What did she see? The owner and manager of the Qingyun restaurant actually treated their brother in such a manner. Is this their brother? Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. Xiaoqiu? Ah. Qin Shou reacted and quickly said, Brother, I'm done eating. Let's go. Ning Fan got up and took Qin Shou to the front desk to settle the bill. Dr. Ning. Seeing that Ning Fan was really leaving, Xiao Lei couldn't control himself anymore and shouted, A doctor has a benevolent heart. Could it be that you really want to watch a life die in front of you? Anyway, as long as I can persuade Ning Fan to save his wife, that's fine. Ha ha. Ning Fan turned around and chuckled, What? Mr. Xiao, are you trying to morally blackmail me? Xiao Lei was silent and didn't say a word. Zhao Yuantang stood on the side, disappointed. If he had known Xiao Lei was like this, he shouldn't have agreed to bring him here to find Dr. Ning. Now, maybe even Dr. Ning would hate him. Suddenly, Ning Fan said indifferently, I can save your wife. Xiao Lei's eyes, which had been gloomy and lost, suddenly became a little brighter as Ning Fan's words fell, and he said excitedly, Thank you, Dr. Ning. Don't be happy yet. Ning Fan calmly said, If you want me to help, 100-year-old wild ginseng is not enough. You need to find 3 more wild medicinal herbs like this. If you can promise, then I will help. If not, it's up to your wife's life whether she lives or dies. He is not a saint. Xiao Lei had treated him like that before, and now he wanted him to save his wife in a nice way. How could that be possible? Xiao Lei's face changed rapidly. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay. As long as Mr. Ning is willing to save my wife, then 3 wild herbs that are over 100 years old are not a problem. Ning Fan looked at Xiao Lei with a high opinion. This person really loves his wife. You can go back first. Ning Fan spoke again, After I send my sister home, I will go to your villa in person. After saying that, he turned and left with Qin Shou. Xiao Lei let out a sigh of relief, his wife was saved. At this time, he glanced at Zhou Kuan, who was lying on the ground, and said coldly, You and Dr. Ning were classmates in high school? Zhou Kuan grabbed the last straw and nodded frantically, Yes, Mr. Xiao, I and Dr. Ning, no, Dr. Ning were indeed classmates in high school. I was really wrong, Mr. Xiao, please forgive me this once. He wept bitterly. If he is given another chance, he will definitely not do such a stupid thing again. Oof. Xiao Lei snorted, You should be grateful that you had a classmate relationship with that doctor. Otherwise, there will be another cold corpse in the canal in Jiangqing tomorrow morning. Get out of Qingyun restaurant and don't show up in my sight. Again, or you'll die. After the disaster, he lived. Zhou Kuan let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he secretly thanked Ning Fan in his heart. After Ning Fan sent Qin Shou home, he hailed a taxi and headed to Xiao Lei's villa. Xiao Lei was standing at the door waiting for him. Dr. Ning. Seeing Ning Fan get out of the car, he quickly walked up to him, My wife is in your hands. Chapter 49, Blood Goo. Yes. Ning Fan nodded, As long as I'm here, she'll be fine. He followed Xiao Lei into the villa, and Yu Mingxi noticed Ning Fan and asked with a frown, Big brother, who is this? This is Dr. Ning. Xiao Lei introduced, I told you before that the person who could tell at a glance that your sister-in-law had been bewitched was Dr. Ning. Originally, he didn't believe in the existence of such things as witchcraft. But Now that he saw Zhao Yuantang praise Ningfan so highly, he began to waver slightly. Is there really something like that in the world that only existed in books? Is it him? Yu Mingxin's heart sank. Big brother, why did you call him over? Do you really think that your sister-in-law was put under a curse? Ningfan glanced at her and could clearly sense her hostility towards him. Then he had an answer in his heart. He thought that the culprit was this woman. Mingxin. Xiao Lei snapped, don't be rude to Dr. Ning. Whether or not your sister-in-law has been bewitched, you should let Dr. Ning take a look. Yu Mingxin didn't say another word. She coldly glanced at Ningfan, warning him with her eyes. Ningfan didn't care. He walked up to Chen Xiuping and pointed his finger at her arm. Immediately, her body trembled and she moved. Seeing this, Xiao Lei's expression was ecstatic. Ning's reputation as a doctor is well deserved. His methods are truly worthy of his reputation. Zhao Yuantang came over and tried everything he could to make Chen Xiuping move, but now Ningfan just pointed his finger and her body trembled. This made Xiao Lei gradually believe in Ningfan. Ji Zai point. Ningfan calmly said, this acupoint can gradually make Mrs. Zhao's consciousness come to. Zhao Yuantang looked solemn, listening very carefully to what Ningfan was saying. He knew that Ningfan was teaching him. This time, it was a blood parasite that was put into Mrs. Zhao's body. Ningfan spoke again, this parasite feeds on the blood in the human body. If my guess is correct, the blood parasite in Mrs. Zhao's body was put in by someone 20 days ago. For so many days, it has been eating the blood in Mrs. Zhao's body, and it has already made Mrs. Zhao unable to bear it, so this situation has occurred. As Ningfan spoke in an orderly manner, Xiao Lei and the others dared not make a sound, for fear of disturbing Ningfan. At the same time, it was also at this moment that he was convinced that Ningfan had real medical skills. However, Yu Mingxin stood aside, listening to Ningfan's story, and her heart was already in turmoil. It's terrifying. The Ningfan in front of her is really terrifying. Not only did he guess what kind of insect she had put on Chen Xiuping, he even guessed the time. At this moment, her eyes were full of murderous intent, staring at Ningfan's back, so intense. This person is very likely to make her plan that she has been planning for so many days come to nothing. Damn it! Why did such a person appear at this critical moment? Dr. Ning. Xiao Lei asked cautiously, do you have any way to remove the parasite? Ningfan nodded, yes. Mr. Xiao, please help your wife sit up. Xiao Lei quickly did as he was told, and Chen Xiuping sat up halfway. At this time, Ningfan had 2 more silver needles in his hand. What I need to do now is to close the acupuncture points on both sides of Mrs. Zhao's arm. Zhao Yuantang took careful note. The silver needles were inserted into the acupuncture points on both sides of Chen Xiuping's arm, and then her face suddenly turned even paler. She was completely bloodless. Dr. Ning, what's going on? Xiao Lei's pupils contracted in panic. How has my wife's face become even more ghastly? Pop. However, Ningfan did not respond to Xiao Lei, but quickly slapped his palm on Chen Xiuping's back. This slap was very hard, and the echo continued to reverberate in the villa. What are you doing? Yu Mingxin finally seized the opportunity, pointed at Ningfan, and shouted angrily, I don't think you came here to save my sister-in-law, but to harm her, right? Big brother. How can you listen to such nonsense from such a person? If he lets my sister-in-law get into trouble. Pa. However, before Yu Mingxin finished speaking, Chen Xiuping suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Most importantly, in this mouthful of black blood, there was also a red bloodworm crawling. For a moment, the villa fell into silence, and except for Ningfan, the 3 people had different expressions. Zhao Yuantang looked solemn. Xiao Lei's pupils contracted, and he was shocked. Yu Mingxin's expression was a little more panicked. Ningfan was quick and his finger pierced a silver needle, which was wrapped in a faint aura and stuck into the blood gourd. Immediately afterwards, the blood gourd trembled and then lay motionless on the ground, dead. Mr. Ning. Xiao Lei swallowed. Is this the thing that caused trouble in my wife's body and made her faint? Ningfan nodded, yes, that's right. Now that the blood parasite has been forced out of your wife's body by me, it has also been killed by me. After that, as long as Mrs. Xiao is given more nutrients, she will be able to recover in about 3 months. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei's expression brightened. Thank you, Dr. Ning, for this time. Ningfan waved his hand. It's nothing, you and I are just getting what we need, as long as you don't forget what you told me at the Qingyun restaurant. Xiao Lei hurriedly said, don't worry, Dr. Ning, I will have the servants bring out the wild ginseng later. As for the other 3 wild medicinal herbs, I will also give the order as soon as possible and have someone find them. As soon as they are found, they will be sent to you immediately. Ning Fan nodded, that's good. Since there is nothing else, I will leave first. Before leaving, Ning Fan glanced at Yu Mingxin and reminded him, oh, Mr. Xiao. Only the closest people can put the blood parasite into the body. After going down, you can check this matter carefully. He obviously sensed Yu Mingxin's murderous intent towards him, so of course he wouldn't let this woman get away with it. With Xiao Lei's means, I think it won't take him long to find out who did this. Ha! Xiao Lei was stunned at first, but he quickly agreed, okay. Dr. Ning, I'll have someone take you back. Ning Fan did not refuse, and after getting the wild ginseng he wanted, he got into the car and left. Mr. Xiao. Zhao Yuantang also spoke up at this time, I will leave first. Xiao Lei nodded, Dr. Zhao, take care, and when you have time, I will take my wife to see you for tea. After Ning Fan and Zhao Yuantang had both left, Xiao Lei let out a sigh. Then he turned and stared at Yu Mingxin. Mingxin, what do you think the doctor just said? Did someone close to her put a blood parasite in her to harm Xiaoping? Chapter 50, Don't be kidding. What? Yu Mingxin's eyes flashed with panic. Big brother, what are you talking about? How could anyone around us want to harm my sister-in-law? She trembled slightly. It's best not to. Xiao Lei withdrew his gaze, if I find out, I won't let it go lightly. Jiangcheng, in a dark and damp cave. A black-robed man was sitting cross-legged, with countless blood-colored parasites crawling on his body, which was extremely creepy. Pop! At this moment, his body suddenly leaned forward, and a mouthful of thick blood was spat out. Ah! The next moment, a crazy and creepy scream came from the cave, who is it? Who dares to kill my child? The blood parasite is connected to his essence. In other words, when the blood parasite dies, he will lose his essence, and this injury is irreversible. A moment later, a middle-aged man walked in and respectfully said, Master, what happened? The man in the black robe said in a sinister tone, the bloodworm I left in the Xiao family in Jiangcheng was killed. You go and investigate this matter for me. As he spoke, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes, bring me the person who dared to kill my child, alive or dead. The middle-aged man respectfully said, yes, master. When Ning Fan returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. He couldn't wait to go back to his room and take out the 100-year-old wild ginseng he had just obtained from Xiao Lei. Aura. Just by lightly touching the wild ginseng with his finger, Ning Fan sensed an extremely surging aura, much higher than the aura in the jade. Ning Fan was ecstatic and whispered, I just don't know if this 100-year-old wild ginseng can help me break through to the second level of the qi cultivating stage. Then, he followed the route of the operation in his memory and was about to practice the swallowing heaven technique. However, a phone call interrupted him. Who is calling me at this time? Ning Fan was upset, but he still got up and picked up the phone. Dr. Ning, I hope I'm not disturbing you. After the call was connected, Xiao Lei spoke first, I called you to say thank you. Thanks to you, my wife has now woken up. Ning Fan was interrupted from his training and was in a bad mood. He said, it's good that she's awake. Is there anything else? There is indeed one more thing. Xiao Lei smiled and said, after my wife heard the news, she wanted to thank you. She plans to hold a banquet at Tang's hotel to thank you after she gets better. Also, Dr. Ning, didn't you want 300-year-old medicinal herbs? I plan to invite some of my friends and some people with a high status in Jiangcheng to let you get to know them, so that it will be easier to find such medicinal herbs. You see, are you going to go there at that time? Ning Fan pondered for a moment, okay. Then I'll trouble Mr. Xiao. It's difficult to find this kind of wild medicinal material on your own. As Xiao Lei said, if you can spread your connections in Jiangcheng, it will be much easier. Moreover, he suddenly thought of Tang Sihai's warning to him that day. You and my daughter are from 2 different worlds. You are a firefly, and she is a bright moon. The gap is very large, and it cannot be made up for by your medical skills. That condescending attitude made Ning Fan feel very uncomfortable. One day, Ning Fan muttered, I will let you know how terrifying the connections I have made with my silver needles are. Late at night, there was a faint aura surging around Ning Fan's body, and the aura from the 100-year-old wild ginseng was constantly absorbed into his body. Swallowing the sky. A technique that can devour everything. Ning Fan sensed the domineering nature of this secret cultivation technique this time. The spirit energy in the wild ginseng had just entered his body and was extremely agitated. However, after he used the swallowing heaven technique, the agitated spirit energy became a docile little lamb. What kind of person was his father? Ningfan was curious about how his father had obtained this secret cultivation technique. What were his parents' identities? He had no idea at all. Unconsciously, Ningfan clenched his fists. Ha! He let out a sigh and calmed his mind, then began to practice the swallowing heaven technique again. It didn't matter if he didn't know now, he would be able to find out where his mother was when he reached the 7th level of the 9-story glass tower. Then he would go there and ask her in person. He would be able to understand everything that he didn't understand. This time, it took him all night to absorb the essence of the wild ginseng. However, unfortunately, he did not break through to the 2nd level of the chi refining stage. 100-year-old wild ginseng can't even make me break through? Ningfan felt the calmness in his lower abdomen, and his headache was unbearable. I really don't know how much chi is needed to break through from the 1st level of the chi refining stage to the 2nd level. It's too difficult. Brother! I've already packed everything. At this time, Qin Xiu's voice came from outside the house. Get up quickly. Ningfan withdrew his thoughts and hurriedly said, okay. Afterwards. After he made a phone call to Tang Chuchu, he and Qin Xiu moved the things that needed to be moved downstairs. There were so many things. The two of them were busy for an hour, and Tang Chuchu called back to tell Ningfan that she had an important meeting that needed to be held immediately. After that meeting was over, she would come to Hidden Dragon Island to find Ningfan. Afterwards, Ningfan ordered a cargo van and stopped a taxi. Brother, where are we moving to? In the taxi, Qin Xiu blinked curiously and asked, shouldn't you tell me now? Ningfan smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know soon. Don't worry, the place is not far from your school, so it will be much more convenient for you to go to school in the future. Qin Xiu didn't say anything. Very soon. The taxi arrived at a mountain range, which was a mountain range in Jiangqing City. The top of the mountain was surrounded by clouds. This place is expensive. Oh. Brother, why did you bring me here? Getting out of the taxi, Qin Xiu said half-jokingly, you don't want to tell me that we're moving into this? Ningfan smiled and said, you guessed it right. For a moment. Qin Xiu was silent. Brother. After a while, she gave Ningfan a look. How did you learn to lie to me? This place is Hidden Dragon Island. Moreover, I heard that it is only for sale, not for rent. Brother, stop joking. Let's go. She took Ningfan's hand and was about to lead him away. Your brother never lies to you. Ningfan reached out and rubbed Qin Xiu's head. Then he led Qin Xiu to the entrance of the villa area. What do you do? The security guard at the entrance stopped Ningfan and Qin Xiu. Ningfan politely replied, we are the owners here. Chapter 51, Dreaming. Homeowners? The security guards looked at the two of them, and then remembered that they had just gotten off a taxi. For a moment, their eyes were full of doubt. Which villa are you the homeowner of? Hidden Dragon Island is the best villa area in Jiangcheng, and it is also located in a prime location in Jiangcheng. Whoever lives here is a big shot in Jiangcheng, with several expensive cars and drivers in the family. How could the owner take a taxi here? Ningfan casually threw the key to the security guard and said, the villa on the top of the mountain. In the morning, he specifically asked Tang Chuchu which villa it was. He was afraid of running into this situation. What? After hearing Ningfan's words, the security guards in front of him widened their eyes. The villa on the top of the mountain? The villa on the top of the mountain is the Tang family's. One of them said in a deep voice, staring at Ningfan coldly, tell me, where did you steal it from? Miss Tang gave it to me. Ningfan frowned and said, any other questions? If not, we're going in. The security guard wouldn't let Ningfan go and said coldly, do you know how much the villa on the hilltop is worth? 40 million. Ha! Ningfan was stunned. He had only known that the villa area on Hidden Dragon Island was not cheap, but he had never imagined it would be so expensive. He could never earn that much money in a lifetime of delivering packages. This gift from Tang Chuchu was too big. You said Miss Tang gave you this? The security guard sneered, if you really could make Miss Tang give you a villa like this, how could you possibly be sitting in a taxi? Brother, let's go. Qin Xiu carefully tugged at Ningfan's sleeve, let's go back to the house we rented, okay? Her face was flushed, and she lowered her head slightly. She didn't believe that someone would give her brother a villa worth 40 million. Rent a house? The security chief looked at Ningfan and Qin Xiu with increasing vigilance. You two stay here and watch them. Don't let them escape. I'm going to call Miss Tang right now and see what to do with these two thieves. Quickly. The remaining security guards surrounded Ningfan and Qin Xiu, their eyes vigilant, afraid that they would leave. These days, there are really all kinds of people. They even dared to steal from the Tang family. How dare they? The security guard sneered coldly. Miss Tang will be here soon. I wonder what Miss Tang will do with these two people. Ningfan frowned. Brother. Qin Xiu had red eyes. I don't want to live in a new house anymore. Let's go. Don't do this kind of thing again, okay? I want you to stay by my side. Seeing Qin Xiu's expression, Ningfan's heart ached. He smiled affectionately and said, Silly girl, when has your brother ever lied to you? Don't worry, you'll soon see how capable your brother is. Qin Xiu lowered her head and bit her lower lip. Sobbing. She blamed herself. In her opinion, if it wasn't for her brother wanting to give her a good learning environment, it would be convenient for her to go to and from school. They wouldn't be in this situation now. It's just that. At this moment, the security guard captain who had just gone to make a phone call returned, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Captain. The security guards immediately asked, Did Miss Tang say what to do with these two people? Qin Xiu's heart had already been pulled up, and her small hands were tightly clasped around Ningfan. Who knew? The security chief shouted in a cold voice, Shut up. The next moment, before anyone could react, he rushed to Ningfan and bowed to apologize. Mr. Ning, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you, and I've wasted your time. Please forgive me. The thought of telling Miss Tang about this, and the angry attitude she had, made him break out in a cold sweat. Damn! Who is this master? After Miss Tang heard that I offended this master, her tone was so angry that she wanted to kill me. Did you call? Ningfan smiled and said, Now my sister and I should be able to go in, right? Yes. The security chief nodded repeatedly. Who dares to stop Mr. Ning is messing with me, Luo Hang. He then scolded the group of security guards. Are you all waiting to die there? Hurry up and help Mr. Ning move his things. Then he respectfully said, Mr. Ning, please. Qin Xiu's mouth opened slightly, her eyes wide with shock. Is this true? Is her brother really the owner of Hidden Dragon Island? It's like a dream. On the other side. As Ningfan led Qin Xiu into the interior of Hidden Dragon Island, several cars stopped at the entrance to the Hidden Dragon Island villa area. Grandma, you're going too fast. Yang Qiqi's voice rang out as she helped an old lady out of the car. Do you like this place on Hidden Dragon Island? She pointed to the winding Hidden Dragon mountain range. Yes, yes. The old lady tapped her cane on the ground. My lifelong wish is to live in this villa area on Hidden Dragon Island. Basically, the people who live here are either rich or noble, people with a reputation. At this point, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Yang Qiqi smiled. Grandma, what are you talking about? I don't want you to die, and soon your wish will come true. Ha! The old lady's body shook, and she said nervously, Qiqi, what are you talking about? Mom, you don't know yet? Yang Qiqi's mother Jia Mengmeng smiled and said, Your grandson-in-law Chen Wei's family is about to cooperate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. As soon as this cooperation is completed, there will be a lot of money coming in. Xiao Wei said that he will buy a villa on Hidden Dragon Island for Qiqi as a dowry. Upon hearing this, the Yang family members were full of envy and agreed that Jia Mengmeng had found a good son-in-law. Xiao Wei, is this true? The old lady was so excited that she could hardly speak. Are you really going to buy a villa on Hidden Dragon Island for Kiki? Chen Wei replied, Of course, Grandma, Kiki is my little princess in my hands. That's great. The old lady said excitedly, Kiki really found a good husband. Xiao Wei is a blessing for my Yang family. He is much better than that useless Ningfan. Hearing everyone's praise, Chen Wei felt very comfortable, but he suddenly thought of Grandpa Yang and sneered, Grandma, Grandpa said that Ningfan is the opportunity for the Yang family. Ningfan? What is he? Grandma Yang waved her hand and said coldly, He doesn't even know where he is delivering the package now. How can he compare to you? In my opinion, it's just because the old man is confused that he thinks a stinky delivery man is the opportunity for the Yang family. Xiao Wei, don't worry, I'll let the old man know your abilities when I get back. Chen Wei nodded, Thank you, Grandma. Ningfan? At this moment, young Chi-Chi looked at the direction of the gate of Hidden Dragon Island and saw a familiar figure. She couldn't help but blurt out, "How is he here?" Chapter 52. You must have seen it wrong. What did you say? Chen Wei was stunned. Ning Fan? The young family members also turned their attention to young Chi-Chi and asked, "Chi-Chi, why are you still mentioning that trash at this time? I just saw a back entering the Hidden Dragon Island." Young Chi-Chi pointed to the entrance of the Hidden Dragon Island and said in a daze, "That back looked a lot like Ning Fan." She had been with Ning Fan for several years and had seen his back many times. Everyone also saw Ning Fan's gradually receding back at this time, and they were all stunned. Because at this moment, they also felt very similar. Several people's hearts trembled, and then looked at each other. Just as they turned their heads again to look and wanted to confirm it, Ning Fan's figure disappeared. "Kiki, you must have seen it wrong." At this time, Jia Mengmeng sneered, "A waste of a stinky delivery man, how could he be qualified to enter the Hidden Dragon Island? Maybe I really saw it wrong." Yang Chi-Chi nodded and said, "Yes, he is not even qualified to enter here." Although she said that, when Yang Chi-Chi and her group left, she couldn't help but glance back at the gate again, trying to recall the vague figure she had just seen. The more she thought about it, the more it looked like him. In the end, Yang Chi-Chi shook her head and said coldly in her heart, "Yang Chi-Chi, what are you thinking? That's just a waste of a person you want. And which young man living on Hidden Dragon Island is not the son of a wealthy family in Zhangcheng? There is a world of difference between a wealthy family's son and a delivery boy. How could it be the same person? Are you regretting divorcing this loser now?" At the same time, Hidden Dragon Island, inside the villa on the mountain top. "Brother, tell me the truth." Xin Shou stared at Ning Fan. "Where did you get the money? I heard the security guards say that this villa is at least 40 million. Ning Fan twisted open the water cup and smiled. "Don't worry, your brother hasn't done anything bad. This villa was given to your brother by someone else." "Really?" Xin Shou was suspicious. "Who could give you such an expensive villa?" Suddenly, her face changed. "Brother, you're not being kept by someone, are you?" Poof. The water that Ning Fan had just drunk was sprayed out directly, and his mouth twitched. "What are you thinking?" "I think I'm right." Xin Shou said seriously, "Brother, I heard from my classmates that people who support Xiaobai are not the kind of people who support boys." Ning Fan was speechless. "Is he the kind of person?" "Brother, it's all my fault, I've dragged you down." As she spoke, Xin Shou's eyes suddenly became red and swollen, and she whispered, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to find someone to support you." Ning Fan was helpless and just wanted to explain. "Ning Fan." At this moment, a figure rushed in, still panting. "What do you think of this place?" Ning Fan turned and looked. "Tang Chu-Chu. It's very good." Ning Fan smiled and said, "It's just a bit too expensive." Tang Chu-Chu gave him a look. "I've told you many times, compared to saving my grandfather's life, this villa is nothing." She then saw Xin Shou sitting on the side and asked curiously, "Oh, is this your sister?" At this moment, Xin Shou was already stunned. Her mouth was slightly open and she stared at Tang Chu-Chu motionlessly. "Oh my god. Is this the rich woman who supports her brother? Who says that rich women are all big and thick?" Tang Chu-Chu in front of her is definitely the most beautiful woman Xin Shou has ever seen. "Brother, he is really capable." "Yes." Ning Fan smiled. "My sister, Xin Shou." Tang Chu-Chu was stunned. "Xin? The two siblings, one surnamed Ning and the other surnamed Xin?" She was a little confused, but she was also a smart person and knew what to ask and what not to ask. "Xiaoqiu is really beautiful." Tang Chu-Chu praised. "If she grows another 2 years, she will be able to charm men to death?" Xin Shou's little face was red. "Sister-in-law, you are the most beautiful." "Sister-in-law?" Ning Fan was stunned, and Tang Chu-Chu was stunned, and then she burst out laughing. "Ha! Xiaoqiu, you are so sweet." No rebuttal. Subsequently, Ning Fan was abandoned by them. Tang Chu-Chu sat Xin Shou on the sofa and kept chatting. It was all about women's topics. Ning Fan couldn't say anything, so he had to tidy up and go to the kitchen to cook. Soon after the three had finished eating, Tang Chu-Chu and Ning Fan went up to the top floor of the villa to enjoy the cool breeze. "Ning Fan, when will you be free?" Tang Chu-Chu looked at Ning Fan. "My grandfather has been talking about you at home, and he wants you to go see him and take a look at his physical condition." Ning Fan apologized. "I'm sorry, I was negligent about this." The Tang family gave me such a villa, so it's only reasonable that I should take the time to see Grandpa Tang. It's fine. Tang Chu smiled. Suddenly, she saw someone walking out of villa number 2, her eyes wide with surprise. Miss Jiang? Ha? What Miss Jiang? Ning Fan followed Tang Chu's gaze and saw the back of Jiang Rushue, raising an eyebrow. Do you know her? Of course. Tang Chu smiled and introduced. I don't know if you've heard, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital came to Jiangcheng to look for partners to develop projects. That's the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, Jiang Rushue. I really didn't expect that Miss Jiang would also live in the villa on Hidden Dragon Island. The Jiang family is truly the top family in the provincial capital. She couldn't help but sigh. Little did she know. Tang Chu's words caused a storm of emotions in Ning Fan's heart. The woman who saved him was actually the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? Ning Fan knew that she must be from a powerful family, but he never imagined that she would be so powerful. The reason I was late this morning was that I told you that our Tang family was holding an important meeting. Tang Chu continued, that meeting was about Miss Jiang. The Jiang family wants to develop a major project in Jiangcheng, and our Tang family also wants to win it. Ning Fan frowned and said, didn't you say that Miss Jiang had already met with the chairman of the Chen family? Could it be? Tang Chu smiled, we have already investigated. On the day Miss Jiang came to Jiangcheng, she met with many group chairmen, including the Chen family. The other groups were very low-key and never spread the news outside. Only the son of the Chen family acted like a fool, bragging to everyone that the Chen family had found a good connection in advance, so that Miss Jiang had met with his father alone, obtained the qualification to compete for the project, and was also internally appointed. But the competition for this project he mentioned is true. The Jiang family's project is divided into a main project and a secondary project. The small Jiangcheng families like the Chen family that are eligible for the competition are for this secondary project. After a slight pause, Tang Chu said, although it is a secondary project, the profits and prospects it brings are still considerable. Although he is suspected of being pretentious, some of his words are true. For example, if he wins this secondary project and completes it, the Chen family can really enter the Billion Asset Club. So powerful. Ning Fan was shocked. Not because he was surprised at the power of the Chen family, but at the Jiang family. Just a secondary project within a project can transform a family in Jiangcheng. What kind of family is this? They are not qualified to compete for the main project. There are not many families in Jiangcheng that can take over the main project of the Jiang family. Tang Chu said again. Our Tang family is one of them. If the Tang family can win the main project, I will definitely make my grandfather declare his position with Miss Jiang on the spot, and make sure that the secondary project does not fall into the hands of the Chen family. After mentioning the main project, Tang Chu seemed to have thought of something and fell silent. What's wrong? Ning Fan noticed the change in her expression. What's wrong? Tang Chu whispered, this time, our Tang family needs to win the main project in this Jiang family project, otherwise, the Tang group will fall into a financial crisis. However, it is very difficult to win this main project cooperation. The Lu family has a unique advantage in this main project cooperation. Our Tang family may not be able to compete with them. On the surface, the Tang group is very prosperous, but Tang Chu understands that they are in a precarious situation. If they can't solve the capital chain crisis, it's very likely that tomorrow, their Tang group will declare bankruptcy. And this main project of the Jiang family is the only way for them to solve the capital chain crisis. Chapter 53 I'm here to cooperate with you. That's it. Ning Fan whispered. I didn't expect that the seemingly prosperous Tang group was actually hiding a capital crisis. Don't worry, maybe I can help you. Immediately, Ning Fan said to Tang Chu, when Miss Jiang chooses a partner, she should consider your family first. Puff. Tang Chu gave Ning Fan a look. Ning Fan, don't comfort me. That's Miss Jiang. She's only been in Jiangcheng for a short time. How could you possibly know her, and how could you possibly make her consider our family more when choosing a partner? She didn't believe what Ning Fan said, and thought he was just comforting himself. Okay. Tang Chu smiled, I know what you mean. Don't worry, I'm fine. Even if our Tang family really can't get the cooperation with the Jiang family and declares bankruptcy, I will still be richer than you. I can still support you. I can still be your backing and help you teach that Chen family idiot and Yang Qiqi a lesson. Ning Fan glanced at Tang Chu. Although she said this as if she was joking. but Ning Fan could still see the despondency in her eyes. Tang Chuchu was different from other women. She was competitive, didn't like to lose, and wanted to use her own abilities to take the Tang group to the next level. Suddenly, Tang Chuchu's phone rang. After she answered, she asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" "Ning Fan is moving today. I'm on the Tibetan Dragon Island. Someone from the Lu family is coming to our house?" "Okay, I'll go back now." After hanging up the phone, she looked apologetically at Ning Fan and said, "Ning Fan, I'm sorry, but something suddenly happened at my house, and I need to go back." Ning Fan said, "I'll go back with you, and I'll take a look at the health of Mr. Tang." Tang Chuchu nodded, then drove, taking Ning Fan to the Tang family villa. However, just as the car had just reached the Jiangcheng Canal Bridge, a bully suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the car with Ning Fan in it. Ning Fan's expression hardened. As a first-level cultivator, he was far more sensitive than Tang Chuchu's reaction. He quickly turned the steering wheel. The next moment, the entire car began to spin 360 degrees, but fortunately it passed by the bully, avoiding the danger of being hit into the canal. "What's going on?" Tang Chuchu's face turned pale, and she trembled. Did the car lose control of the brakes? She couldn't believe that such a thing would happen in front of her. "They didn't lose control of the car, they were trying to kill us." Ning Fan said in a deep voice, "Have you made any enemies recently?" "Enemies?" Tang Chuchu shook her head, "No. In recent days, I've either been with you or dealing with things in the group. I've never offended anyone." Ning Fan was about to speak again. At this time, 5 people jumped out of the hover from the front, and they were holding steel rods in their hands, looking fierce. "They really want to kill us." Tang Chuchu's eyes flashed with anger. "Who are these people, who hate me so much?" Ning Fan said, "You stay in the car, I'll go down and take a look." He opened the car door and walked down. Tang Chuchu had seen Ning Fan's strength, so she wasn't worried, but she had to find out who was behind these people. She quickly called her father and told him about it, and then she jumped out of the car as well. When the group of strong men saw Tang Chuchu, murderous intent appeared in their eyes. Tang Chuchu couldn't help but take a step back behind Ning Fan, who stood in front of Tang Chuchu with a cold glint in his eyes. The 5 strong men didn't say a word and rushed straight at Ning Fan and Tang Chuchu, wielding steel rods in their hands and using all their strength. At this time, there was a faint aura around Ning Fan's body. He landed on the ground, and then several pebbles were lifted and wrapped in aura. Bang! The pebbles fell in front of the 5 men's chests at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then, they were knocked into the air as if they were under the weight of hundreds of caddies. The ground was filled with moans. "You go first." Ning Fan said to Tang Chuchu, "Don't worry about me." Tang Chuchu was stunned. "You obey." Ning Fan suddenly raised his voice, "After I finish this matter, I will go to the Tang family." Tang Chuchu looked at Ning Fan, who was so domineering for the first time, and she nodded and got into the car. "I will wait for you at the Tang family." Then, she drove away. Ning Fan walked up to the person in charge and placed his finger on the acupuncture point on his right chest. Instantly, the man's neck turned red and he raised his head and frantically scratched his body with his fingernails, as if there were countless ants crawling. "Itchy. Painful. I'll give you a chance." Ning Fan said, "Tell me who sent you here, and I can spare you from this pain." The man grabbed his neck with both hands and said in a trembling voice, "Crow." "Crow?" Ning Fan frowned. He seemed to have heard Wang Yi's men mention it. "This is the boss of the underworld in the 6th district of Jiangcheng. Get out." Ning Fan said indifferently, "Go back and tell Crow that I'll be there in an hour." He stopped a taxi and never looked at these people again. After making a phone call to Wang Yi, he headed straight for Wang Yi's territory. Night Rose Bar. This is where Wang Yi is located in the 7th district of Jiangcheng. While in the car, he had already spoken to Wang Yi on the phone, so as soon as he got out of the taxi, a woman in a cheongsam came up to him. "Are you Mr. Ning?" "Yes." "Please follow me." After confirming Ning Fan's identity, the woman led Ning Fan into the bar, and soon they arrived in front of a conference room. "Mr. Ning, our boss is waiting for you inside." The woman respectfully said, "Please go in." Ning Fan pushed the door and walked straight into the conference room. He glanced around and saw Wang Yi sitting in the main seat in a black dress. The rest of the seats were all filled with people, and at this time, these people were constantly looking at Ning Fan. "Sister Ye, is this the Mr. Ning you were talking about?" At this time, a man took a puff of his cigar and disdainfully glanced at Ning Fan. With such a small body, I'm afraid he can't even take a punch from me. I really don't know how Miss Jiang and Miss Tang could have fallen for him. Bang! However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan's figure disappeared from the spot, and the next second he appeared in front of the man, punching him. Then, before anyone could react, the man's body crashed into the wall. Swish! In an instant, everyone except Wang Ye got up and glared at Ning Fan. No one expected that Ning Fan would strike out so quickly. Strike out, and move so quickly. They didn't even see how Ning Fan did it. Sit down. Wang Ye shouted coldly, don't be rude to Mr. Ning. She stepped forward, and everyone suppressed their anger. Miss Wang. Ning Fan said coldly, if your people talk nonsense again, I don't mind crippling him. Mr. Ning. Wang Ye looked at Ning Fan and said, you didn't come here to lecture my people, did you? Ning Fan said calmly, I came to seek cooperation with you. Chapter 54. How many people are there on the other side? Cooperation? Wang Ye frowned, I don't know what Mr. Ning wants to cooperate with us. Ning Fan said indifferently, I can let you swallow the underground world of the 6th district of Jiangcheng. Scratch. With one sentence, everyone in the conference room immediately got up and stared at Ning Fan with their eyes wide open. Mr. Ning. Wang Ye was also stunned and said, you said you could help us swallow the underground world of the 6th district of Jiangcheng? Yes. Ning Fan said indifferently, however, in the future, you must give me 50% of the profits you get. And you must also do your best to find me wild medicinal herbs that are over 100 years old in Jiangcheng. Cultivation is expensive, and relying on delivering packages is simply not enough to support his subsequent cultivation. Therefore, Ning Fan wanted to create a source that would allow him to receive money continuously. After seeing the methods of Wang Ye and the others, and today seeing the methods of the crows and the others, Ning Fan had a general grasp of their abilities. At most, there would be some people in here who knew some fist and foot techniques, but there should be no cultivators like him. If there were, Wang Ye would have been swallowed up by the crows long ago. In that case, if he wanted to destroy the crows in the 6th district, it would be a simple matter. In addition to the reason that cultivation requires money, there is another reason, which is to destroy the crows and thank Tang Chuchu for helping him these days. One must not be ungrateful. Today, I was by Tang Chuchu's side and helped her solve her problems. But next time, when I'm not around? So that was the reason you came here? A burly man snorted coldly, kid, you don't think that just because you knocked Lu Sanlang out of the air, you have the capital to talk to us about such cooperation, do you? Not to mention the crows, even if we spit out a mouthful of saliva, we can drown you. Instantly, this sentence caused a burst of laughter. Kid. In consideration of the fact that you saved our eldest sister's life at Zhao Yuantang last time, now get out, and we won't hold it against you. At this time, the person who took Wang Ye to Zhao Yuantang last time sneered, if not, A doctor also dared to come in front of them and say such big words. Who gave him the qualifications? Shut up. Wang Ye shouted coldly, don't be rude to Mr. Ning. For a moment, the meeting room was quiet. Here, Wang Ye's deterrent power is definitely strong enough. However, although they did not speak again, anyone could see the ridicule in their eyes as they looked at Ning Fan. Mr. Ning. I think you're being a bit too greedy. Wang Ye stared at Ning Fan, if you can bring your own people to destroy the crows, I'm willing to give you 50%. But if you need our help, 50% is unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye's subordinates all sneered. This Mr. Ning really wants to treat them like fools? I think you've misunderstood. Ning Fan calmly said, I can kill a crow by myself. Dead silence. As Ning Fan's words fell, the smiles on everyone's faces in the meeting room froze, and then they laughed. Ha ha ha. Did I hear it right? Is this kid out of his mind? He wants to kill a crow by himself? The crow is protected by 3 masters, and with a wave of his arm, there will be countless subordinates. Everyone in the room looked at Ning Fan with a sneer. Miss Jiang and Miss Tang are really blind, they would actually fall for a man like this. Wang Ye's mouth curled up in disdain. This person, he really is looking for death. He is just a doctor, does he think he is a martial arts master? I'm afraid even the most famous martial arts master in Jiangcheng wouldn't dare say such things. Promise? Ning Fan spoke again, you have 3 seconds to think about it. Wang Ye spoke up, I promise. However, you need to tell Miss Jiang and Miss Tang that if something happens to you, it has nothing to do with me, okay? She could see that Jiang Rushui and Ning Fan had a good relationship. She was afraid that if the two young ladies knew that Ning Fan had contacted her before something happened, they would vent their anger on her. Okay. Ning Fan nodded indifferently. In an hour, go to where the crow is and take care of the aftermath. After saying that, he turned around and left cleanly, but before he left, he said without looking back, also, if you betray me, then after the crow, the next one to be destroyed will be you. After Ning Fan left. This kid is really arrogant. Damn, no one has dared to threaten me like this for a long time, and a kept little white face also dared to be so arrogant. If it weren't for the face of Miss Jiang and the others, I really wanted to slap him in the face. In the meeting room, the sound of a fierce voice rang out. Don't worry. Wanya said coldly, if anyone in this world knows the crow best, it's definitely us. His strength is definitely not to be underestimated. After Mr. Ning goes over there, he's going to die. The last thing that will leave from the crow will be a corpse. At this point, she glanced at Lu Sanlang and said, take 2 people to the Jinhuang Billiards Hall. If Mr. Ning's body is thrown out, you remember to collect it and then send it to Miss Tang. Jiancheng District 6. Jinhuang Billiards Hall. What did you say? Crow, after poking the billiards, squinted and said, you missed? And you told that person that I dealt with the Tang family's eldest daughter? The 5 people standing in front of Crow trembled and dared not look at Crow. Bang! What use do you think I have for you? The crow raised the cue in his hand and smashed it down on their backs, cursing, stupid fools. What else did he say? The leader, Jin Shang, said in a trembling voice, he also said to wait with your neck clean, and he'll be here in an hour. There was dead silence. Good. That's really good. The crow smiled coldly, he ruined my good deed, and I haven't even gone to find him yet, and he wants to come find me? Tell the brothers outside to come back. This time, let him come in upright and leave in a horizontal position. Furious. Very soon. In just half an hour, several cars had stopped at the entrance to the Jinhuang Billiards Hall. It's been an hour already. Crow glanced at Jin Shang, why hasn't that person come yet? Jin Shang wiped a cold sweat, boss, maybe that person is afraid and doesn't dare to come. Scum. Crow scolded coldly, I really don't know you. Just. Before he could finish his sentence, a man rushed in, boss, a taxi is parked in front of our billiards hall. A taxi? Boss, that guy just took a taxi and left. Jin Cheng immediately stood up and said, it's definitely him who brought people here, no mistake. After hearing this, Crow's eyebrows furrowed, how many people are there? Are there any cops following? Although this is his base camp, he still has to be careful when the other party really comes. No cops. The man shook his head, his voice pausing slightly, as if he couldn't believe it himself, just one person. Chapter 55 Boss, should we do him? Just one person? A loud noise. There was a loud noise in the billiards hall. This is really arrogant. How dare he come here alone? I think this kid has eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Boss, today he must come in standing up and leave lying down, to show off his power. These people were so angry that their shouts were deafening. If they were ordinary people, they would definitely be scared. Since he is from the Tang family. Crow frowned, then he shouldn't be a fool. Either he is very smart and has real skills, so he dared to come alone. There was also some vigilance in his eyes. There was no way. Sitting in his position, he had to be careful. He also knew a little about the Tang family. They never hired a fool with no brains. Send out the 3 big kings. And then arrange all the brothers who have come here. Crow lit a cigar and squinted, I don't believe that with so many people here, he can still stir up any trouble. Yes, boss. Very soon. The 3 men came up from the basement under the billiard hall. These 3 men had broad shoulders and muscular bodies, and they looked extremely impactful. The existence of these 3 big kings is an important reason why Crow can sit firmly in the underground world of the 6th district of Jiangcheng. Day. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard in the silent stairwell. Crow held his cigar between his fingers and stared at the entrance to the stairwell with unblinking eyes. Someone is coming. After a moment, the face of a young man fell into Crow's eyes. The person who came was Ning Fan. Alone? The 3 big kings raised their eyebrows. Boss, isn't this a bit too much of a fuss? Yes, with such a small body, his brothers could drown him in a single spit. Ha ha ha. Their words instantly caused a burst of laughter, and everyone looked at Ningfan with ridicule. Even after seeing Ningfan, Crow's original worries disappeared, and a trace of disdain curled up at the corner of his mouth. He didn't feel the slightest bit of threat from Ningfan. "The arrangement is good," Ningfan said lightly. "It seems that you have already washed your neck clean. You're looking for death." The three big kings were enraged by Ningfan's arrogant attitude. "Boss, should we kill him? The Tang family is really blind this time." Crow waved his hand and said with a smile, "How could they send such a fool like you?" "What? Do they not value me, Crow?" Ningfan said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me, who told you to deal with Tang Chu-Chu?" Crow laughed. "Give me a chance? You're not qualified yet." This is his attitude. Very good. Ningfan nodded. Then, the underground world of the 6th district of Jiangcheng can change hands. The next moment, Ningfan rushed towards the crow, who was being protected by the others. "Humph. You think you can get close to our boss?" As Ningfan moved, the three great kings snorted and their arms collided. "First get past us." In this huge billiard hall, they charged recklessly towards Ningfan's body. In their opinion, with a body like his, he could not possibly block even one of their attacks. However, Ningfan was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Not only was he extremely fast, but he also had great strength. Anyone who got close to him was knocked to the ground. The three great kings only touched Ningfan's fist, and their steps retreated in succession, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. How is this possible? Crow's pupils contracted, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Is this kid really that strong? Even the three great kings couldn't stop his steps. For a moment, the murderous intent in his eyes towards Ningfan emerged. Today, no matter what, he must not be allowed to live. No matter what, Crow has already made enemies with Ningfan today. If he doesn't kill Ningfan today, how can Crow still hang around in Jiangcheng if Ningfan comes here to cause trouble from time to time? Consume his physical strength. Crow shouted. The three great kings once again stepped forward, trying to hold back Ningfan's footsteps and buy time for Crow. However, bang! Ningfan kicked out with one foot, and the three of them were kicked directly into the air. At this moment, the Crow's subordinates saw the three great kings fall, and their faces revealed panic. They couldn't help but pull away from Ningfan. Ningfan walked towards the Crow and said coldly, "It's your turn." The Crow's heart was a little hair-raising. Damn it! How did the Tang family find such a master to protect Tang Chu-Chu's safety? The Crow gritted his teeth and said, "You have already been exhausted by my men for so long. Can you still make any waves? I have 100 brothers here." Crow then said, "Even if one person spits out a mouthful of saliva, it can drown you." As he said this, Crow looked at the brothers around him, then looked at Ningfan, and said with a hideous look, "All of you, come at me together and kill him." Suddenly, the group of people rushed at Ningfan with their melon knives and sticks. The Crow looked at this scene with a cold smile. One person can fight, but can he fight more than 10 people? But can he fight more than 100 people? In his opinion, Ningfan was already a dead man. However, half a minute later, his smile froze on his face. His eyes were wide and round, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Ningfan actually knocked all of his brothers to the ground in a few moves, and they all wailed like ghosts and wolves. "Who the hell are you?" Crow said in fear. "How could someone like you willingly stay in the Tang family as Tang Chu-Chu's bodyguard?" Ningfan did not answer Crow, and kept approaching him. "Stop him!" Crow shouted. Two people who were lying on the ground and close to him bit their teeth and endured the pain, and then pounced on Ningfan. Ningfan gave these two people a kick one after another, and they all turned pale, their hearts stopped suddenly from being kicked, and they directly vomited blood and died. Bang! At this time, several more thugs rushed in from outside to protect Crow. Ningfan walked over and punched them one by one. These people immediately fell to the ground. Ningfan continued to walk towards Crow. "Don't come over." Crow was scared and pale, and pulled out a pistol from his waist. The black hole was aimed at Ningfan, threatening, "If you come over again, I will shoot." Chapter 56, Destroyed. Sitting in the position of the boss of the underworld in the 6th district of Jiangcheng is already walking on the edge of danger. Therefore, Crow has a weapon on him at all times, but for so many years, he has never used it once. Unexpectedly, he was forced to use it now. Ning Fan didn't pay any attention to him, and Crow's hand holding the pistol trembled, and he roared angrily, "You forced me to do this. Then you're going to die." Bang! He pressed the trigger, and the gunshot rang out, but the scene that Crow wanted to see did not happen. Ning Fan simply moved slightly to the left, and dodged the bullet. How is that possible? Seeing this, Crow's pupils contracted. How can your speed be faster than a bullet? He was completely terrified. How could anyone in the world be faster than a bullet? Pop! Before Crow could react, Ning Fan had already jumped on him, and his palm fell on Crow's arm. Then, the pistol appeared in Ning Fan's hand, and he aimed the black hole at the Crow. A feeling of impending death spread throughout the Crow's body. "Let go of our boss." At this time, the Crow's subordinates all stepped forward, staring at Ning Fan, their eyes full of anger. They had controlled the underground world of the 6th district of Jiangqing for so long, and they had never encountered anything like this. Ning Fan ignored them and continued to stare at Crow. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, who is targeting Tang Chu-Chu?" Facing the dark hole. Crow's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was really scared. Who wouldn't be scared of death? It was Crow, who coughed up a mouthful of saliva. It was the Lu family. "Last night, they called me and told me to do something to Tang Chu-Chu. But I had my men check this morning, and the Lu family still has a lot of people at the canal. They don't want Tang Chu-Chu's life, they probably just want to use this to threaten the Tang family and get some kind of benefit." After saying the last two words, he was weak and collapsed on the ground. He has always been careful in his work, and when he heard that it was against the Tang family's eldest daughter, he was still scared. So he specifically investigated this matter. Lu family? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed. On the Tibetan Dragon Island, Tang Chu-Chu had just told him that the Tang and Lu families were the only ones who could possibly win the cooperation project with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. "I didn't expect the Lu family to move so quickly and so ruthlessly. The old master Tang only has one granddaughter. If the Lu family uses Tang Chu-Chu to threaten Tang Sihai, then the Tang family will definitely choose to withdraw from this competition and cooperate with the Jiang family. The Lu family. They are really ruthless. You can't afford to offend the Lu family." Ning Fan glanced at Crow. "Can you offend the Tang family? The business strength of these two families is similar. Crow would be a very unwise choice to offend the Tang family for the Lu family." After hearing Ning Fan's words, Crow remained silent and did not say a word. Ning Fan turned the pistol. "I'll give you a quick death." "No." Crow's eyes were terrified and he panicked. "You can't kill me. I know I was wrong. Please, spare me this time." Bang! However, Ning Fan did not pay any attention to Crow's plea for mercy. He fired his gun. Crow had already taken out his gun and shot himself. Ning Fan could not leave such a threat. Moreover, Wang Ye would come to clean up the mess, which would give her a good lesson and make her not dare to regret. In front of the Golden Glory Billiards Hall, a black Volkswagen was parked, and Lu Sanlang was sitting in the back seat. "Boss." The man in the front seat said, "That kid has been in there for half an hour. Should we go in and collect his body?" Lu Sanlang sneered, "No rush. Crow's eyes can't stand arrogant people. People like him who come here to make trouble, even if they end up as a corpse, Crow won't let them go easily. Let him suffer a little more, and then we'll go in." At the Night Rose Bar. He still remembers the grudge that Ning Fan punched him out with a single blow. However, this kid is Miss Jiang and Miss Tang's man, so even if Lu Sanlang had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to move. Now that he is seeing him come over to the Crow's side to pick a fight, how can his heart not be comfortable? Dare to come to the Crow's trouble, really looking for death. Lu Sanlang sneered. In his opinion, Ning Fan would never be able to walk out of here alive. Another 5 minutes passed. "Let's go." Lu Sanlang pushed open the car door and was about to get out. It was time to collect the body of that kid. But at this point, his voice stopped abruptly, and he stared at the entrance to the billiards hall, his eyes wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Ning Fan? Ning Fan, who had threatened to come here and cause trouble, had actually walked out alive? How could this be? Not only Lu Sanlang, but the other two men looked at Ning Fan and couldn't believe it either. "Go back and tell Wang Ye." Ning Fan walked over to them and told Wang Ye to come over here to clean up. Also, tell her to remember what she said. After that, Ning Fan left directly. How could he? Lu Sanlang muttered, did he regret it after he went in? So he brought out Miss Jiang and Miss Tang. The crow was afraid of these two and didn't dare to attack him again, so he let him go? The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. He gritted his teeth and, with the two people behind him, rushed into the billiards hall. Hiss! However, when he saw what was going on inside the billiards hall, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Crow is dead? And all of his men have been disabled? Boss, is this true? Lu Sanlang sighed. A man swallowed his saliva. He really disabled all of Crow's men by himself. Can a person really do this? Hurry! Go back! Lu Sanlang reacted, and said in a panic, go tell Sister Ye to come over here to clean up the mess, and tell her not to deal with this Mr. Ning in the future. He was really scared. It turned out that at the Night Rose bar, Ning Fan wasn't bluffing. If he had said another word about Miss Jiang and Miss Tang, he would have probably killed him. Soon. Lu Sanlang hurriedly drove to the Night Rose bar. Back already? In the conference room, everyone saw Lu Sanlang and smiled. How about it, did you give the bodies of those people to Miss Jiang and the others? In their opinion, Ning Fan had already become a cold corpse at this time. Sister Ye. Lu Sanlang wiped a cold sweat and whispered, the crows have been destroyed. Chapter 57. You only have one daughter. Plop. Hearing Lu Sanlang's words, someone in the meeting room couldn't sit still and fell to the ground. Wanya also looked at Lu Sanlang in disbelief. You said that Crow was destroyed? And it was Mr. Ning alone? Lu Sanlang nodded, thinking about the scene he saw in the billiard hall just now. His scalp tingled. Crow was killed. All of his subordinates were disabled. Sister Ye, it can be said that while the others are not paying attention, we can easily take over the underground world of the 6th district of Jiangcheng. On hearing this, Wanya immediately ordered, send someone to take over the underground world of the 6th district of Jiangcheng. Also, warn the people under your command that they must never offend Mr. Ning in the future. No, anyone with the surname Ning must not be offended. How strong does one have to be to eliminate Crow? At this moment, Wanya finally understood why the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital and the eldest daughter of the Tang family would be close to the same man. Not only is his medical skills strong, such a powerful man would even make her Wanya want to move. Wanya moved quickly, and in just half an hour, she took over the underground world of the 6th district of Jiangcheng. For a time, many people were shocked. Ning Fan didn't care about this matter. He had already taken a taxi to the Tang family. As long as Wanya kept her promise, that was fine. As for Crow? He had even used a pistol against himself, so he definitely couldn't let him live. Tang's residence. Tang Sihai sat in his study, his eyebrows knitted and his expression unpleasant. His own daughter had almost been knocked into the canal in Jiangcheng. Before this, no one in Jiangcheng had ever dared to do such a thing. Crow. Tang Sihai looked at the list handed to him by his subordinate, his eyes full of coldness. Then he made a phone call, take someone to the 6th district of Jiangcheng. He had just finished making the call. Mr. Tang. At this time, the butler came in and said respectfully, there is a Mr. Lu outside who says he wants to see you. Mr. Lu? Upon hearing this, Tang Sihai's face turned even colder. His daughter had just had an accident, and someone from the Lu family came over. What was his purpose? Tang Sihai said, bring him in. Soon. The butler returned, followed by a middle-aged man, the chairman of the Lu family, Lu Ming. Mr. Tang. Lu Ming said with a smile, it's been a long time since we last saw each other. Tang Sihai said coldly, Mr. Lu is really joking. Before, Mr. Lu and I only met at an event sponsored by the Jiangcheng government, and we never met in private. I wonder what Mr. Lu is doing here at this time. From the first time we met, Tang Sihai knew that this person was a smiling tiger. Mr. Lu's words really hurt my feelings. Lu Ming sighed and whispered, I heard that Tang's niece had an accident on the canal in Jiangcheng, so I came to show my concern. I didn't expect that Mr. Tang would be so indifferent to my good intentions. Bang! Upon hearing this, Tang Sihai's face turned cold, and he suddenly stood up, staring at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Did you do this? Tang Chuchu had just had an accident on the canal in Jiangcheng. If she hadn't called herself, Tang Sihai, wouldn't have known about it until now. But now Lu Ming has come to me to mention this matter for the first time. For a moment, Tang Sihai looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Ming. This is a business competition. Tang Sihai shouted coldly, your Lu Group is still one of the top enterprises in Jiangchang. How can you have the face to do such dirty things? Lu Ming smiled and said, Mr. Tang, don't be so excited. I have a backup. Tang Sihai stared at Lu Ming coldly. To be honest, I have already arranged for a number of people to be waiting by the canal in Jiangchang. Lu Ming took out a piece of paper and said with a smile, as long as you sign this document today, I will make a phone call, and at that time, Tang's niece will naturally be safe and sound. He said. He lightly threw the paper on the desk. Mr. Tang, please. Tang Sihai coldly scanned the paper, voluntarily giving up the right to compete for the cooperation with the Jiang family. Lu Ming. For the Jiang family, your Lu Group should be the best partner in this competition, right? Tang Sihai suppressed his anger. Why did you use such a despicable method? Mr. Tang, you don't need to remind me. Lu Ming lay on the chair. I also know that our Lu family is the most likely to cooperate with the Jiang family. But do you know that I don't believe in this possibility? I just want to be sure. As long as your Tang family gives up, then this project will naturally fall 100% into our Lu family's hands. Mr. Tang, after so many years in the business, you would not understand such a small truth, would you? His tone was as if he had already decided to eat Tang Sihai. Mr. Tang. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Lu Ming smiled. Every second you think about it, your daughter will suffer for 1 second. Tang Sihai's face turned pale and then white, looking extremely ugly. Mr. Tang. You only have this one daughter. Lu Ming smiled and said, if something happens to her, what's the point of your struggle? So don't hesitate, just sign it. Tang Sihai gave Lu Ming a cold look, and then he reached out his trembling hand to take the contract. As Lu Ming said, he only had one daughter, Tang Chuchu, and naturally he didn't want anything to happen to her. Mr. Tang is a smart man. Lu Ming took out his cell phone at this time. As long as Mr. Tang signs the contract, then I will call my men. Tang Sihai closed his eyes, just as he was about to sign his name. Suddenly, he received a call from the person he had just sent to the 6th district of Jiangchang. Lu Ming glanced at it without paying attention. Say. After Tang Sihai answered the phone, his voice was extremely gloomy. How is the matter going? Then, after hearing what was said on the other end of the line, he looked happy and suddenly got up. Are you serious? Okay, I understand. Hang up the phone. Lu Ming smiled and said, what made Mr. Tang so excited? Is he even concerned about his daughter's life and death? Tang Sihai sneered, Mr. Lu, I suggest you call and ask where Crow is now. Ha? Lu Ming frowned, what do you mean? Tang Sihai replied indifferently, the meaning is very simple, Crow is already dead. Chapter 58, did you see it? Moreover, my people contacted my daughter, and she is on her way back. Impossible. Lu Ming couldn't sit still, and his heart was pounding. Tang Sihai, are you bluffing me? Everything he arranged was absolutely flawless. As soon as Crow's people knocked Tang Chuchu into the Jiangcheng Canal, his men would have caught her in the first place. How could Tang Chuchu have escaped? Moreover, Crow is the boss of the underworld in the 6th district of Jiangcheng, and he has hundreds of people under him. How could he be killed in such a short time? Mr. Lu. Tang Sihai sneered, you can call your men and ask them. Also, you are not welcome here. You can leave. Now, he has no good impression of Lu Ming. Ha! Lu Ming suddenly sneered and said, I know, Tang Sihai, you don't want to give up cooperating with the Jiang family, so you don't care about your daughter's life, right? TSK, in that case, you win. Wait, I'll send you a cold corpse from the Tang family right away. He coldly threatened Tang Sihai, turned around, and was about to leave the study. Up to now, he still didn't believe what Tang Sihai had said was true. Bang! Dad! However, just as Lu Ming had turned around, Tang Chuchu pushed open the door and asked, what about the matter I asked you to investigate? Lu Ming was stunned, staring at Tang Chuchu like a ghost. In an instant, a feeling of palpitations that was close to heart failure came over him. Mr. Lu, did you see it? Tang Sihai did not answer Tang Chuchu right away, but instead smiled and said, I saw it. Lu Ming's face was gloomy, and he coldly glanced at Tang Chuchu before leaving. The person who hit you with the car today was a crow. After Lu Ming left, Tang Sihai said, he did this because he was ordered to by the Lu family. What? Tang Chuchu's face was ugly, is it because of the competition with the Jiang family? Tang Sihai nodded, yes, I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so shameless in this matter. Before the press conference, don't leave our house. Don't give the Liu family a chance to strike. He paused slightly, then said, in the next 2 days, I will hire a few bodyguards to protect your safety. Tang Chuchu remained silent. By the way, how did you escape from those people this time? Tang Sihai asked a key question. The people of the Crows are all thugs. They would give up their lives for money, so why would they let you go? Tang Chuchu replied, it was Ning Fan. She suddenly thought of something and her face changed. No. Something is going to happen to Ning Fan. She took out her phone and dialed Ning Fan's number, but the phone was turned off. His phone never did that. Dad, you have to arrange someone quickly. Tang Chuchu's face turned pale and she said in a panic, Ning Fan probably found out from those people that it was the Crows who were targeting me and went over there to take revenge for me. Ning Fan? Tang Sihai frowned. Chuchu, you must be thinking wrong. How could he go over to the Crows for you? It's good that he didn't run away and leave you behind. Tang Chuchu was angry. Dad, what are you talking about? If it weren't for Ning Fan, you wouldn't be able to see me now, do you understand? I don't care, even if Ning Fan didn't go there, you must still send someone to Jiangqing District 6. If anything happens to Ning Fan, I will definitely jump off the canal bridge to go with him. Ning Fan saved himself. How could Tang Chuchu just watch Ning Fan fall into danger? Pop. Shut up. Tang Sihai slapped Tang Chuchu in the face and shouted angrily, Tang Chuchu, you dare to talk to your father like this for a stranger? Tang Chuchu covered her side of her face and looked at Tang Sihai blankly. He slapped himself? Tang Sihai also reacted, looked at his palm, and fell silent. Where is Chuchu? At this time, there was the anxious voice of Tang Guochang outside the study. Is my granddaughter okay? The next moment, Tang Guochang rushed into the two people's line of sight. Since he was treated by Ning Fan with the 9-9 rejuvenation needle, he now had a lot of energy. He no longer felt tired as before. Grandpa, I'm fine. Tang Chuchu had red eyes and forced a smile. You don't have to worry. Tang Guochang's body was not good in the first place. She didn't want him to get angry again because of this matter, which would make his physical condition worse. Who bullied you? However, Tang Guochang saw the slap marks on her face at a glance and said angrily, tell Grandpa, Grandpa will vent his anger for you. Tang Chuchu sobbed, Grandpa, don't worry about me. I want you to arrange for someone to go to the 6th district of Jiangqing to save Ning Fan. Ning Fan is very likely to go there alone to vent his anger for me. I'm afraid something will happen to him. What? Tang Guochang's body shook. You said that Ning Fan went to the 6th district of Jiangqing alone for you? He then shouted at Tang Sihai, what are you still doing here, you little bastard? Hurry up and listen to Chu Chu and send someone to save Ning Fan. He loves Ning Fan very much. Not only was he polite, but his medical skills were also highly regarded by Zhao Yuantang. He had already decided that Ning Fan would be his grandson-in-law. If something happened to Ning Fan, where would he find such a good grandson-in-law? Dad. In front of Tang Guochang, Tang Sihai dared not hide. Crow was killed by someone half an hour ago. As soon as he said it, Tang Guochang and Tang Chuchu were both stunned. Crow was killed? Is Ning Fan okay? Tang Guochang quickly asked, has he been implicated? Tang Chuchu was nervous, and her palms were covered in cold sweat. She looked at herself with remorse, and couldn't help but have tears well up. Why did I agree to leave with Ning Fan on the canal bridge? Tang Sihai sighed and said, I heard that Crow is dead, and all of his men have been killed. If Ning Fan had really gone there at that time, he would have been implicated. He really hoped that Ning Fan would go to the 6th district of Jiangqing for his daughter and be killed by someone else's hand, so that he would never bother his daughter again. A person who delivers express mail under the Tang family banner, even if he has a skill in medicine, what does it matter? He doesn't have a distinguished family background, so he's not worthy of Tang Sihai's daughter. Tang Sihai's words were like a thunderbolt in Tang Chuchu's mind, and she was so weak that she almost fainted. Tang Guochang's body also trembled violently. Did something really happen to Ning Fan? Old man. Suddenly, the butler hurriedly came over and said to Tang Guochang, Mr. Ning is at the door and wants to see you and Miss. Chapter 59, Shut Up. Ning Fan? Before Tang Guochang and his son could react, Tang Chuchu rushed out. Tang Guochang smiled and said, it seems that Chuchu really likes Ning. That's good, so he doesn't have to match them up. Tang Sihai's face turned ugly. He had already reminded him, but he still pursued Chuchu. Humph, how can a person like him be worthy of my daughter? But He dared only think such thoughts in his heart, and dared not show them in front of Tang Guiqiang. How could he not see that his father was very satisfied with that delivery boy? Tang family, front door. Ning Fan. From afar, Tang Chuchu saw Ning Fan, and she could no longer control her tears, and rushed over. Ning Fan had not yet come to his senses, and a beautiful woman had already thrown herself into his arms. After crying in Ning Fan's arms for a long time, Tang Chuchu finally got up with a slightly flushed face. Ning Fan. She stared at Ning Fan. Tell me, did you go to the 6th district of Jiangcheng? Ning Fan hesitated for a moment and nodded, yes. He didn't lie to Tang Chuchu. With the Tang family's methods, it was easy to find out. He didn't want to have to explain later. Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't get through to you? Tang Chuchu gritted her teeth and said, next time, can you not hide this kind of thing from me again? Ning Fan was speechless. He didn't know how to tell Tang Chuchu. Why did he go to Crow without hesitation? And why did he want to kill him? It's because he had a place in his heart for this woman. He couldn't bear to see her suffer, let alone someone trying to harm her. How did you get out of Crow's place? Seeing that Ning Fan didn't want to answer, Tang Chuchu changed the question and asked with concern, I heard from my father that Crow was killed half an hour ago. Didn't you get involved when you went to Crow's place? As she said this, she kept looking at Ning Fan to see if he was injured. At this time, Tang Guiqiang and Tang Sihai also came out and happened to hear Tang Chuchu ask Ning Fan this question, and their eyes were full of curiosity. In their guess, the person who killed Crow this time must be his usual enemy. So when they saw Ning Fan in Crow's territory, how could they not attack him? Therefore, now that they have seen Ning Fan return safely, they are still very curious. Ning Fan blinked and said seriously, Chuchu, if I say that the person who killed Crow was me, would you believe it? Tang Chuchu, who had been solemn, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard this. Ning Fan. She gave Ning Fan a look, you're still in the mood to joke with me at a time like this. It seems that you really haven't been hurt. But that's Crow. How could Ning Fan have killed him in just an hour when he had been standing in the underworld of the 6th district of Jiangcheng for so long? It's not that Tang Chuchu doesn't believe in Ning Fan, but what he said is too fantastic. Ha ha. Tang Sihai sneered, you really don't care about the truth, Ning Fan, you have a good medical skill, I admit it. Do you still want to tell me that you are also a master of the world? His impression of Ning Fan became worse and worse. How can such a man full of lies marry his daughter? I think you just went around the 6th district of Jiangcheng. Tang Sihai then sneered again, you didn't even have the guts to see Crow, did you? Sometimes people need to see themselves clearly, or they'll easily lose their tongue in the wind. This sentence had a warning for Ning Fan. Ning Fan didn't bother to respond to Tang Sihai. Before, because he was Tang Chuchu's father, Ning Fan would treat him politely. But since that phone call, his impression of Tang Sihai had plummeted. Dad. What are you talking about? Tang Chuchu glared at him, I don't allow you to say anything about Ning Fan. Whether or not he went to see Crow, he saved me. He is your daughter's savior. You treat your daughter's savior like this. Don't you think people will say that the Tang family is ungrateful? Tang Sihai's body trembled. His own daughter had spoken to him like this for a foreigner. He was furious. Tang Sihai wanted to say something else, but Tang Guiqiang suddenly said coldly, shut up. Then he softened his tone a little and said, Ning Fan was only being kind. He must have seen that Chuchu was in a bad mood, so he said something interesting to cheer her up. Sihai apologized to Ning Fan. He didn't believe that Ning Fan could have killed the crow, and thought that Ning Fan was just saying that to make fun of Tang Chuchu. Ning Fan smiled and didn't explain. Dad, Tang Sihai's eyes widened. He was going to make him apologize to Ning Fan? Shut up. Tang Guiqiang shouted, you are the one who did something wrong. We Tang family members have to apologize when we do something wrong. Tang Sihai gritted his teeth and apologized, I'm sorry. Ning Fan never looked at Tang Sihai and smiled and said to Tang Guiqiang, old man, I came to the Tang family this time to take another look at your body. Let's go to the backyard and see how your body has recovered. Tang Guiqiang's expression brightened, good. Ning Fan, you come with me. The three of them walked towards the backyard of the Tang family. Tang Sihai's face was ugly, and he coldly glanced at Ning Fan's back and followed him. 5 minutes later, the backyard of the Tang family. Old man. Ning Fan got up and said, your body has recovered very well. According to the current signs, it will take another month for your body to recover, and the previous illness will never occur again. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuchu said excitedly, Ningfan, are you serious? Does that mean my grandfather is completely cured? Ningfan nodded and smiled, yes. Grandpa has no physical problems at all, he can eat and drink as he pleases, and he won't be delayed in any way. Joy appeared on Tang Chuchu's face. Ningfan, thank you so much. Tang Chuchu sincerely thanked him. If it weren't for me, I wouldn't dare imagine what my grandfather would do. Ningfan waved his hand, you and Grandpa have also helped me a lot, you don't have to be so polite. Then, he reminded him again, in the next month, remember to let the old man take the medicine that I gave him every day. Tang Chuchu nodded, yes, I know. Tang Guoqiang was more and more satisfied with Ningfan. Suddenly, he thought of something. Do you have time on the evening of the third day? Chapter 60, Asking for Help. 3 days later? Ningfan thought for a moment and apologized, old man, I'm sorry, I have something to do that day. The last time I went to treat Jiang Rushue's body, he promised Jiang Rushue that he would attend the press conference she held. Now that he wants to mention the Tang family to Jiang Rushue, he can't let Jiang Rushue down. Is there something wrong? Tang Guoqiang said with some regret, if that's the case, then I won't insist. You should do whatever you need to do at that time. Ningfan nodded lightly, and then after talking to Tang Guoqiang for a while, he left the Tang family. Dad. After Ningfan left, Tang Xihai couldn't help but ask with a bad look on his face, why did you ask that kid if he was free 3 days later? Do I have to report everything to you? Tang Guoqiang glanced at Tang Xihai, after all, am I your father, or are you my father? Tang Xihai's face was ugly, Dad, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to ask if you were planning to let him go to the press conference held by Miss Jiang the day after tomorrow? Tang Guoqiang admitted it openly, so what? Dad. Are you getting senile? Tang Xihai angrily said, what kind of person is he? Do you know that there are only 3 places in the Jiang press conference for the Tang family? Why do you want to let him go? He was so angry that his chest was about to explode. I want him to go and see the world and meet some big people. Grandpa Tang didn't even look at him and said lightly, after all, he will become a Tang family member in the future. I naturally have to pave the way for him early. He likes Ningfan from the bottom of his heart and wants him to become a Tang family son-in-law. I don't agree. Tang Xihai angrily said, I won't let Chuchu marry him. Moreover, he is not qualified to enter that press conference to see the world. Do you know how important it is for our Tang family if we win the cooperation with the Jiang family this time? It can be said that it can completely revive our Tang family. Who is that kid? He is just a delivery man for our Tang family's website. If we let him go in with us, what will people think of us when they find out? If Miss Jiang sees that, what will she think of our Tang family? She will definitely think that we are not giving her face by bringing such a person to her press conference. At that time, not only will we miss the opportunity to cooperate with the Jiang family, but we will also offend the Jiang family in disguise. At this point, he stared at Tang Guoqiang and said in a raised voice, Dad, when did you become someone who doesn't consider the consequences of things before making a decision? Tang Guoqiang was silent at first, and then he said, he is the son-in-law I have chosen for the Tang family. Yes. Tang Xihai laughed, he is indeed your son-in-law, but who knows about this? And at Miss Jiang's press conference, who will speak for us like this? They will only reveal the true identity of that little brat. Anyway, I absolutely do not agree to bring that delivery boy to Miss Jiang's press conference. If we do this, our Tang family will not have the slightest chance of being resurrected. Up to now, Tang Xihai still does not understand what kind of magic potion Ningfan has given his father and daughter to make them speak for him like this. Xihai. Tang Guoqiang closed his eyes. Tell me, is our Tang group really in the situation you described? He had already fully handed over the Tang group to Tang Xihai and never asked about the Tang group again. Naturally, he did not know what had happened to the Tang group in recent days. Yes. Tang Xihai was silent at first, then nodded, our Tang group is now in a precarious situation. If we can't win the cooperation with the Jiang family, it will probably collapse. Has the situation become this serious? Tang Guoqiang sighed. Is there a good chance of winning the cooperation with the Jiang family now? He really didn't expect that the current Tang group would need to rely on external forces to survive. Not much. Tang Xihai shook his head. The Jiang family develops tourism projects, and the Lu family has done business in this area before, so the group that cooperates with the Jiang family this time is 90% likely to be the Lu family. and our Tang family is the remaining 10%. This is not just not much, it's simply incomparable. Forget it. Bring me my phone. Tang Guoqiang sighed again. In the provincial capital, there was a man who owed me a favor, and he had been working with the Jiang family before. Maybe he can say a good word for us in front of the Jiang family. The Tang family is the fruit of his life's work, but now it's in this state. How can he not feel bad? Very soon. Tang Sihai handed the phone to Tang Guoqiang. Hello. Tang Guoqiang dialed out and smiled reluctantly. Lauren, what have you been busy with these days? We haven't seen each other in a long time. Haha, you're right, I'm calling you this time because I really want to trouble you with something. Have you heard about the Jiang family's eldest daughter coming to Jiangcheng to develop a project? What? Your family is the main person in charge of this project? In that case, that's great. I wonder if you could mention our family to Miss Jiang. I really want to work with you again. Okay, Lauren, if that's the case, then I'll trouble you. Hang up the phone. Tang Guoqiang's expression was a little sad. Dad, what's wrong? Tang Sihai looked nervous. Did the other party not agree? Tang Guoqiang shook his head and said, yes. He happens to be the person in charge of this project. If he can mention our Tang family in front of Miss Jiang, then our Tang family will have a great opportunity. He said. He got up, and his back was a bit hunched. He had never begged anyone in his life, but now, when he was old, he had to beg others. Although the other party owed him a favor, Tang Guoqiang still felt bad. That's great. Tang Sihai's eyes flashed. If we win this project, the Tang family will not only be able to stabilize, but also go to the next level, becoming the #1 family in Jiangcheng, and even entering the provincial capital may be possible. At that time, let Chu Chu become the head of the Tang family, and her horizons will definitely be broadened. At that time, she will definitely be attracted by the sons of the most top families. At that time, how could a deliveryman like Ningfan get into her eyes? A deliveryman who knows a little bit of medicine is not good enough to be my daughter. Chapter 61. This is Ningfan's fate. After Ningfan left the Tang family, he bought some vegetables and meat, made a delicious meal for Qin Xiu, and then returned to his room. Ding-ling. At this time, Ningfan's phone rang, and it was a text message from Jiang Ruxue. She was reminding Ningfan to attend the press conference 3 days later. Ningfan originally wanted to mention the Tang family, but when he thought of it, he shook his head. Forget it, I'd better tell Miss Jiang about this in person. We're not that close, and she might not agree to this if I tell her on WeChat. Afterwards, Ningfan sent a good message and put his phone down. He then used the swallowing the sky technique to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. He was pleasantly surprised to find that Hidden Dragon Island was indeed the most expensive villa area in Jiangcheng, and the spiritual energy here was several times denser than outside. Gigolo will allow him to do whatever he wants? Ningfan, come back. Fang Yuanquan said in a panic, this is my own doing, and has nothing to do with Lu Xiao. How can Ningfan offend the Lu family's young master? Mr. Lu. Then, Fang Yuanquan begged, Ningfan is still young and doesn't know what's going on. Please, just ignore what he said. It's my own fault that my arm is broken, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. He kept begging Lu Feng. This kid Ningfan is so unlucky. He already has a sick sister. If he is crippled by Lu Feng, how will they live? Fang Yuanquan pitied them. Is that so? Bah! Lu Feng spat on the ground, humiliatingly saying, You're pleading for Ningfan, are you? Then kneel down and lick this spit up like a dog, and I'll think about it, okay? Fang Yuanquan clenched his fists, staring at the spit on the ground, and bending his knees, he wanted to kneel down. But at this moment, Ningfan reached out and stopped him, smiling at the corner of his mouth, Brother Fang. You don't have to worry, I'll have a solution. Fang Yuanquan's eyes were red. Ningfan, you. Bang! But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Ningfan disappear in front of him and appear in front of Lu Feng. The next moment, under the horrified gaze of everyone, Ningfan kicked Lu Feng in the stomach, and then his entire body flew backwards. Several of his bones were broken, and Lu Feng could feel the obvious pain in his body. Dead silence. At this moment, everyone's eyebrows were twitching rapidly. He said that he would attack Lu Xiaoshu if he attacked Lu Xiaoshu. How dare he? The Tang family would never be able to cause a rift in their relationship with the Lu family for the sake of such a little white face. At this moment, Wang Honglei's legs were also trembling. It was over. This time, he really broke through the heavens. You want to die? Lu Feng's black-clad bodyguards reacted, and they angrily said, in front of us, you attacked our young master. Today, you won't leave here alive. The murderous intent kept surging out of them, and their eyes were filled with anger. If Lu Ming knew that Lu Feng's bones had been broken in front of them, they would definitely be completely finished. Really? Ning Fan said calmly, I hope you won't let me down. Upon hearing this, the group of couriers sneered. This Ning Fan really has water in his head. Can the bodyguards hired by the Lu family be ordinary people? I'm afraid they are all the kind of existence that can fight 10 enemies at once. And what about him, Ning Fan? He can't even move large express deliveries on weekdays, so how can he possibly escape from these people? Today, he will die. Fang Yuanquan seemed to have thought of this as well, his eyes worried. However, what no one expected was that the black-clad bodyguards didn't even get close to Ning Fan, and he was seen to have just lifted his hand. Bang bang bang! 3 consecutive sounds of bodies falling to the ground rang out, and when everyone looked, they were full of disbelief. Wow! The next moment, the place exploded, and the bodyguard of the Lu family was thrown out. When did Ning Fan become so good at fighting? Young Master Lu, is that right? Ning Fan walked up to Lu Feng and said coldly, I don't care why you came here today. But since you broke Fang Ji's right hand, I'll break your limbs to even the score. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with anger. Ning Fan, you dare. I'm the son of the Lu family. If you really move me for a stinky delivery man, the Lu family will never forgive you. Ka Chow. Ning Fan did not even wait for him to finish speaking, and quickly struck, severing his limbs. The most important thing is that he used a very strange method, so that his severed limbs could only be treated by Ning Fan in Jiangcheng. There was silence, no one spoke, and everyone's scalp was numb. Ning Fan really caused a big trouble. This is the young master of the Lu family. Take your young master and leave. Ning Fan got up and glanced at the 3 bodyguards, saying indifferently, get out of my sight in 10 seconds, or I'll make your master a mute. The 3 of them didn't dare to linger, and they got up with great pain, dragging Lu Feng away like a dead dog. After getting out of the express delivery station, they stopped a taxi, threw Lu Feng in, and after telling the driver the location, they fled. Lu Feng was beaten to this state under their noses. If they go back to the Lu family, they will definitely be torn off a layer of skin. Mr. Ning, you've caused a big mess. Wang Hongli walked over to Ning Fan and said with concern, this is the Lu family's youngest son, the only son of the Lu family's chairman. Now that you've beaten him to this state, if the Lu family finds out, even with Miss Tang here, they may not be able to save you. Ning Fan smiled and said, Manager Wang, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm going to work. Afterwards, he walked to his workstation. Wang Hongli looked at the back of Ning Fan as he left, and sighed, the sky in Jiangcheng is about to change. Immediately afterwards, he returned to his office, called Wang Ya on the phone, and told her everything that had happened. Hongli, I don't care what happens between the Tang and Lu families. Wang Ya said without hesitation, you must stay with the Tang family, understand? Wang Hongli frowned and said, Sister, I heard that the Lu family is about to cooperate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Now that this has happened, I'm afraid that when the Lu family and the Jiang family's cooperation is completed, they will turn around and target the Tang family. If we stand on the wrong side. However, he didn't even finish his sentence before Wang Ya interrupted, I can tell you this, the Jiang family in the provincial capital will definitely not cooperate with the Lu family, understand? Wang Hongli was stunned. His sister had always been careful when dealing with matters involving 2 big families fighting each other. How could she have chosen to stand with the Tang family without hesitation this time? Moreover, how did she know that the Lu family would never be able to get the cooperation of the Jiang family? He was full of doubts, but he still didn't ask. Something is weird. After hanging up the phone, he muttered, could it be that my sister knows something inside? Ning Fan, you were too impulsive just now. Fang Yuanquan said angrily, that's the young master of the Lu family. If you offend him, how will you live in Jiangcheng in the future? Do you know that for people like us, it's not a shame to bow down and admit our mistakes in front of someone like that? He really cares about Ning Fan. Brother Feng, I have my own plans. Ning Fan smiled and reached out to grab Fang Yuanquan's arm, I'll heal your right hand first. Chapter 64, The Gap is Too Big. Ning Fan, You don't have to comfort me. Fang Yuanquan smiled reluctantly, his eyes sad. The bodyguard of that Lu just now was very heavy-handed. I can feel that my right hand is completely broken, and it is likely that even the hospital cannot heal it, so how can you do it? There is one thing he didn't say: if Ningfan really could do it, why would he be delivering packages here? Brother Fang, bear with it. Ningfan looked at Fang Yuanquan. It may hurt a little next. Fang Yuanquan saw that Ningfan was serious and sighed. Okay, I'll let you try. He reached out and cooperated with Ningfan. Crack! Ningfan moved very quickly, grabbed Fang Yuanquan's right hand, and snapped it. A crisp sound of bones falling echoed in everyone's ears. Fang Yuanquan was in pain and sweating profusely. However, what he didn't realize was that a trace of spiritual energy was entering his right hand through Ningfan's palm, nourishing his bones. I knew you were up to no good. You're really a talent. Brother Fang was beaten up by Lu Xiaoyu because of you. You didn't even send him to the hospital, and now you're still doing this to him. You ungrateful bastard. The group of couriers whispered, I say, someone like this should be beaten to death by the Lu family. Ningfan didn't bother to respond to the group of people, and continued to send Qi into Fang Yuan's right hand. At this moment, Fang Yuanquan suddenly flushed and became excited. I can feel it. Ningfan, I can really feel my right hand. He said, and began to carefully lift up his right hand. Relax, clench, relax, clench. He kept repeating this. Looking at this scene, the couriers around him were all stunned. Is this real? Ningfan, you are really amazing. Fang Yuanquan said excitedly, you kid can do it. I didn't think you had such a powerful medical technique. Ningfan's face turned pale, and he smiled. Brother Fang, I learned this when I was free. Rest for 2 more days, and your right hand will be as good as new. This was the first time he had tried to use spiritual energy to heal a broken bone, and it seemed to have been a success, but it had been a bit of a drain. Ningfan, thank you so much. Fang Yuanquan said gratefully, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do for the rest of my life. Ningfan waved his hand. Brother Fang, you are like this because of me. It should be said that I have caused you trouble. Fang Yuanquan smiled. Today at noon, Brother Fang invites you to eat at the restaurant where Shuxin works. Ningfan did not want to offend him, so he nodded and agreed. After taking a look at the broken cell phone on the ground, Ningfan called Wangya and asked her to buy a new cell phone and send someone to the restaurant at noon. Soon. At noon, Fang Yuanquan rode his bike with Ningfan to a restaurant, Lohei Restaurant. Dad, how can you afford to eat out today? A pure girl came over, and suddenly she saw Ningfan. Ah! Brother Ningfan, you're here today too. This girl is Fang Yuanquan's daughter, Fang Shuxin. Yes. Ningfan greeted her, smiling and saying, Shuxin is getting more and more beautiful. Shuxin blushed. Ningfan, you're so sweet. Let's go. I'll take you to a private room. Will you order the same dishes as before? Fang Yuanquan waved his hand. Bring a bottle of good wine. Shuxin nodded, turned around, and led Ningfan and the others to the private room. Suddenly, Ningfan's body trembled. He stared at Shuxin's back, frowning. What's going on? Ningfan thought to himself, Fang's family are ordinary people, so how could there be spiritual fluctuations in Shuxin? He was a little shocked. Over the years of delivering packages, he had also been to Fang's home, and they were just an ordinary family. No. He suddenly frowned. Shuxin has no spiritual energy in her body, and this spiritual energy is coming from her clothes. Could it be that Shuxin has recently come into contact with something that has spiritual energy? Thinking about it, Ningfan became excited. This kind of thing that can leave spiritual energy on a person is definitely extraordinary. If he could get it, he might be able to break through to the second level of the qi refining stage. He took a deep breath and said to himself, I need to ask Shuxin about this later. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen this time. Then, he suppressed his excitement, afraid that Fang Yuanquan and the others would be impatient, and followed them into the private room. Not long after, the food and wine were all served. Ningfan. It's not that your brother Fang wants to meddle in your affairs. After a glass of wine, Fang Yuanquan started talking a lot. Miss Tang is not someone we can match. She has money, lives in a big villa, eats delicacies, and what about us? We are still struggling to be able to eat 3 meals a day, and the gap is too big. Even if Miss Tang really likes you at this time, and she is really in love, but when her family finds out, will they agree for the two of you to be together? Ningfan was silent. Tang Sihai would never agree to his relationship with Tang Chuchu. Since he warned him on the phone that time, Ning Fan knew it. You and Miss Tang are not from the same background. Fong Yuanquan continued, even if you really get together, you will live a life of frustration. Brother Fong advises you to leave Miss Tang now. She is not the kind of person we can think about. If it weren't for your kung fu, you might be in the hospital right now. He kept persuading Ning Fan, truly for his own good. Suddenly, Fong Yuanquan took out his wallet and a bank card, slapped it on the table, and said drunkenly, "There's 10,000 yuan in this bank card. It's the private money that you, Brother Fong, have saved up over the years, and originally you planned to save it for Shushina's tuition. But now that there are student loans, our family has been able to get by with a little bit of pain, but you can't, you still have a sick sister. So, listen to Brother Fong, take this 10,000 yuan, and when you have money, it's not too late to pay it back to me." Chapter 65, Is There Still a Reason? A warm current appeared in Ning Fan's heart. Brother Fong was still the first outsider to be so good to him. Brother Fong. He took a deep breath and pushed the bank card back to Fong Yuanquan. I have money in my hands. Moreover, I can make my sister's body better soon. If it weren't for the psychological barrier, Ning Fan could have completely cured Qin Shou's illness long ago. Ning Fan, take it. Did you forget what your sister's illness is? Fong Yuanquan glared at Ning Fan. It's a heart disease that requires bypass surgery. Such an operation requires so much money, how can you make your sister better in a short time? He said, somewhat angry, if you don't take this 10,000 yuan today, don't call me Fonggu in the future. Ning Fan was helpless. Seeing Fong Yuanquan's firm attitude, he had to reach out and pick up the bank card. Thank you, Brother Fong. It's okay, that's right. Fong Yuanquan waved his hand and said, let's get past the immediate difficulties first. Fong believes in his own vision, and one day you will become successful. Just don't forget me when that day comes. Ning Fan smiled and said, of course not. By the way, Fong Yuanquan said again, I'll send you a WeChat later. This is a daughter of a good friend of mine. You can meet her this afternoon. If you're satisfied with her, then leave Miss Tang as soon as possible. Don't be stingy with the 10,000 yuan I gave you. Take the girl out for a nice meal. Ning Fan was helpless, but he knew that Fong was being kind, so he could only nod and agree. Pop. Cheap bitch. At this time, a shout of anger sounded from outside the private room. Get out, don't bother me. Fang Shushin said with a sob, you didn't pay for the food, do you have any reason? Bang. Fong Yuanquan rushed out of the box, and Ning Fan followed him, stepping out of the box with a gloomy face. Fang Shushin was standing in front of the three men. There was a clear imprint of a slap on her left cheek, and her eyes were swollen. How dare you hit my daughter? Fong Yuanquan's eyes turned red, and he grabbed the broom next to him and rushed over. Although he was a good man, he would never let anyone touch his daughter. Dad! Fang Shushin exclaimed, her pupils constricted. Don't be impulsive. It's just. Fong Yuanquan was already filled with rage, so how could he listen to Fang Shushin's persuasion? Fang Shushin dared not open her eyes as she watched Fong Yuanquan rush to the front of the group. She knew all of them, they were the local thugs. How could her father beat them? Bang! However, at this moment, Ning Fan stepped in and easily knocked the group to the ground. Brother Fong, you fight. Ning Fan coldly glanced at the people on the ground. If something happens, I'll take care of it. Brother Fong is so good to himself, how can Ning Fan just watch his daughter get bullied? Fong Yuanquan stepped forward, slapping the people in the face, venting his anger. Seeing the slap marks on his daughter's face, he felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. Stop! Seeing these people being beaten to the ground, the shopkeeper couldn't sit still and rushed out, yelling angrily, stop! Fong Yuanquan stopped and looked up at the shopkeeper. When those people were beating Shushin, you didn't come out to speak for her. Ning Fan said coldly, now these people are beaten to the ground, and you can't sit still? Who knows? The shopkeeper said angrily, she deserved to be beaten. Who asked her to ask these gentlemen for money? One word. Ning Fan laughed. You are really very good. The clerk asked these people for money for you, and now it turns out that she meddled in other people's business, right? The shopkeeper replied, yes. She deserved to be beaten to death. Fang Shushin trembled all over. She had just graduated from high school and entered society. When had she ever encountered such a thing? Ha ha. Ning Fan laughed coldly, you really refreshed my 3 views. Shut up. The shopkeeper said angrily, what kind of person I am has nothing to do with you. He looked at Fang Xuxin and said coldly, and you are fired. You offended Brother Guang and his friends, so you don't get this month's salary. Fang Xuxin was about to collapse. How can you do this? She was in tears. They didn't pay for their meals, and it was obviously their fault, so why punish me? She was a high school graduate and really couldn't understand this. Moreover, it was especially difficult to find a summer job this year, and she had looked for this job for a long time. If she was fired like this, how could she save up tuition fees and share the pressure with her family? Humph. The shopkeeper snorted, do you know who these people are? They are the people of Wangya, the boss of the underground world in the 7th district of Jiangchang. It is my honor to have them come to my restaurant to eat, and it is also your honor to serve them, understand? Fang Xuxin was so angry that she felt cold all over. Bang! Ningfan kicked him into the air, knocking over 4 tables before his body came to a stop. He was covered in bruises. I've seen dogs before. Ningfan shook his head, but I've never seen a dog like you before. The restaurant owner endured the pain and glared at Ningfan, you. Suddenly, a pink Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of the restaurant, and Wangya, dressed in black silk, got out of the car. Wangya. The restaurant owner was shocked to see this woman, and then immediately ecstatic. It's Wangya, the boss of the underground world in the 7th district of Jiangcheng, coming over. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're finished. He glared at Ningfan viciously, you touched her people, and today you don't want to think about walking out of my restaurant. Fang Xuxin nervously grabbed Ningfan's arm and cried out in self-blame, Brother Ningfan, I'm sorry, it's my fault that I've caused you trouble. It's my fault. Ningfan touched her head and smiled slightly, it's okay. If anyone bullies you today, I'll let you bully them back. One sentence. It caused a big laugh. Has this person's brain been kicked by a donkey? Sister, yeah. The shopkeeper quickly rushed to Wangya's side and pointed at Ningfan, it was these people who asked Brother Guang for money. If you come over here to settle the score, just teach them a lesson, but don't mess up my shop. Pop. But Wangya slapped him in the face, coldly saying, shut up. The next moment, under the incredulous gaze of everyone, Wangya walked up to Ningfan and said in a very good manner, Mr. Ning, this is the cell phone you wanted. Dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this scene, their bodies stiff. Wangya came personally to give the man in front of her a cell phone? The shopkeeper's face was pale and his legs were trembling. Wangya stood in front of Ningfan, very respectful. Originally, after receiving Ningfan's call, she was going to send someone to deliver the phone to Ningfan. But later, she thought about it carefully. This was the first time Ningfan had asked her to do something, so she thought it would be better for her to come in person, so that she could get closer to him. Are those your people? Ningfan pointed at the 3 people who had collapsed on the ground with his finger, and said indifferently, your people can eat without paying, are you so domineering? Chapter 66, Get Out. In an instant, Wanya's body trembled, and she hurriedly said, Mr. Ning, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Ningfan glanced at Wangya, knowing that she was a smart person who knew how to solve this matter. Then, he got up and left with Fang Yuanquan and his daughter. The shopkeeper let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off his face. But who knew? When Ningfan walked to the door, he said without looking back, I don't want to see this restaurant in Jiangcheng again. Wangya nodded, yes, Mr. Ning, I understand. Plop. The restaurant owner fell to the ground again, his eyes vacant and lifeless. He was completely finished. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. After leaving the restaurant, Su Xin was relieved. Don't worry, I'll find you a summer job. Ningfan smiled and said, I promise you won't run into this kind of thing again. Fang Su Xian's face turned red. She also looked at Ningfan carefully, and there was a different emotion in her eyes. She was just beginning to fall in love, and she was imagining the age of a Prince Charming. The scene just now when Ningfan protected her made her feel very safe. Right. Ningfan thought of something and asked casually, Xuxin, have you recently come into contact with wild medicinal herbs or anything like that? Now that he was in close contact with Fang Xuxin, Ningfan could more and more clearly feel the fluctuations of her aura. Wild medicinal herbs? Fang Xuxin shook her head, no, brother Ningfan, we don't have anything like that at home. Nothing? Ningfan frowned. Brother Ningfan, is there something wrong? Fang Shuxin asked in a low voice. It's nothing. Ningfan withdrew his thoughts. You think about it these days. If you think of anything, remember to tell me. The aura that has lingered on Fang Shuxin for so long is definitely not an ordinary wild medicinal herb. Ningfan wants to get it and hurry up to improve his own strength. Okay. Fang Shuxin nodded. I will definitely tell you if I think of it. Afterwards, Ningfan and Fang Shuxin sent Fang Shuxin to the bus and went back to work at the express station. At work, Ningfan and Fang Yuanquan added the girl's WeChat, and after chatting for a while, they booked a table at Qingyun restaurant and planned to have dinner with her after work. There was no way. Fang Yuanquan had already mentioned himself to the other party, and if he let the other party down, the other party would definitely blame Brother Fang. Brother Fang was doing it for his own good, and Ningfan didn't want to make it difficult for him. Ningfan. When he got off work, Fang Yuanquan reminded Ningfan, remember to meet the other party. Ningfan smiled and said, Brother Fang, don't worry, I've already booked a table. Fang Yuanquan was satisfied, that's good. At this time, Ningfan received a WeChat message from the other party, saying that she had already arrived at the Qingyun restaurant. Ningfan casually tidied up and headed for the Qingyun restaurant. Soon, he saw a girl sitting in the corner of the lobby, with long flowing hair and a sky blue dress, looking very pure. Miss Yi? Ningfan walked up to the other person and apologized, I'm sorry, I'm late. At this time, Yiling Shua looked back and smiled, no, you arrived on time. I like to come early. Please sit down. Ningfan nodded and sat down. Mr. Ning. This time I agreed to come over to the family because I wanted to give them an explanation. Yiling Shue came straight to the point, I'm not very happy to come on a blind date. Also, I have no plans to get married, I hope Mr. Ning can understand. Ningfan smiled, I think the same way as Miss Yi. Upon hearing this, Yiling Shue looked at Ningfan with surprise and smiled, if that's the case, that's the best. When Uncle Fang asks, you can say that I have a bad personality and you can't stand it. In this way, you can also give Uncle Fang an explanation. Ha! Ningfan couldn't help but look at Yiling Shue again. If he really said that to Brother Fang, then this girl's reputation would definitely be damaged. He really didn't expect Yiling Shue to give him such a reason. Ha ha. Kiki, what did I say? The back you saw on Hidden Dragon Island that day was definitely not him. Next to him, a mocking voice suddenly sounded, I think this kid must have been abandoned by Miss Tang, otherwise, why would he come here to meet someone? Ningfan looked up, and Yang Kiki and Shenwei were standing on one side. He frowned, what a nuisance. How can I run into you two jerks at a meal? You're like a bad omen. These words froze the smiles on Shenwei and Yang Chi-Chi's faces. Ningfan, what kind of person are you? Do you think you're worthy of being called that? Yang Chi-Chi said angrily, what, now that you've been abandoned by Miss Tang, you still think that Miss Tang will protect you? I'm telling you. You're delusional. Now, my husband Shenwei can crush you with the snap of a finger. Since Ningfan wrote that divorce letter, it was as if he had been blessed with good fortune. He was taken in by the Tang family's eldest daughter, and time and again he made Yang Chi-Chi lose face. She couldn't wait to teach Ningfan a lesson. Like a mad dog. Ningfan glanced at Yang Chi-Chi, I don't want to fight in front of Miss Yi, so you'd better leave my sight. Yiling Shue had given him enough face, and Ningfan didn't want to frighten her. Miss Yi? Ha ha. Yang Chi-Chi sneered, do you think she is? Today I will tear this woman's face off, and see who will dare to go on a blind date with you, Ningfan. I will make you a bachelor for life, and I will also let my grandfather see that I divorced you, and that my choice was right. Without Miss Tang's protection, you are nothing. After saying that, she took a big step forward, sticking out her sharp nails, about to scratch Yiling Shue's face. Yiling Shue's eyes were panicked, and she took a step back. At this moment, her arm suddenly knocked over a blue and white porcelain vase on the table and it fell to the ground. Pop! Ningfan quickly stepped forward, protecting Yiling Shue, slapped Yang Chi-Chi in the face, and shouted with a gloomy face, get out. Chapter 67, right, honey? Yiling Shue looked at Ningfan, who was protecting her, and her heart warmed. Yang Chi-Chi covered her side and glared at Ningfan. Chi-Chi, don't be angry, they're finished this time. Shenwei suddenly sneered, there's no need to say so much to someone who's about to die. Ha! Yang Chi-Chi was angry, Honey, if you're not going to fight back for me, why do you want to scare them with this kind of talk? Don't panic. Chen Wei smiled and said, do you know how much that blue and white porcelain vase that woman just broke cost? Yang Qiqi looked down on it. How much could this broken thing be worth? $500,000. Chen Wei replied, I heard that these blue and white porcelain vases on the table were specially made at a high price by the owner of this Qingyun restaurant for aesthetic purposes. Wow! $500,000? Yang Qiqi was shocked at first, but then she mocked, ha ha. Ningfan, this woman broke a blue and white porcelain vase worth 500,000 yuan. Now that you've been abandoned by Miss Tang, I don't think you can afford it. Chen Wei squinted. The boss behind this Qingyun restaurant is powerful and influential. If you dare not pay, gee, maybe there will be 2 more cold bodies in the Jiangqing Canal tomorrow. Morning. Ningfan licked his lips. Is this the life of the rich? A blue and white porcelain vase worth 500,000 yuan is placed on the table in the lobby. What should I do now? Yi Lingshue's face turned pale. 500,000, how can we come up with it? Her monthly salary is only 9,000 yuan, 500,000, that is to say, she needs to save for 6 years without eating or drinking. Ningfan smiled and comforted her, don't listen to him, this thing is worthless. Then he looked at the restaurant waiter, ask your manager to come down. The waiters in the restaurant had seen Xiao Lei treat Ningfan with respect and knew that this boss was a big shot. So, they immediately called the new manager of the restaurant and whispered to him that Ningfan was here. Ha ha ha. Not valuable? Yang Qiqi and the others laughed until their stomachs hurt. Ningfan, something worth 500,000 yuan was said by you to be worthless. A white face is a white face, and he has no insight. No wonder he was abandoned by Miss Tang. What a country bumpkin. They mocked Ningfan shamelessly. In their opinion, now that he had been abandoned by Tang Chuchu, how could he possibly come up with 500,000 yuan? Moreover, with his current lowly status as a deliveryman, he should be trampled underfoot by them and lose his dignity. Day. Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps came down the stairs, followed by a middle-aged man panting down the stairs. From the 7th floor to the 1st floor, he walked all the way down the stairs, his face covered in cold sweat, scared. Who knows that he has just taken office, and the legendary Dr. Ning has come over? The manager is here? Chen Wei is sharp-eyed, and he sees the sign hanging from the middle-aged man's chest at a glance. Ningfan, you are dead. If the manager is alarmed, maybe the 500,000 won't come down. Yang Qiqi sneered and said, if I were you, I would kneel on the ground and prepare to beg for mercy. Yi Lingxue was terrified, and her voice trembled. Mr. Ning, you go first. I caused this disaster, and I don't want to get you involved. She had heard Fang Yuanquan mention Ningfan, but he was just a deliveryman, so how could he have so much money? Ningfan smiled and said, don't worry, as long as I'm here, we'll definitely be able to get out of this. It's just that. Yi Lingxue smiled wryly, not believing Ningfan's words. 500,000 yuan. This is no small amount of money. Manager. Yang Qiqi pointed at Ningfan and the other man and complained, it was these two who smashed the blue and white porcelain vase on the ground. You mustn't let them off. Then she sneered, now we'll see how Ningfan ends up. Wait, she'll give him back all the humiliation she's brought to him. Seeing the manager's gaze fall on the fragments on the ground, Yi Lingxue became more and more worried. However, Ningfan suddenly smiled and said, Manager, is this blue and white porcelain really worth 500,000 yuan? How can I see that this thing is worth 100 yuan? There was a dead silence. Ningfan, did a donkey kick you in the head? Yang Qiqi sneered, even if it's a fake blue and white porcelain vase, it definitely can't be worth only 100 yuan, understand? What? Do you think the restaurant manager is a fool who will be convinced by your words? Who knows? Shut up. The manager suddenly shouted angrily, then quickly walked up to Ningfan and smiled, what this gentleman is saying is true. This blue and white porcelain vase is really worthless, only worth 100 yuan. He kicked the broken pieces of porcelain around with disgust, but in his heart, he was bleeding. These porcelain vases are really worth 500,000. But there was nothing he could do. The boss in front of him was Dr. Ning, who even his boss treated with respect. He could only swallow his anger. Yi Lingshue's mouth opened slightly, and her eyes were glazed over. Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei were stunned. This thing is really only worth $100? Did you see that? Ningfan chuckled, I said that this blue and white porcelain vase is worth $100. After he took out his phone and transferred $100 to the manager, he asked Yi Lingxue, "Are you leaving?" Yi Lingxue was stunned and nodded, quickly following Ning Fan's footsteps. How can this thing be worthless? Looking at the back of Ning Fan and the others leaving, Yang Qiqi was angry and threw the blue and white porcelain vases on the 4 tables on the ground in a row, venting her anger. Stop! The manager quickly stopped her. What are you doing? Yang Qiqi said in a bad tone, what do you care? I have a lot of money, I will pay you later, won't that be fine? The manager's mouth twitched slightly. This thing is not worth anything? Good. I tell you, if you can't pay later, don't think about leaving. Thinking about the way this woman treated Mr. Ning just now, he said viciously, we don't allow anyone to eat at our restaurant without paying. After saying that, he stormed angrily to the front desk, where he would later watch Yang Qiqi settle the bill. Put. Yang Qiqi pouted, how could I not be able to pay for a blue and white porcelain vase that costs 100 yuan? Right, honey? In her opinion, the restaurant manager looked down on her. Ning Fan, that broke-down delivery man, could pay the bill, so why couldn't Yang Qiqi? That's enough. Don't embarrass yourself. Chen Wei reacted and said, let's leave and settle the bill. He wasn't in the mood to eat anymore after seeing Ning Fan's embarrassment. Yang Qiqi didn't say anything else and followed Chen Wei to the front desk. Hello. The front desk attendant got up and said politely, your total bill is 201,000. Please swipe your card. Chapter 68. That's the Lu family. What? Yang Qiqi said angrily, we didn't eat gold, how could it be 2 million? Is your restaurant trying to rip us off? Chen Wei's face was gloomy, the forces behind your restaurant are indeed great, but we are not so easily ripped off. At this time, the manager sneered, the bill for your meal is 10,000 yuan, and the 4 blue and white porcelain vases you just broke are worth 2 million. No one has ever dared to eat for free at Qingyun restaurant. This is blackmail. Yang Qiqi's body trembled with anger, and she shouted, that's not what you said just now. You said that the blue and white porcelain vase was only worth 100 yuan. Chen Wei's face turned ugly. That one? The manager pointed at the blue and white porcelain vase that Yi Lingxue had broken, and said with a playful smile, that blue and white porcelain vase is indeed 100 yuan. The one you broke is worth 500,000. He sneered, and he didn't even look at what kind of person he was, and he dared to compare with Dr. Ning. I'm going to call the police. Your restaurant is a black shop. Yang Qiqi took out her phone in anger, I must expose your restaurant. Crackling. However, before she could finish her sentence, the manager clapped his hands, and soon the door to the restaurant closed, and a security guard with a fierce look walked in from the outside. Call the police? The manager smiled sardonically and said, you can try. As long as you press your finger, I can disable you. Either pay up or leave your life here. His eyes were cold and murderous. Yang Qiqi was so angry that she wanted to say something. Chen Wei grabbed her and said, we'll pay. 210,000, right? I'll get the money now. Afterwards, he called many people, but when they heard the number, they hung up the phone without hesitation. These fickle people. Chen Wei's face twitched in anger, usually they call me Chengu, but now at this moment, they won't lend me a penny. He looked up and saw the manager and others' eyes. He felt a tingle on his scalp and had to dial out again. No choice. The boss behind Qingyun restaurant is really powerful. If they don't take the money, the other party might really throw him into the canal in Zhangcheng. At that time, even his father wouldn't dare to fart. Poof. Yang Qiqi snorted, when we cooperate with the Zhang family in the provincial capital, they will regret it. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei's eyes lit up, right. We are about to cooperate with the Zhang family in the provincial capital. Won't there be a lot of money then? Thinking about this, he gritted his teeth, I'm going to get a loan now. Soon, he called the loan company and borrowed 2 million in one go. The agreed date was to repay the loan within 15 days. By then, after he had cooperated with the Zhang family in the provincial capital, wouldn't it be easy to make a little extra profit? Wouldn't he be able to repay the loan? Not long after, the money arrived. It was transferred. Chen Wei's nose was up in the air, looking down on everyone. 2 million is nothing to me. He was very arrogant. Who was he afraid of after taking out the money? Bah! Yang Qiqi spat out a mouthful of saliva and said viciously, after we cooperate with the Zhang family in the provincial capital, I won't even come here to eat if this restaurant invites me. It's a drop in price. The manager said indifferently, don't worry, you don't have that qualification yet. On the other side, Ning Fan came out of the restaurant with Yiling Xue. Thank you. Yiling Xue thanked Ning Fan. If you hadn't realized that the blue and white porcelain was fake, I might have been finished this time. 500,000, how can she afford it with her salary? The situation at home is not too good, so there is no way she can pay for it. It's okay. Ning Fan smiled and said, I should be the one who has caused you trouble, so don't think too much about it. Yiling Xue suddenly said, where is your home? Ning Fan just wanted to say yes, but at this time, he suddenly received a text message from Tang Chuchu. No need. He smiled and said, I have some things to do, so I'll go back by myself. Yiling Xue nodded lightly and said, okay, I'll go back first. Afterwards, she drove away from Ning Fan's sight, but she didn't leave. Instead, she stopped not far away and looked at Ning Fan. He was waiting for a car. Not long after, a pink 911 appeared, and Ning Fan got into the passenger seat and drove away. 911? Yiling Xue was surprised and whispered, could it be that he really has a sugar daddy? Then she drove away. Jiangcheng, fast track. You cut off Lu Feng's limbs? In the car, Tang Chuchu stared at Ning Fan. How could you do such an impulsive thing? When she heard the news, she put down all the work in her hands and came directly to find Ning Fan. Ning Fan was stunned, so soon it reached your ears? Tang Chuchu raised her forehead and said in silence, do you know how much of a sensation this caused? Lu Feng is the prince of the Lu family, and he is always under the spotlight. Who wouldn't know that he had his limbs broken? Lu Ming and his wife, who were in the next city, were rushing back after hearing the news. They would be back in less than 2 hours. Ning Fan said nonchalantly, so what if his limbs were broken? Don't worry so much. If the Lu family dares to touch him, Miss Jiang will definitely be the first to disagree. Because her illness has not been completely cured, she needs him. That's the Lu family. Tang Chuchu said angrily, it's not the Chen family that I can settle for you. Ning Fan, can you think about the consequences before you do things next time? I'll take you to pick up Xiaoqiu now, and temporarily send you out of Jiangcheng. As long as you leave Jiangcheng, the Lu family's hands won't reach you. If our Tang family can win the cooperation with the Jiang family in the provincial capital this time, I will bring you and Xiaoqiu back again. If not, you and Xiaoqiu should never come back to Jiangcheng again, otherwise the Lu family will never let you go. I have a house in the provincial capital, and tomorrow I will have someone send you a bank card. Don't worry about Xiaoqiu's school, I will find someone to take care of it. With your medical skills, you and Xiaoqiu will definitely have a good life in the provincial capital. A warm current appeared in Ning Fan's heart. He never thought that Tang Chuchu would think so thoroughly for him. However, Ning Fan still tried to say, you really don't have to be so worried. I will let the Jiang family take your family into consideration when choosing a partner. When he said this, his eyes hardened, but I will definitely let the Lu family miss this opportunity. Chapter 69, I'm sorry, the other party was too ruthless. Chirp. Tang Chuchu slammed on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road, exasperated and said, Ning Fan. At this time, do you still have the heart to make jokes and make me laugh? I really can't laugh. That's the Lu family. If they want to do something to you, who can stop them? Moreover, how could you make the Jiang family not cooperate with the Lu family with just one sentence? She still didn't believe what Ning Fan said. How long had it been since Miss Jiang came from the provincial capital to Jiangcheng? How could Ning Fan possibly know her? Not to mention the matter of choosing Jiang's business partners. From now on, don't say another word. Tang Chuchu then said, listen to me. I will definitely get you out of Jiangcheng. Let you and Xiaoqiu live a life of wealth and prosperity. After I'm done with things here in Jiangcheng, I'll come find you. Ning Fan smiled helplessly, not wanting to make Tang Chuchu worry, so he nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Now Tang Chuchu is worried about herself, and he knows that whatever he says now is redundant. It's better to wait until the Jiang Rushui press conference starts and then explain to Tang Chuchu. Who? Seeing that Ning Fan had agreed, Tang Chuchu let out a sigh of relief and smiled, that's right. Then, she drove to pick up Qin Xiu, tidied up a bit, and headed towards the border of Jiangcheng. This is it. Ning Fan suddenly said, Miss Jiang's press conference is coming up soon, and you will definitely be very busy during this period of time, so you don't need to see me off. Tang Chuchu also thought of this. I will arrange for someone to send you and Xiaoqiu to the provincial capital later. Then I will hold back the Lu family on this side of Jiangcheng, so that they will not attack you and Xiaoqiu. Not long after, a phaeton appeared. Tang Chuchu gave the driver an order and then turned to Ningfan and said, "When you get to the provincial capital, be sure to let me know." Ningfan nodded and said, "Yes." Then he got into the car with Qin Xiu, and gradually the phaeton disappeared from Tang Chuchu's sight. After I finish up here in Jiangcheng, Tang Chuchu whispered, "No matter if our Tang family cooperates with the Lu family or not, I will definitely go to the provincial capital to find you." It's just that. What she didn't know was that half an hour later, the phaeton that was supposed to be heading to the provincial capital reappeared at the border of Jiangcheng and quickly disappeared. Jiangcheng Hospital. Bang! What the hell am I raising you for? Lu Ming's face was grim and he was furious. Don't you all claim to be the best doctors in Jiangcheng? Now you can't even cure my son? The doctors stood by, trembling, and didn't dare say a word. Get out! All of you! Lu Ming was furious. I don't want to see any of you now. Very soon. The doctors in the ward left quickly. Dad, Mom, I'm in pain. Lu Feng gritted his teeth. His pain was so great that tears were streaming down his face. Am I going to be disabled for the rest of my life? Is there no way I can ever stand up again? He had no feeling at all, not even the strength to lift his arm. Son, don't think too much. Lu Ming hurriedly said, I will definitely find the best doctor to treat you, and I will definitely make you stand up. If there is no doctor in Jiangcheng, then I will find one in the provincial capital, and if there is no doctor in the provincial capital, then I will find one in the whole country. I don't believe that in such a big world, no one can cure you. Lu Feng is his only son, and if something happens to him, the Lu family may very well be left without an heir. Therefore, on weekdays, he always spoiled Lu Feng. Dad! I want that person dead. Lu Feng's voice was agitated and he seemed to be going mad. I must make him pay. And Tang Chuchu, I want her to kneel before me like a dog and beg me to play with her. He was full of anger and his mind began to twist after becoming this ghostly figure. Don't worry. Lu Ming was distressed and said with clenched teeth, it was that little white face that Tang Chuchu liked, wasn't it? I've already had someone look for him. When I find him, I will definitely bring him back first and make him suffer more than death. As for Tang Chuchu, after the cooperation between our Lu family and the Jiang family is completed, we will impose economic sanctions on the Tang family, and at that time, Tang Chuchu will become a dog without a home. If she wants to survive, she will have to come to you and beg you to play with her as you wish. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with resentment and he gritted his teeth and said, Dad, are we sure that the Lu family can definitely win the cooperation with the Jiang family? Lu Ming looked proud. There may have been some mistakes before, but this time I have already made the connections, and the cooperation with the Jiang family is absolutely foolproof. No one is more qualified than our Lu family. Lu Feng licked his lips, thinking of Tang Chuchu's figure, his eyes full of desire. Suddenly, the pain in his limbs spread throughout his body, making his face pale for a moment. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed. Fenger, does it hurt? Lu Feng's face contorted in pain. Dad, it hurts. Lu Ming felt a pang of pain in his heart. Where is Zhao Yuantang? He turned and roared outside the ward. Didn't I tell you to find Zhao Yuantang? Where is he? The doctors at this hospital are incompetent, so he had to send someone to find Zhao Yuantang. Although Zhao Yuantang is a TCM doctor, his son's limbs were broken. But as long as it can slightly alleviate his son's pain, it's fine. Mr. Lu. I'm sorry, I'm late. At this time, an old and powerful voice came from outside the ward. I was delayed by some things. Lu Ming immediately got up. Dr. Zhao, please also take a look at my son's body. Zhao Yuantang nodded, his gaze shifted, and when he saw Lu Feng's body, his expression hardened. The person who did this was so cruel. He actually beat Master Lu into this state. Can Dr. Zhao cure my son? Lu Ming asked. If you can, I will give you a salary of 10 million yuan a year. Zhao Yuantang waved his hand. I'd better take a look at your son's condition first. He walked quickly to Lu Feng and rubbed his palm on Lu Feng's arm. The more he did this, the more he felt shocked and solemn. What grudge did the other party have with Lu Feng that he was tortured into this state? Suddenly, he discovered that the bones in Lu Feng's limbs had been smashed in a chaotic manner. He couldn't even relieve Lu Feng's pain. Who could have done this? Dr. Zhao, what do you think? Seeing Zhao Yuantan's face turn dark, Lu Ming asked, "Is there any way to heal my son's limbs?" Zhao Yuantang got up and sighed, "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, the other party was too ruthless. I can't heal your son. Mr. Lu, you'll have to find someone else." Lu Ming's face fell. Zhao Yuantang couldn't even heal Lu Feng. Zhao Yuantang suddenly thought of Ningfan, maybe there's someone who can do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, "Who?" Zhao Yuantang didn't answer, but instead took out his phone and called Ningfan. He lowered his tone, "Dr. Ning, I don't know where you are right now. The Lu family's young master's limbs have been broken. They want." However, before he could finish his sentence, Ningfan interrupted him, coldly saying, "Old Zhao, this is a matter between me and the Lu family. I would like to ask you not to get involved." Chapter 70, How About Becoming In-Laws? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuantang felt a chill down his back and realized why he couldn't cure Lu Feng. It turned out that it was Dr. Ning who had broken Lu Feng's limbs. That's right. In this huge city of Jiangcheng, only Dr. Ning's methods are so strange that even I can't see through them. Good. Zhao Yuantang took a deep breath, "Dr. Ning, I know about this matter." After hanging up the phone, "Mr. Lu." Zhao Yuantang looked at Lu Ming coldly, "In the future, don't come to me for your family's affairs. I'm too old to be bothered." Lu Ming was stunned. "Dr. Zhao." He asked hurriedly, "What do you mean? Did our family offend you in some way?" He felt that Zhao Yuantang was acting strangely. "Mr. Lu." Zhao Yuantang shook his head, "You didn't offend me. It was someone else. That person doesn't let me get involved in his business with your family, so I don't dare to help. Moreover, I can tell you clearly that if there is anyone in Jiangcheng who can cure your son, it is only that Dr. Ning." He got up and picked up his medical bag, intending to leave. "Dr. Ning? Who is this?" Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of a Dr. Ning in Jiangcheng. "Mr. Lu." At this time, Zhao Yuantang, who had just walked to the door of the ward, turned around and sighed, "A doctor has a benevolent heart. I can tell you that the doctor saved Mrs. Zhao's life before. In a few days, Mr. Xiaolei will hold a thank you party, and the doctor will also be there. Whether you can get the doctor's forgiveness may be your only chance." After saying that, Zhao Yuantang left. "Mrs. Xiaolei." Lu Ming muttered to himself, suddenly looking shocked, "Is that him?" No wonder this Dr. Ning is so highly regarded by Zhao Yuantang. It turns out that he once saved the life of Mr. Zhao's wife. Immediately, he looked ecstatic, "Fenger, you're saved, you're saved. Dad will definitely find that Dr. Ning and have him come over to heal you. You'll definitely be able to stand up again." Xiaolei. He is the son of the former underground world overlord of Jiangcheng. Even though his father is now seriously ill and the underground world has split into 8 factions, as long as Xiaolei's father is still alive, his status is unquestionable. Nowadays, the Lu family can afford to ignore the crows, but they have to treat the Xiao family with respect. Those who live underground are all ruthless. Family head. At this time, a man walked quickly into the ward and said in a trembling voice, "The man who broke the young master's limbs ran away." There was also a hint of panic in his tone. "He ran away?" Lu Ming frowned, "What are you doing? A little white face can also escape?" The man lowered his head, "It was Miss Tang. She sent the little white face out of Jiangcheng 2 hours in advance. According to the time, he is very likely to have already run to the provincial capital. The Lu family has a high status in Jiangcheng. But if it is in the provincial capital, it is nothing. Damn Tang family." Lu Ming gritted his teeth and was angry, "It's them again." After venting for a while, Lu Feng shouted coldly, "Get out." Hearing this, the man let out a sigh of relief and quickly turned and left. "Fenger." Lu Ming walked to the bed and whispered, "During this period of time, I will send someone to find the Dr. Ning and invite him to treat you. In addition, for our Lu family, the most important thing now is Miss Zhang's press conference. As long as we can win this cooperation, then our Lu family will soar, and at that time." At this point, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, not to mention a little Tang Chu-Chu. "Even the Tang family will have to bow to our Lu family, and all the Tang family members will kneel before you and beg for forgiveness. Jiangcheng Tang family." After Tang Chu-Chu sent Ningfan out of Jiangcheng, she quickly drove back, and she rushed straight to Tang Sihai's study. "Dad." Tang Chu-Chu bluntly asked, "Where is the project plan we designed? Let me see it." There are less than 3 days left before the press conference that Miss Jiang is holding. She wants to try her best in these 3 days. She wants to make sure that the Tang family can win this cooperation, so that Ning Fan and Qin Shou can return to Jiangcheng. Tang Xihai frowned and said, "Didn't we talk about this before? I will personally follow up on this project, and you just need to maintain the daily operations of the group." Tang Chuchu gritted her teeth and said, "But I want to try to follow up on this project with you, so that I can accumulate some experience. Moreover, the person the Jiang family sent this time is Miss Jiang. She and I are both women, so maybe we can have common topics and give our family more opportunities." She knew that her father was not satisfied with Ning Fan, so she did not mention Ning Fan in front of him. "That's fine, but don't worry about the proposal for now." Tang Xihai got up and said, "An old friend of your grandfather's has come over. He is one of the people in charge of the Jiang family's project in the provincial capital. If he can speak a few good words for us in front of Miss Jiang, then our chances of winning the project will be much higher." Upon hearing this, Tang Chuchu was excited. "Really? That's great." Her eyes were full of light. If that's the case, then the chances of Ning Fan and Qin Shou returning to Jiangcheng will also be much higher. "You weren't so excited before." Tang Xihai glanced at Tang Chuchu. "Are you hiding something from me?" Tang Chuchu hurriedly said, "No, Dad, let's go see Grandpa." Afterwards, she hurriedly pulled Tang Xihai towards Tang Guoqiang, and Tang Xihai felt that something was wrong with his daughter. Soon, the two of them arrived at the back of the Tang family courtyard, where two old men were sitting at the small stone table. One of them was Tang Guoqiang. The other was a stranger, who must be Tang Guoqiang's old friend Ren Guoqiang. Behind Ren Guoqiang stood a young man. "Grandpa." Tang Chuchu walked up and asked, "Is this Grandpa Ren?" On the way over, Tang Xihai had already told her who this person was. Ren Guoqiang. An old friend of Tang Guoqiang in the provincial capital. Many years ago, he owed her grandfather a favor. At this time, the young man behind Ren Guoqiang saw Tang Chuchu and his eyes flashed with surprise. "I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful woman in Jiangcheng." "Yes." Tang Guoqiang smiled and introduced, "Old Ren, this is my granddaughter, Chuchu." Ren Guoqiang laughed. "The last time I saw Chuchu, she was 5 years old. I didn't expect her to grow up so much and become so beautiful." Then, he said jokingly, "Old Tang, how about our two families becoming in-laws?" Chapter 71, Prove that your judgment is wrong. Ha ha ha. Tang Guoqiang was first stunned, then laughed. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, so let them get in touch with each other. In fact, compared to this grandson of Ren Guoqiang, Tang Guoqiang is still more satisfied with Ning Fan, who is neither humble nor arrogant. And he has excellent medical skills. Especially after the last incident with Tang Chuchu, Ning Fan went to the 6th district of Jiangcheng alone, which made him even more satisfied with Ning Fan. He has no background. But Tang Guoqiang believes that with his medical skills, he will one day become his own background. "Right, Lao Run." Tang Guoqiang changed the subject. "Last time on the phone, did you tell Miss Jian what I told you?" What did the other person mean? Saying this, the three of them all looked at Ren Guoqiang. "That thing." Ren Guoqiang smiled. "Miss Jiang hasn't met anyone these days, including me, so I haven't had a chance to tell her yet. But, Lao Tang, don't worry, I will. Definitely work hard on this matter. After all, we might have the opportunity to become in-laws in the future." Tang Guoqiang smiled awkwardly and quickly said, "Then thank you, Lao Run." After chatting for a while, Ren Guoqiang left. After Ren Guoqiang and his grandson left the Tang family, they got into the car. "Grandpa, are you really going to speak for the Tang family in front of Miss Jiang?" Ren Tianyu frowned and asked, "You have to know that Miss Jiang is not the type of person who likes to use back doors. If she gets angry because of this, maybe even our family will be implicated. The Jiang family has a different status in the provincial capital, not comparable to a small family like theirs." Ha ha. Ren Guoqiang sneered. "Do you really think that relying on a favor from many years ago will make me, Ren Guoqiang, take a risk? Do you know why I brought you here this time?" "Ha?" Ren Tianyu shook his head. "I don't know." Ren Guoqiang continued, "If Tang Guoqiang had been smarter and agreed to an alliance with our family, I might have really tried to help him. What a pity. This old fox always plays dumb after I mention the matter between you and his granddaughter. Humph. With this kind of attitude, he can forget about me mentioning the Tang family in front of Miss Jiang again. Moreover, I will even speak up for the Lu family. I originally wanted you to become the son-in-law of the Tang family and slowly take over the Tang family, but now it seems that I will have to use the most radical method. As long as his family can't get the cooperation of the Jiang family, bankruptcy is just around the corner. As he said, he sneered, Tang's Express, I've been jealous of it for a long time. Then, the car drove away, disappearing at the Tang family's front door. Tang family backyard. Grandpa. Tang Chu asked nervously, is he saying yes? Tang Guoqiang whispered, he owes me a favor, and he's not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. With him speaking for our Tang family, the chances of our Tang family winning the Jiang family's cooperation will be much greater this time. Tang Chu was delighted, that's great. As long as we can get this cooperation, she can get Ningfan and Xiuqiu to return to Jiangcheng. Chu. Tang Sihai suddenly said, I think you can contact Ren's grandson. He is also a handsome man, and the Ren family is also a big family in the provincial capital. If we can become relatives with him, they will definitely help us more in this matter. Tang Chu's face turned ugly. Humph. Tang Guoqiang snorted, it's her freedom to like whom she likes. We adults can't interfere with her. He knew that Tang Chu had different feelings for Ningfan. Dad. Tang Sihai raised his voice, but things are different now. Our family's situation is very bad. If we don't use special methods during this special period, it will be difficult to get through this difficult time. Moreover, Mr. Rin and you have been friends for many years. I have just observed his grandson, and he is a very nice person. But Tang Guoqiang interrupted coldly, that's enough. Our Tang family has never been interested in marriage alliances, and we're not interested now, and we won't be interested in the future. In his opinion, marriage alliances are something that useless people and families do. Dad. Tang Sihai trembled with anger, what kind of magic potion did Ningfan give you and Chu? He's just a delivery man, and he knows a little bit of medicine. Apart from that, what makes him worthy of Chu? The more he talked, the more he despised Ningfan. Just this time, at the Jiang family's press conference, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter, but the Rin family was one of the partners. How can he make up for such a gap? Tang Chu was silent. Her father was right. Ningfan really didn't have the qualifications to enter Miss Jiang's press conference. But was it his fault? No. It's just that he had no choice in his birth, and in her opinion, a second-generation scion was not as good as Ningfan. That's enough. Tang Guoqiang said coldly, don't mention this again. If our Tang family can get this cooperation with the Jiang family, that would be a blessing for our Tang family. Even if we don't get it, I don't believe that our big Tang family will fall so quickly. Chu, come with me, I'll tell you something. He got up and took Tang Chu away. Tang Sihai stared at their backs as they left, his face gloomy, and he whispered, Father. This time, Miss Jiang's press conference will prove to you that your judgment was wrong. A poor boy who only knows medicine and has no background whatsoever can in no way compare to a young master from a wealthy family. You will definitely regret it. On the other side, Tang Guoqiang took Tang Chu into the study and took out a jade pendant from the piles of books. Chu, this is for you. Tang Guoqiang said. Grandpa. Tang Chu looked at the jade pendant and asked in confusion, what is this? How come she never knew that the Tang family had such a jade pendant? Don't ask, you don't need to know now. Tang Guoqiang shook his head inside, just keep it safe. If this time the Tang family can't win the cooperation with the Lu family, then, you take this jade pendant to go to the capital. After you get there, you will be safe. He was making the worst-case scenario. Tang Guoqiang, who had been in the business world for his entire life, could not help but see that Ren Guoqiang's attitude was ambiguous. Therefore, he did not have any hope that his family could win the cooperation. Grandpa, you. Tang Chu's body trembled, did you notice something? Chapter 72, Old and Short-Sighted. No. Tang Guoqiang shook his head, I just have a bad feeling. Chu, don't think too much, go downstairs, and follow your dad to follow up on this project with the Jiang family. Let yourself accumulate more experience like this. Tang Chu pursed her lips and nodded, okay. She put the jade pendant away and turned around to leave. There were less than 3 days left before the Jiang family's press conference. She had to work hard in these 3 days. Very soon. 2 days later. On this day, in front of the Jiangcheng Convention and Exhibition Center, luxury cars gathered, and almost all the Jiangcheng dignitaries came. It was because this press conference held by the Jiang family would very likely change the current situation in Jiangcheng. At this moment, a paramera appeared. A woman in black silk got out of the car. She was Jiang Rushua's secretary, Zhang Xiaoxiao. This is Miss Jiang's secretary? The person sitting in the car must be Miss Jiang, right? Everyone stared at the Porsche, breathing heavily. However, the next person to get out of the car was not Jiang Rushua, but a young man and a young girl. Who are these two people? How could Jiang Rushua's secretary personally go to pick them up? Everyone was puzzled. When did we have such a big shot in Jiangcheng? Suddenly, someone recognized the young girl. That girl is Zhao Tiantian, the granddaughter of the famous Dr. Zhao. I saw her at Zhao Yuantang before. This time, Miss Jiang is holding a business conference, so why is the granddaughter of Dr. Zhao here? Everyone is puzzled. Zhang Xiaoxiao doesn't care about these people. She takes Zhao Tiantian and the young man into the exhibition center. At this moment, another phaeton pulls up, and an old man is sitting in the back seat. Suddenly, the old man glances and sees the young back of the man who followed Zhang Xiaoxiao into the VIP passage. He asks in confusion, Ning Fan? This old man is Tang Guoqiang. Tang Chuchu, the passenger, asked in confusion, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Tang Guoqiang said, I just saw a very familiar figure follow Miss Jiang's secretary into the VIP passage of the convention center. It looks a lot like Ning Fan. He frowned, wondering why Ning Fan would come here. Grandpa, you must be thinking about Ning Fan, right? Tang Chuchu whispered, he would never appear at the convention center. She had already sent Ning Fan to the provincial capital, and the driver she had arranged for had sent her a photo of Ning Fan in the provincial capital. Now, 2 days have passed, and it is very likely that Ning Fan and Qin Xiu have already started a new life in the provincial capital. Tang Guoqiang frowned. He couldn't figure out why Chu Chu would say such a thing this time. Isn't she usually the one who defends Ning Fan the most? Ha ha ha. Dad, Chu Chu is right this time. Tang Sihai, who was driving, laughed, you're just old and short-sighted. This is a press conference held by Miss Jiang, and everyone here is a powerful person. How could that stinky delivery guy have a chance to be here? You need an invitation to get into Miss Jiang's press conference. He's not qualified to be a waiter here. He subconsciously thought that Tang Chuchu was belittling Ning Fan, and he was very happy. Chuchu, you finally got it this time. Do you understand? Compared to the young master of the Ren family, the delivery man is nothing. Tang Chuchu didn't say a word, remaining silent. Tang Guoqiang sighed, regretting that he had wanted to bring Ning Fan along, but unfortunately, the Tang family had not received many invitations. After parking the car, they entered the convention center. At that time, in an office in the convention center, Zhang Rushua sat in an office chair, constantly looking at the young man in front of her. This person is Ning Fan. That day, in order to not worry Tang Chuchu, Ning Fan promised her to go to the provincial capital, but then he knocked the driver unconscious and took Qin Xiu back to Jiangcheng. He knew that if he really left Jiangcheng, then the chances of the Tang family winning the cooperation project would be slim. Originally, he wanted to take Qin Xiu back to the house they had rented before, but he thought of Tang Chuchu having been there before. Later, he asked Zhao Yuantang to arrange a place for him to stay. This time he had planned to come himself, but Zhao Yuantang wanted his granddaughter to come here to see the world, and Ning Fan thought that it wasn't a big deal for someone to help him out, so he brought her along. Ning Fan. Zhang Rushua's voice was like a silver bell. I heard that you've been getting close to Miss Tang lately? What is your relationship? Ning Fan quickly replied, friends. She has helped me a lot and is a very nice person. He and Tang Chuchu are strictly speaking friends now. After all, neither of them has expressed their feelings to the other. Is that so? Zhang Rushua laughed lightly, and then she looked at her secretary Zhang Xiaoxiao and said, you go tell the Tang family that this project is theirs. She came from the provincial capital this time to help Ning Fan and repay the favor of the other person. At the same time, she was also investigating Ning Fan to see if he was qualified to be her man. Miss Jiang. Ning Fan asked, the Tang family should be qualified enough to cooperate with your family, right? I don't want this to harm your family's interests. He only knew that the Tang Group was a leading company in the express delivery business, but he didn't know much about other businesses. Ning Fan really wanted to help Tang Chuchu win this cooperation, but he also needed to consider the interests of the Jiang family. After all, Miss Jiang is really good. It seems that you don't know much about the power of our Jiang family. Jiang Rushue smiled and said, as long as we are selected by the Jiang family, even if it is an unknown person in Jiangcheng, we will make him have the strength to cooperate with our Jiang family in the shortest time. And compared to you saving my life, a small cooperation project is not worth mentioning at all. Ningfan was silent, but his heart was filled with waves of emotion. Is the Jiang family really that powerful? Right, Ningfan. Jiang Rushue suddenly spoke again. If you hadn't restrained the chill in my body when I came to Jiangcheng, I might not even be able to stand in front of you now. So, to thank you, I want to invite you to come on stage later. Let everyone in Jiangcheng get to know you. Ningfan hesitated. He didn't really want to show himself in front of so many people. Otherwise, there would be too many troubles. Don't worry. Jiang Rushue continued, you just need to show up at the time. I'll take care of the rest. Chapter 73. Are you Tang Chu, Miss Tang? Okay. Jiang Rushue said this, and Ningfan could only nod and agree. I'll listen to you then. Jiang Rushue's face revealed a smile. She let Ningfan go on stage, and she naturally had her own plans. Miss Jiang, I'm going to the bathroom. Ningfan got up and said, excuse me. After Ningfan left. Miss Zhao. Zheng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, you can walk around freely. There is also food in the lobby of the convention center. If you are hungry, you can go and eat. Zhao Tiantian nodded and said, thank you, sister. Afterwards, she also left. How could she not see that Zheng Xiaoxiao had something to say to Jiang Rushue? General Jiang. After a moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao frowned and asked, you want Ningfan to go on stage to push him to the forefront? Jiang Rushue smiled and said, this is the only way to see if he has the ability, isn't it? She got up and walked to the French windows, whispering, my grandfather wants him to be my husband. But how can I be comfortable marrying someone who has no feelings and is mediocre? If Ningfan is ambitious, he will be pushed to the forefront and show his abilities. But if he has no ambition? Jiang Rushue was silent for a moment, then said, then after my press conference, everyone will know that he is my Jiang family member. As long as he doesn't compete or fight in Jiangcheng, and tries to live a peaceful life. Then these people in Jiangcheng won't go looking for trouble with him for no reason, and they will even respect him as a god because of my Jiang family's existence. With this kind of him, he will have the best life in Jiangcheng, and it will also be considered that my Jiang family has repaid the favor of that person. Two choices. It all depends on how Ningfan chooses. In fact, Jiang Rushue really wants to see Ningfan have enough ambition. Because she doesn't believe that the younger generation who helped their family would be mediocre. Xiao. Jiang Rushue spoke again, go ahead, tell the Tang family that they have been assigned this project. As for the cooperation, you can negotiate with them at that time. It's time for you to stand on your own. After this press conference, I've thought about making you the general manager of this project in Jiangcheng. Ningfan left Jiang Rushue's office and went to the bathroom. Suddenly, he frowned. Honey, that person has already called my cell phone to demand payment. What should we do now? Yang Qiqi's anxious voice rang out, are you sure we can get the Jiang family's cooperation this time? Otherwise, with an interest rate increase of 20,000 yuan a day, it will be difficult for us to pay it back. I didn't dare to tell you about this in front of Dad. I was so worried. At the time, Chen Wei filled in his and Yang Qiqi's phone numbers when he took out the loan, and now the debt collection text message is sent to her phone, and she is afraid. Chen Wei gave his word, don't worry, my father has given me his word, and the Jiang family's cooperation will definitely fall into our hands, and there will be no surprises. When the time comes, we will still have this little money, won't it be a drop in the bucket? Yang Qiqi said softly, that's good. At that time, you must buy me the bag I like, which costs 100,000 yuan, and the villa on Hidden Dragon Island, so that my grandfather and the others will be impressed by you. Don't worry. Chen Wei smiled and said, I will definitely buy it for you. 5 seconds later. A door in the men's bathroom was pushed open, and Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei came out. Suddenly, they looked up and saw Ningfan standing by the sink, his expression frozen. 3 seconds. Ningfan smiled and said playfully, very good. Instantly. Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi frowned, how is Ningfan, the stinky delivery guy, here? Yang Qiqi quickly reacted, angrily said, what are you talking about? What do you know, you piece of trash? Ningfan pointed at Chen Wei, I know he's 3 seconds. Yang Qiqi's voice suddenly stopped, and the two looked at Ningfan with anger in their eyes. Damn it! Chen Wei suddenly sneered, "You really are a piece of trash, you even managed to sneak in here." In his opinion, this was Miss Zhang's press conference, and someone like Ning Fan, who was just a delivery boy, had no business being here. Yes, he must have snuck in. Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "We're going to tell Miss Zhang right now, and have her throw this trash out." She couldn't wait to see Ning Fan get thrown out. Ning Fan smiled, "You can try." After saying that, he turned around and left. If these two really went to tell Zhang Rushuet about this, they wouldn't even know who was thrown out. No. Chen Wei stopped Yang Qiqi and sneered, "Later, Miss Zhang will announce that our Chen family is about to cooperate with their Zhang family. At that time, let this trash see how big the gap between us is. He will definitely be ashamed." Yang Qiqi's expression brightened, "Husband, you are still smart, I didn't think of this." Immediately, she looked at the back of Ning Fan as he left, and sneered, "I'm going to become a rich lady soon, and he's still the same old stinky delivery guy. This gap will only get bigger and bigger. I'm really glad I divorced him back then. Otherwise, where would I have such a good life now? Just wait. After tonight, when Grandpa sees how capable you are and how poor Ning Fan is, he will definitely regret treating you like that. At that time, Grandpa will know who is the real opportunity for the Yang family, you or Ning Fan." Soon, the two left the bathroom and waited for the official start of the press conference. Convention Center, Hall. Tang Chuchu and the others walked in, and she saw Ren Guochang at a glance. "Grandpa, isn't that Grandpa Ren? Why is he standing with the Lu family?" At this moment, Tang Guochang and Tang Chuchu also looked at Ren Guochang's position, frowned, and they were now competitors with the Lu family. Seeing Ren Guochang walk with them, they naturally felt uncomfortable. It may be a business relationship. Tang Guochang opened his mouth, but his eyes were sad. "Don't worry about it. I believe he won't go back on his word." He said this just to make Tang Chuchu and Tang Sihai feel better, but in the end, he had already predicted it. Suddenly, Zheng Xiaoxiao appeared in their eyes. She walked up to Tang Chuchu and said, "Are you Tang Chuchu, Miss Tang?" Tang Guochang and the other two were stunned. They didn't know this woman either. Tang Chuchu quickly asked, "Yes, who are you?" "I am Miss Zhang's secretary." Zheng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Miss Zhang asked me to tell you that the Zhang family has decided to give the project in Jiangqing to your family. After the press conference, please go directly to the Tang Hotel to discuss the details of the cooperation." Chapter 74. Are you leaving already? Tang Sihai and Tang Chuchu were stunned, and then an expression of disbelief appeared in their eyes. Really? Tang Guochang's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Please also tell Miss Zhang that after the press conference, we will definitely go to the Tang Hotel to treat her well." He really didn't expect that this project would actually fall on their family. What a great thing. "I will." Zheng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Then I won't bother Mr. Tang and Miss Tang." After that, she turned and left. "It's done. It's really done." Tang Sihai said excitedly, "Our Tang family really won the cooperation with the Zhang family, and the group is saved." Tang Chuchu whispered, "Ning Fan, Xiaoqiu, I will come and pick you up soon." She couldn't wait to send a message to Ning Fan, asking him to bring Qin Shou to the provincial capital and wait for her. She would be there soon. "Dad. This time, it must be because Ren Lasher mentioned our Tang family in front of Miss Jiang." Tang Sihai hurriedly said, "Should we go over to thank him?" Originally, the chances of their Tang family winning this competition were very slim. However, after his father met Ren Guochang yesterday, the project was awarded to their Tang family today. In his opinion, all of this was definitely the credit of Ren Guochang. Tang Guochang thought the same way, and he nodded, "We should thank old Ren properly. Let's go, we'll go together." He took the lead and headed towards where Ren Guochang and the others were. "Chu Chu." Tang Sihai told Tang Chuchu, "When you see Ren's grandson, you must make good contact with him, do you hear? Since I heard you say that on the bus, I knew that you had already seen the difference between Ning Fan and these rich young masters. I am doing this for your own good. A poor boy like him without a background is not worthy of you." Tang Chuchu did not say anything. She was immersed in the joy of Ning Fan's return to Jiangcheng. She was thinking about what she would say to Ning Fan when she saw him in the provincial capital. "Grandpa. Isn't that Tang Guochang and the others?" Ran Tianyu pointed at Tang Guochang and the others and said, "They're coming over here." Ren Guochang frowned. Lu Ming also saw Tang Chuchu, and there was resentment flashing in the depths of his eyes. This is the woman. She made his son a quadriplegic. After the press conference is over, and after his family has secured the cooperation with the Jiang family, he will make this woman serve his son for the rest of his life. Old Ron. Soon, Tang Guoqiang walked over to Ren Guochang and laughed, saying, "I really have to thank you for agreeing to speak for us in front of Miss Jiang." Ren Guochang said indifferently, "For me, it's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." He readily agreed to this face-saving matter, because the Tang family would not be able to win the cooperation with the Jiang family anyway, and he would not have contact with Miss Jiang. Who knows if he, Ren Guochang, had mentioned this matter in front of Miss Jiang. Old Ron. This may be a small matter for you. Tang Sihai smiled and said, "But for our Tang family, this is a big matter that can save our Tang family from bankruptcy. My father plans to set up a table at the Tang Hotel after the press conference, and hopes that Mr. Ren can come celebrate with us." At this time, Ren Guochang was a little confused after hearing Tang Sihai's words. How did he make it sound like he had won the Jiang family's cooperation project for the Tang family? "Mr. Tang," Lu Ming said in a strange voice, "did your Tang family win the cooperation project with the Jiang family?" "How did Mr. Lu know that our Tang family won the project?" Tang Sihai smiled proudly. "I didn't expect that Mr. Lu has such a sharp ear and knew so quickly." But just as he finished speaking, Lu Ming burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Tang Sihai, are you daydreaming? Miss Jiang hasn't even announced it yet. How do you know that your family has won the contract?" "Had ha!" Tang Sihai sneered. "I might as well tell you, Miss Jiang's secretary just came to tell us that your family has been chosen as the Jiang family's partner. How could this be fake?" He believed that no one would dare to impersonate Miss Jiang's secretary at this press conference. Tang Guoqiang then looked at Ren Guochang. "Old Ren, didn't you mention our Tang family to Miss Jiang, so that she made this decision?" How could he react like he didn't know anything about this? Ha ha ha. How could old Ren speak for your Tang family? Lu Ming sneered. "Do you know? Miss Jiang hates people who use backdoor channels the most. If she finds out that you spoke for your family, you might even be implicated, understand?" In an instant, Tang Guoqiang and the other two were stunned. "I think someone is impersonating Miss Jiang's secretary to make you laugh, right?" Lu Ming sneered. "Gee, Mr. Tang, have you become so confused? You've been fooled." Lu Ming said this, and Tang Guoqiang's heart began to waver. "Old Tang." Ren Guochang shook his head. "Mr. Lu is right, I have not mentioned your Tang family in front of Miss Jiang. As for who was chosen to be the Jiang family's partner, Miss Jiang will personally announce it on stage, and will not let her secretary say it in private, so I also think you have been deceived." Instantly, Tang Guoqiang's face was burning with pain. "Deceived? Let's go," he said angrily. "Let's go home." He couldn't bear to lose face like this, so he turned and left. Tang Sihai's face was ugly. Tang Chuchu was a little resentful. She felt a little guilty, and shouldn't have sent Ningfan a message so early, making him feel happy for nothing. "Are you leaving already?" Lu Ming smiled smugly. "Why? Don't you want to see how the Lu family won this cooperation?" Suddenly, a glamorous hostess walked onto the stage, and her clear voice rang out in every corner of the convention center. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this press conference hosted by Miss Jiang. Next, please welcome Miss Jiang to the stage to announce the companies that will be cooperating with the Jiang family on the development project." Soon, Jiang Rushue, wearing a black skirt, walked onto the stage. Her beautiful face caused the convention center to fall into a moment of silence. Jiang Rushue spoke, her voice like a silver bell. "This time, the project that our Jiang family is developing in Jiangcheng will be divided into a main project and a sub-project. In the 7 days since I came from the provincial capital to Jiangcheng, I have witnessed the strength of many groups and the plans you have designed. Among them, the company that attracted me the most was the Tang Group, so the main project to be developed in Jiangcheng this time will be carried out by my Jiang family and the Tang family together. I hope that our two families can establish a new business card for Jiangcheng." Chapter 75. Don't let the Chen family be in charge of the project. The Tang family? The main project was won by the Tang family? When Jiang Rushue finished speaking, the crowd at the convention center was stunned, and then they exploded. Everyone was surprised by the result. Tang Guoqiang and his entourage, who had already planned to leave, also stopped and were stunned. Then their expressions became agitated and their breathing quickened. They had never expected that the news from Miss Jiang's secretary, who had just come to find them, was true. Tang Chuchu's eyes were moist. She had not let Ningfan Bai be happy for nothing. The Tang family had really won the cooperation with the Jiang family. Could Miss Jiang have made a false announcement? How could this be? Unlike the Tang family, Lu Ming's smile froze, and his face was ugly. He could not believe this result. But this was announced by Miss Jiang herself. He had no right to question it. He was frustrated in his heart, and glared at the Tang family viciously before turning and leaving. Ren Guochang frowned. This shouldn't be the case. How could the main project go to the Tang family? The convention center, in another corner. Does this project still have a main project and a sub-project? Chen Weiwei was stunned. Dad, this means that the sub-project is what our family is competing for. He only knew that his father had met Miss Jiang, but he really didn't understand the project. Right. Chen Nianji nodded. With our family's strength, we are not yet qualified to develop the main project. However, even if it is a sub-project, as long as our family can do a good job, we can also enter the billion-dollar asset club. Chen Wei's breathing was short and his eyes were burning. Yang Qiqi was so excited that she couldn't help it. She had never seen so much money. Yang Qiqi suddenly thought of something and her face changed slightly. Honey, we had a conflict with Miss Tang before. Will she stop us from winning the sub-project? Chen Wei frowned, and he also thought of this matter, but he soon relaxed. Before, we had a conflict with Miss Tang because of Ningfan. Chen Wei smiled, but now it's different, because Ningfan has already been abandoned by Miss Tang. As long as we go and apologize to Miss Tang, and Miss Jiang has already met my father in private. In that case, how could Miss Tang make things difficult for us? Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up. That's right. Oh, it's a good thing that Miss Tang saw Ningfan's trashy nature early on, otherwise this trash might have ruined our plan. Chen Wei sneered. He's a trash. Where does he have that kind of ability? It's just that this trash is too timid. After we scared him in the bathroom, he slipped away. Otherwise, later on, he would have seen our Chen family win the sub-project, and this would have made him see the gap between him and me. It's a bit of a pity. Yang Qiqi smiled. Honey, what does a trash like him know? Although we can only win the sub-project, I will tell my grandfather about this. At that time, he will still look up to you, and he will also regret looking down on you before. I don't want you to be wronged in my family. Chen Wei was in a good mood. The sub-project will be. Zhang Ruxue then spoke up. She glanced at the audience and finally landed on Chen Nianji. The three members of the Chen family were excited. The other guests were all breathing heavily, waiting for Zhang Ruxue to announce it. Miss Jian. At this moment, a person suddenly said, I hope you don't let the Chen family be in charge of the sub-project. This person was Tang Chuchu. In an instant, all the people's gazes fell on Tang Chuchu, and their eyes twitched. No one expected her to come forward and say such a thing. Does Miss Tang have a grudge against the Chen family? Gleam. Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi's heart suddenly stopped. How could this be? Didn't Tang Chuchu already disown her relationship with Ningfan? Why would she say something like this at this time? Chen Nianji's face turned dark. Miss Tang. It seems that the Chen family has not offended you, right? I don't know what you mean by this. Zhang Ruxue also looked at Tang Chuchu deeply. Chuchu, what are you doing? Tang Sihai's face changed, and he quickly said, the selection of the sub-project leader is Ms. Zhang's business. How can you influence Miss Zhang's thoughts? Apologize to Miss Jiang. He was scared. If Miss Jiang got angry and took back the opportunity for the Tang family to be in charge of the main project, it would be over. Tang Guoqiang also frowned. In his impression, Chuchu was not the type of person who could do such an impolite thing. Miss Jian. However, Tang Chuchu still firmly said, I still want you to think about it more. The Tang family is not suitable to be in charge of the sub-project. At the villa, Tang Chuchu had promised Ningfan that as long as the Tang family could win the main project, she would tell Zhang Ruxue that she did not want the sub-project to fall into the hands of the Chen family. She originally wanted to tell Zhang Ruxue about this in private, but she did not expect Zhang Ruxue to announce the person in charge of the sub-project at this press conference. So, she had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, once Zhang Ruxue announced it, the whole city of Jiangcheng would know about it, and it would be very difficult to make the Chen family lose the identity of being in charge of the sub-project. Miss Jian. Chen Nianji glared at Tang Chuchu viciously and hurriedly said to Zhang Ruxue, please don't listen to her nonsense. Our Chen family is definitely the most suitable company to be in charge of the sub-project. Please give our Chen family a chance. He was now tempted to kill Tang Chuchu. This crazy woman. Miss Jiang. Chen Wei hurriedly explained, Tang Chuchu had a conflict with us. She is saying these things now because she wants to stand up for another man. Please consider carefully, if the person in charge of the main project has such a selfish motive, how will she be able to develop the project properly? It might even cause the project to fail. Miss Tang. Yang Qiqi pointed at Tang Chuchu and scolded, You're doing this for a stinky delivery boy, a piece of trash that I don't want. Now you're not even paying attention to Miss Jiang? Are you trying to embarrass her by saying such things in public? For a moment, all the guests present looked strange. They didn't expect this to happen at the press conference held by Miss Jiang. They were also curious. What kind of man is worth making Miss Tang do this? Tang Sihai's face was black as if he had been struck by lightning. His daughter was talking like this because of Ning Fan? Tang Chuchu, come back here. Tang Sihai said coldly, Do you want to become a sinner in our Tang family? Do you know how important this cooperation is to our Tang family? By causing a scene like this, do you want to make Miss Jiang angry and make her take this main project away from us? Tang Chuchu bit her lower lip and didn't say a word. Miss Tang. Suddenly, Jiang Rushue spoke up, Is it because of a person named Ning Fan that you don't want the Chen family to be in charge of this sub-project? Chapter 76 Do you have anything to say? Ning Fan? Tang Chuchu's body trembled when she heard this name from Jiang Rushue, and her heart was filled with waves of fear. How did Miss Jiang know Ning Fan? Chen Wei was stunned. Yang Qiqi's body was stiff. The two were a bit confused, and like Tang Chuchu, they thought that with Miss Jiang's status, how could she know a delivery man? It really is. Jiang Rushue smiled, It seems that he still weighs heavily in your heart. After a moment, Jiang Rushue's gaze swept over the crowd, and she smiled slightly. The decision to hold this press conference today is one of the project partners. There is also one more thing. I want to take advantage of this press conference to publicly thank someone. If it weren't for him, then I wouldn't be standing on this stage today. Jiang Rushue's gaze shifted, landing on the backstage location. Soon, a shadow of a man appeared in the lights. A moment later, under everyone's gaze, a man walked out from the backstage and gradually walked to Jiang Rushue. When they saw this man, the exhibition center was deathly silent. Tang Chuchu's 5 fingers were gathered, and his eyes trembled as he stared at the man. Tang Sihai's heart sank. Tang Guiqiang also widened his eyes and stared at the man. How could he be standing next to Miss Jiang? You have to know. No, it's impossible. Yang Qiqi was shocked. How could it be him? How could he be standing next to Jiang Rushue? Chen Wei's face was dark and he stared at the man standing next to Jiang Rushue. Ning Fan, do you have anything to say? Jiang Rushue smiled, Say whatever you want. Yes. The man standing next to Jiang Rushue at this moment was Ning Fan. Miss Jiang. Can you not let the Chen family be the person in charge of the sub-project? He said he would make Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi pay the price. Don't you want to use this project to enter the billion-dollar asset club? When you were in the parking lot, didn't you brag that the Chen family would win the cooperation with the Jiang family? Didn't you belittle him by saying that Ning Fan was a waste? At that time, did you ever think that the waste you were talking about could now make the Chen family lose the opportunity to cooperate with the Jiang family with just one sentence? Okay. I'll do as you say. Jiang Rushue nodded, I'll let the Tang family choose the person in charge of the sub-project again. What do you think? There was a deathly silence. The guests all looked at Ning Fan in shock. Who is this man? Miss Jiang is actually asking for his opinion. Tang Sihai was silent and said nothing. Is this really the man he had looked down on before? He couldn't understand. How did a delivery man meet the powerful Miss Jiang? Thank you. Ning Fan said thank you, I'll leave first. He turned around and was about to leave the stage. Ning Fan, I was wrong. Chen Wei suddenly fell to his knees, Please, beg in front of Miss Jiang to let our Chen family win this cooperation. I know I was wrong. At that time, when I first met Ning Fan in the parking lot, how arrogant was he? He is the eldest son of the Chen family. He was the one who was about to win the cooperation with the Jiang family. In his eyes, Ning Fan was a waste of life at the bottom. He never imagined that he would one day kneel down to Ning Fan, and in front of so many people. But he had no choice. He owed 2 million in loans, and the interest was over 10,000 a day. If he couldn't win the cooperation with the Jiang family, how was he going to repay the money? Yang Qiqi's face turned pale, and she stood there trembling. She thought of what her grandfather had said. The Yang family's opportunity has been ruined by you. You will regret it. However, no matter how she thought about it, she could not imagine how Ningfan knew Miss Jiang. And his words could still carry so much weight. Could it be that this waste Ningfan was really the Yang family's opportunity? Suddenly, Yang Qiqi's body trembled violently again. Ningfan did not pay any attention to Chen Wei and left directly, finding Zhao Tian, if those people come over later, you can handle it for me. Just tell them that it was Miss Jiang who asked me to come here to see the world on your grandfather's behalf. He could foresee that after the press conference, these guests would come to bother him. He didn't like trouble. It would be fine to explain to Tang Chuchu afterwards. Ah. Okay. Zhao Tian nodded. I know, brother Ningfan. Suddenly, Ningfan's phone rang, and it was Fang Shuxin calling. Brother Ningfan. Fang Shuxin's voice came through. Are you free now? Something happened to my mom. Can you come over to my house? Ningfan's heart tightened, and he quickly said, Shuxin, don't cry. I'll be right there. Brother Fang is so good to me. Now that something has happened to his family, Ningfan will definitely help if he can. He quickly hung up the phone. Tian, I have some things to do at the moment, so I won't be able to go home with you today. You can find Miss Jiang later and ask her to arrange for someone to take you home. After giving Zhao Tian his instructions, Ningfan left directly. Tian. Where is Ningfan? After the press conference, Tang Chuchu ran to Zhao Tian as soon as possible and asked, wasn't he here just now? Her grandfather had been in poor health, and Zhao Yuantang would often go to the Tang family, sometimes bringing Zhao Tian alone. So, Tang Chuchu and Zhao Tian also knew each other. Brother Ningfan had to leave for something. Zhao Tian blinked. It seems quite urgent. Tang Chuchu frowned. Urgent matter? Tian. Tang Sihai suddenly asked, why are you with that useless Ningfan? Did you come to this press conference together? Zhao Tian nodded. Yes, Uncle Tang. 2 days ago, my grandfather treated Miss Jiang, and when he heard that Miss Jiang was going to hold a press conference, he thought that there were many important people here, so he asked me to come with brother Ningfan to see the world. Hearing this, Tang Sihai smiled, so he was able to get in here because of Dr. Zhao. The original tension disappeared with Zhao Tian's words, and he thought that Ningfan really had something to do with Miss Jiang. It's true, Miss Jiang is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, and Ningfan is just a delivery man. One is in the sky, and the other is on the ground, so how could these two people have a real intersection? As for Miss Jiang's recent public thanks to Ningfan, it may be that Miss Jiang was not feeling well, and Ningfan happened to know a little bit about medicine and helped her recover. This is just an ordinary doctor-patient relationship. Tang Chuchu also let out a sigh of relief, but she was afraid that Ningfan would leave too quickly and she would not be able to keep up with him. After seeing Ningfan's medical skills, she believed that one day, Ningfan would become a dragon that everyone would be unable to climb. Then, Tian. Suddenly, Tang Chuchu thought of something. Have you been with Ningfan these 2 days? Zhao Tian nodded. Yes. Tang Chuchu smiled wryly. It seems that when she sent Ningfan away, he came straight back. Tian, do you know why Miss Jiang chose our Tang family to be the person in charge of the main project? Tang Chuchu then asked, did Ningfan mention our Tang family in front of Miss Jiang? Chapter 77, Please Master Zhou, help. Before, Ningfan had mentioned many times in front of her that he would have Jiang choose the Tang family when selecting a partner. At that time, she thought that Ningfan was teasing her because she was in a bad mood. However, now that she saw Ningfan standing next to Jiang, Tang Chuchu was shaken. Zhao Tian was silent. She didn't know whether she should tell Tang Chuchu. When Ningfan just left, he told her to handle it well. Chuchu, what are you thinking? Tang Sihai suddenly laughed. It must be that Miss Jiang has taken a fancy to our Tang family's strength and chosen us. How could Miss Jiang make a decision so casually because of him, Ningfan? Didn't you hear Gua Chang say that Miss Jiang is the person who dislikes going through the back door the most? If it weren't for Ningfan getting to know Dr. Zhao because of our Tang family, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter here. Tang Chuchu did not say anything. Is that true? Okay. Tang Guoqian said discontentedly, don't say anymore. Let's pack up and go to the hotel, don't let Miss Jiang wait anxiously. Tang Sihai and the two of them only reacted then, and Miss Jiang's secretary had come here before to tell them to go to the Tang Hotel after the press conference. Subsequently, the three of them left and went to the Tang Hotel. While in the car, Tang Chuchu sent a text message to Ning Fan, asking him where he was. She had a lot of questions she wanted to ask him. Outside of Jiangcheng, there are several dilapidated rental houses here, with cheap rent. The Fong family lives here. Ning Fan, who had left the convention center, took a taxi here. Brother Ning Fan. Fang Xuxin was already waiting for Ning Fan. She waved her hand and said, over here. Ning Fan ran up to her and could see that the little girl's eyes were swollen and red, so she must have been crying. Ning Fan asked, what happened? Fang Xuxin's voice was full of tears, I don't know what happened. My mother was fine when she went to bed last night, but no matter how I called her this morning, she wouldn't wake up. My dad and I took her to the hospital, but after a series of tests, the doctor said that my mother's condition was stable and there was nothing wrong with her. Ning Fan asked, has your mother been sleeping for a day and a night? Fang Xuxin nodded with tears in her eyes, yes, no matter how I called her, she wouldn't wake up, just like a vegetable. Ning Fan frowned, let's go, first take me to see how your mother is doing. Fang Xuxin didn't think much about it. As she walked with Ning Fan to her home, she said, Brother Ning Fan, my father asked me to call you over because he was afraid that I would be in danger if I took care of my mother alone. I want you to stay with me. Ning Fan was puzzled, where did your father go? Fang Xuxin replied, my father suspects that there is something dirty on my mother's body. He heard that a Taoist priest has come to the village next door, so he is now going there to ask the other party to come and take a look at my mother. Dirty things? It is possible, but I have to see for myself what is going on. Soon. Ning Fan followed Fang Xuxin to the rental house. A woman was lying in bed, motionless, and her face was a little pale. This person is Fang Yuanquan's wife, Lin Su. Ning Fan opened his spiritual eyes, but he didn't find anything dirty on Lin Su. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt a very strong aura here. It was even stronger than the villa on the top of the Tibetan Dragon Island. However, he didn't think too much about it. The most important thing now was to first determine the cause of Lin Su's illness. He was about to take her pulse. Xuxin opened the door quickly. At this time, Fang Yuanquan's voice sounded outside the door, Master Zhou is coming. Afterwards, Ning Fan saw Fang Yuanquan rush into the house, followed by a man wearing a Taoist robe. The whole person looked like a Taoist immortal. Ning Fan, you've come too? Seeing Ning Fan, Fang Yuanquan apologized, I'm really bothering you today. Ning Fan smiled, it's okay, brother Fang, you've helped me a lot before. Since he went to work at the courier station, Fang Yuanquan has helped him a lot. I'll treat your sister-in-law first. Fang Yuanquan continued, I'll treat you later. Ning Fan nodded, he originally wanted to tell Fang Yuanquan that he could take a look at Lin Su's condition. However, after thinking that Fang Yuanquan had already found someone, he didn't say anything. If this person couldn't cure Lin Su, he would step in. Master Zhou. Fang Yuanquan said nervously, thank you. Zhou Yuan nodded with a masterly air, I have felt the strong yin energy since I entered here. Your wife has indeed entered something dirty, but Mr. Fang, don't worry, as long as I am here, I will definitely expel that dirty thing and let your wife wake up. Fang Yuan heard that Lin Su could wake up, and his expression brightened, I'm sorry to trouble Master Zhou. It's just that. However, Ning Fan, who was standing next to him, frowned. As a cultivator, he was very sensitive to all kinds of energy, and there was no yin energy here at all, as Zhou Yuan had said. In addition, he had already used the Zijin Divine Eye to look at it, and he could also be sure that there was no impurity in Lin Su's body. If this Master Zhou really had the ability, he would not be able to see this. Ning Fan looked at Zhou Yuan warily. He wanted to see what this Master Zhou was up to. Well, if I do it, the price will be very high. Zhou Yuan continued, 200,000. There is an 80% chance that I can make your wife wake up. When this figure was announced, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Such an expensive price? Ning Fan glanced at Zhou Yuan and raised the corner of his mouth. It turned out to be for money. Brother Fang. Ning Fan said, sister-in-law, this is not at all because of a dirty thing possessing her body. I know some medical skills. Why don't I take a look at your sister-in-law? He knew that Fong Yuan didn't have much money in the bank, and he didn't want him to throw away the money for nothing.
Ning Fan. Fong Yuan frowned.
Last time at the courier station, he did know that Ning Fan had some medical skills. But even the advanced equipment in the hospital couldn't find out what was wrong with his wife, and Ning Fan could see it with his eyes? He didn't believe it in his heart.
Humph. Zhou Yuan snorted, where did this brat dare to question me? Then
he looked at Fong Yuan and said lightly, Mr. Fong, if you don't believe me, I'll leave now. However, I can tell you that only I can remove the dirty things in your wife's body. After saying that, he turned his back without mercy and was about to leave. Please, Master Zhou, help. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, as long as my wife wakes up, I'm willing to give you 200,000. Chapter 78 But I have. This is a matter of my wife's life.
Fong Yuan did not dare to gamble.
At the express delivery site, Ning Fan did cure his severed right hand in a short time.
But now even the hospital equipment can't find out what's wrong with his wife. How can Ning Fan see it with his own eyes?
Ning Fan sighed, he knew Fong's concern, and nodded.
In that case, I will give it a shot. Zhou Yuan stroked his beard, what happens next will be beyond your understanding. So, don't bother me. Fong Yuan took 2 steps back, Master Zhou, please.
Zhou Yuan lifted his foot and walked to Lin Su's bedside. The Supreme Star, with no stopping in his response, exorcises demons and binds spirits, protects life and body, is wise and pure, has a peaceful mind, and the 3 souls are forever fixed, the spirit is not lost, the Supreme Lord is in a hurry as the law commands.
At this time,
Zhou Yuan spoke with conviction, his eyes shining, and he extended 2 fingers and wiped them across his forehead before raising his hand and placing it on Lin Su's forehead. Ning Fan's eyes were calm, acting like a ghost.
Fong Xinyu couldn't help but move closer to Ning Fan, hiding behind him, scared. Fong Yuan dared not speak, and looked at Lin Su with worried eyes.
Break! Zhou Yuan spat out a word, and his palm was about to land on Lin Su's body.
At this moment,
Ning Fan quickly stepped forward to stop his actions and said coldly, stop it. There is nothing dirty on your sister-in-law's body. Even if you do this for a long time, there is no way to make her wake up. Then, he looked at Fong Yuan again and said seriously, Brother Fong, I will do something to make your sister-in-law better.
Ning Fan did not want Fong Yuan to waste 200,000 yuan. Zhou Yuan's face was extremely ugly when he was interrupted by Ning Fan. Mr. Fong. He turned around and said in a bad mood, I don't care about this matter anymore. Also, transfer the money to my account within 2 days. Mr. Fong Yuan's face turned pale. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. Master Zhou. Fong Yuan pleaded, Ning Fan is still young, don't be too hard on him. I apologize to you on his behalf.
He was a little regretful. If he had known that Ning Fan would act like this, he shouldn't have called him over. Now that he has done this, he has angered Master Zhou.
Is there any hope for his wife?
Humph. Zhou Yuan glanced at Ning Fan.
Didn't he say that he could cure your wife? Why is Mr. Fong still begging me? Fong Yuan smiled wryly.
After seeing Zhou Yuan's display of power just now, he had already begun to waver in his heart. His wife really might have been possessed by something evil. Although Ning Fan knows some medical skills, how can he expel the dirty things from his wife's body? Therefore, in Fong Yuan's view, the only hope now is Zhou Yuan.
I won't do it again.
Zhou Yuan was arrogant, pointing at Ning Fan, unless you get rid of that person.
Fong Yuan hesitated. Ning Fan. After a while, he still came forward and sighed, please, Fong, don't make trouble here anymore, okay? After your sister-in-law gets better, our family will treat you to a meal. Only.
At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly spoke up, Brother Fong, has your sister-in-law been to the cemetery these days?
Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan suddenly turned around and stared at Fong Shuxin. Fong Shuxin shook his head, Dad, I haven't told Brother Ning Fan about this. Ning Fan smiled, it seems that you have. Brother Fong, can you tell me more about this?
I suspect that the reason why my sister-in-law fainted has something to do with the fact that she went to the cemetery.
Fong Yuan was silent, his expression hesitant. Ha!
Zhou Yuan, however, sneered coldly, nowadays, the only place where dirty things can appear in a living person's body is the cemetery.
Even a fool can guess. Fong Yuan was startled. Zhou Yuan was right. This old bastard. Ning Fan frowned. He didn't expect him to come out and cause trouble. There was nothing he could do, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Fong, tell me what happened to your sister-in-law at the cemetery. If I still can't wake her up in 10 minutes after I know the cause and effect, I'll get up and leave." After hearing this, Fong Yuanquan gave Ningfan this opportunity and told him in detail. After listening, Ningfan frowned and said, "Brother Fong, did your sister-in-law bring anything back when she came back?" Fong Yuanquan frowned and thought carefully. "I remember now."
Fang Shuxin suddenly said, "Brother Ningfan, my mother did bring something back from the cemetery that day. It was crumpled and had a lot of blood on it, and it looked really ugly. I told my mother to throw it away, but she said it was a good thing." At this point, her face changed. "Oh, right, Brother Ningfan. My mother seemed to have taken it out again last night before going to bed." After listening to Fang Shuxin's description, Ningfan's heart started pounding. He said excitedly, "Shuxin, where is that thing? Can you bring it out for me to see?" If it really is the thing he guessed, then he is really in luck this time. Zhou Yuan also frowned. "I'll go get it now." Fang Shuxin turned around and hurriedly ran into the bedroom, took out a box, and handed it to Ningfan. "Brother Ningfan, that thing is in here." Aura. When he got the box, Ningfan felt an extremely strong aura. He reached out and opened the box, and then the thing that Fang Shuxin had described appeared in his vision. He also discovered that a corner of the thing had been cut off. It was this thing. Zhou Yuan's body shook. Fang Yuanquan was puzzled and asked hurriedly, "Master Zhou, what is this?" Fang Shuxin also tilted his head, curious. "Brother Fang." Ningfan spoke first. "This is a Meaty-Lingji, or, in our words, it is also called a Tai Sui." Tai Sui? Fang Yuanquan's mouth opened wide. It was because of this that his sister-in-law fainted. Ningfan said with certainty, Tai Sui generally grows in cold, damp places like cemeteries. If it is not handled properly before being eaten, it will cause a situation like his sister-in-law's. Fang Yuanquan's heart tightened. Then, "Ningfan, can your sister-in-law still wake up?" He was only worried about Lin Su's safety. After eating the Tai Shou, Ningfan had not answered yet, but Zhou Yuan had already spoken up. It would become a state of living death, with no possibility of recovery. Bang! Fang Yuanquan's eyes went dark and he was about to collapse to the ground. Fortunately, Ningfan was quick and caught him. "Brother Fang." Ningfan looked at him and said seriously, "Don't worry, others may not have a way to heal your sister-in-law. But I do." Chapter 79, You Want to Leave Already? Fang Yuanquan was excited. "Ningfan, can you really make my wife wake up?" Fang Shuxin's eyes also rose with hope. Ningfan nodded, "Yes. In half an hour, my sister-in-law will wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, "Ha!" Zhou Yuan snorted and said, "This is a joke. I have never seen anyone who can wake up after eating the Tai Shou." Then he sneered, "If you can make her wake up, I'll eat the whole plant today." The plant is not only grown in a strange place, it is also strange itself. Zhou Yuan once saw a vegetable who had eaten the plant and had been in a state of living dead. The most important thing is that the person was a very powerful person, and even he was like this. How could Lin Su wake up? Ningfan didn't pay any attention to Zhou Yuan. He got up and walked to the bed, put his finger on Lin Su's neck and felt what was going on inside her body. Since he already knew that it was the Ta Sui that made Lin Su faint, then Ningfan could also prescribe the right medicine. What he had to do now was to sense the Ta Sui aura in Lin Su's body and absorb it. Very quickly, he sensed that the weak Ta Sui aura was gathering in Lin Su's stomach. She was an ordinary person and had no way of absorbing this aura. In secret, Ningfan used the swallowing heaven technique, and the qi in Lin Su's body began to enter Ningfan's body along her meridians. Feeling the surging qi, Ningfan was excited. It was so great. As long as he absorbed the Ta Sui, he would probably break through to the second level of the qi refining stage. At that time, he would be much closer to catching up with his parents. However, Fang Yuanquan and the others, as ordinary people, simply could not sense the existence of the spiritual energy. All they could see was Ningfan placing his finger on Lin Su's neck, doing nothing. He could not help but frown, doubting whether Ningfan could really make his wife wake up by doing this. "You don't think that just placing your finger on her hand will make her wake up, do you?" Seeing that half an hour was about to pass, Zhou Yuan sneered and said, "I've never seen such a method of treatment before. If it doesn't work,
give up early and don't waste your energy. At this moment,
Fang Yuanquan's eyes also became dim, and he, who had never shed a tear, had red eyes.
Fang Xuxin had already been in tears.
At this moment, Ning Fan's body shook, and after a moment, he raised his finger. His efforts were not in vain, and after half an hour of absorption, the aura in Lin Su's body completely disappeared.
Ning Fan, don't blame yourself.
Fang Yuanquan saw Ning Fan's movements and thought he had failed.
You go back to bed.
He looked several years older, his eyes dull and lifeless.
Huh?
Ning Fan was puzzled, and soon understood what Fang Yuanquan meant. He laughed nervously. Brother Fang, my sister-in-law is already better.
She will wake up soon.
What?
Brother Ning Fan, are you serious? Fang Xuxin immediately asked, can my mother really wake up? Ning Fan smiled, Xuxin, when have I ever lied to you? Fang Yuanquan was silent, not saying a word, but in his heart, he didn't believe what Ning Fan said.
If Ning Fan could really put his finger on Lin Su's neck for half an hour, he could make her wake up.
Then how could the hospital equipment not be able to detect her physical condition? Cough cough.
However, at this moment, Lin Su, who was lying in bed, suddenly coughed, and Fang Yuanquan's pupils contracted in an instant.
Wife. He rushed to Lin Su's bed and said nervously, are you awake? Gradually. Lin Su opened her eyes and said confusedly, what's wrong with me? At this moment, Fang Yuanquan could no longer control his emotions. His wife had really woken up.
Ning Fan had really cured his wife.
Fang Xuxin also jumped up excitedly, thank you, brother Ning Fan. Only Zhou Yuan had a blank look in his eyes. This is impossible. After he reacted, he exclaimed, how could she wake up after eating the Ta Sui? The big shot in the provincial capital can only be a living dead.
This scene that happened in front of him completely shattered his previous perception.
This is the Ta Sui, how could someone wake up after eating the Ta Sui?
He looked at Ning Fan, suddenly thought of something, his face quickly changed, and he turned to run away.
But
Ning Fan immediately blocked him, looking at Zhou Yuan with amusement.
What do you want? Zhou Yuan's face turned pale, and then he angrily said, what? Do you still want to restrict my personal freedom? He was still a little afraid of Ning Fan. You want to leave already? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed, did you forget something? Zhou Yuan's face suddenly turned ugly. Eat all those taos?
Not to mention whether he would die directly, even if he fainted like Lin Su, with the attitude he just had towards Ning Fan.
How would Ning Fan save him? He didn't want to die. Even less did he want to be a living dead. I can let you not eat the taos. Ning Fan spoke, this should be considered sparing your life, right? You're kidding. This plant is still very useful, how can I waste it on someone like Zhou Yuan? Really? Zhou Yuan was overjoyed, then thank you very much, your kindness will be remembered for the rest of my life.
Ning Fan waved his hand to interrupt, no need to be so fake.
Let's be real, just say whether your life is worth $1 million. In an instant, Zhou Yuan's face became even uglier than a pig's head. After all this time, this person wants money? But there's no way. One must bow one's head under the roof. Zhou Yuan turned to Ning Fan with a sad face and handed him 1 million yuan. Can I leave now?
Ning Fan waved his hand, giving him a way out. Zhou Yuan did not hesitate at all, and left with his feet. He really did not want to see this Ning Fan a second time.
Ning Fan, thank you.
Fang Yuanquan sincerely thanked him, if it weren't for you, your sister-in-law might never have woken up again.
Ning Fan smiled and said, Brother Fang, why do we need to say these things? You have helped me so much before. That's right.
He took out his cell phone and said, tell me your bank account number and I will transfer the money to you.
Fang Yuanquan hurriedly shook his head and refused, no. You won that money from Master Zhou, how can I take it?
He has worked for so many years and has only saved up a little over 200,000 yuan.
1 million yuan?
He has never seen so much money.
Brother Fang, I'm not giving you this money for free.
Ning Fan knew that Fang Yuanquan would not agree, and had already thought of an explanation. I'm transferring this money to you because I want to buy that Ta Sui.
Chapter 80, The Person Who Killed You. Ta Sui? Fang Yuanquan was shocked. Ning Fan, why would you want to buy such a harmful thing?
That Ta Sui made his wife faint, so in his opinion, this thing is harmful.
Brother Fang.
Ning Fan smiled, for me, this thing has a great effect. Even if I buy it for 1 million, I'm still getting a good deal. He could feel the spiritual energy in the taisho, which was at least 5 or 6 times more concentrated than that of a wild ginseng plant that had been growing for 100 years. So, he was right, it really was a good deal. Since it's useful to you, I'll give it to you. Fang Yuanquan threw it to Ning Fan. As for the money, you can keep it. Your sister needs a heart bypass surgery, which is a large sum of money. Ning Fan laughed dryly. Brother Fong, you still don't believe that I can cure my sister? With me, there is no need for a bypass surgery at all. Fang Yuanquan hesitated. Ning Fan, you are indeed amazing, but that is a heart problem, which is not easy to cure. Ning Fan did not explain to Fang Yuanquan again. After drinking a cup of tea here, he secretly transferred money to Fang Yuanquan and then left with the plant. He could not wait to return to the Tibetan Dragon Island to absorb the plant. However, just as he was leaving Fang Yuanquan's home, Ning Fan sensed something was wrong. Blood parasite. He had actually seen this thing here. The last time he saw it was in Shaolei's villa. Come out. Very soon. Ning Fan reacted quickly, looked sideways, and said indifferently, no need to hide anymore. Obviously, the owner of the blood parasite he killed last time had come looking for him. Kid, you surprised me. In the darkness, a middle-aged man walked out and said with a sinister smile, I was originally suspicious that my master's blood parasite was killed by you. Now, this suspicion has been dispelled. Master? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. Why? Your master's blood leech died at my hands. Did he send you here to die? How about this, tell me where your master is, and I'll spare your life. He didn't want to go to the trouble of killing one and then another. Ha 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 ha. I have to say, you're very arrogant. The middle-aged man looked at Ning Fan with contempt. Do you know? The blood leech you killed was just a child leech that my master had just cultivated. Do you really think you're so great? You want to know where my master is, right? If I kill you, I'll naturally take you with me. His tone was full of a chilling chill, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped a lot. My dears. The middle-aged man licked his lips. It's time for you to show up. The flesh and blood on this person will be the best food for you. His voice fell. After a moment, bloodworms crawled out of his clothes, small and somewhat hideous. If an ordinary person saw them, they would probably be scared. So many? Ning Fan frowned. You really deserve to die. When treating Mrs. Shaolei at her villa, Ning Fan already knew what these bloodworms fed on. Human blood. People who have bloodworms in their bodies have only one way out. If it weren't for Mrs. Shaolei meeting Ning Fan, I'm afraid she would have become a skeleton by now. The bloodworms summoned by the middle-aged man in front of him numbered at least 20, which meant that he had at least 20 human lives in his hands. Today, it's you who will die. The middle-aged man said in a sinister voice, you shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Very soon, the 20 or so bloodworms on his body began to rush towards Ning Fan's body at a very fast speed. They were filled with a red glow, as fast as a sword, and the air around them seemed to be solidifying. Ning Fan stood still, his pupils calmly watching the bloodworms. Scared stupid? The middle-aged man sneered and laughed. Then stand still and don't move. Become a sumptuous dinner for my precious children. At this moment, Ning Fan stood still, not scared stupid, what else could it be? However, he could see that the bloodworms were only a few inches away from him. Ning Fan moved. He raised his palm, and the power of the first level of the cultivation stage exploded, and a surge of spiritual energy began to flow through his body. The middle-aged man looked at Ning Fan in surprise, as if he didn't expect such power to erupt from him. He was just pretending. After a moment, he sneered, but it's just an empty shell. Do you really think you can scare my babies? At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly turned sideways, and before the bloodworms could get close to him, he extended his palm and accurately pinched the bloodworm that was bearing the brunt in the palm of his hand. The next moment, a murderous intent flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Bang! His palm tightened, and the spiritual energy surged into his palm, constantly surging, enveloping the bloodworm within. Chirp! Immediately afterwards, the body of the bloodworm was torn in half by the burst of spiritual energy. Die! Pop! As the bloodworm died, the middle-aged man's chi and blood surged, and a mouthful of black blood was spat out. In an instant, his eyes were filled with bloodshot, and he exclaimed in horror, how is this possible? The bloodworm that Ningfan killed was the first one he cultivated, and it was 5 times more powerful than the one his master had placed in the body of the Xiao family's wife.
However, was now killed by Ningfan so easily?
His heart was in turmoil.
When did such a person appear in Jiangcheng? Bang!
Soon, the bloodworm in the lead was killed, and the rest of them posed no threat to Ningfan at all.
In just 10 seconds, all the remaining bloodworms died. The middle-aged man looked solemn. Who are you?
Ningfan raised his foot and walked towards him step by step, saying indifferently, the one who killed you.
Kill me? The middle-aged man's face turned pale and his footsteps kept backing up. However, how could his speed be as fast as Ningfan's? In an instant,
Ningfan appeared in front of him, with a surge of spiritual energy in his palm, pushing his palm to land on the middle-aged man's chest.
You want to kill me? It's not that easy.
Suddenly, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he said with a hideous smile, "What you killed was only my child. Don't forget, I still have the mother."
Immediately,
a red bloodworm appeared in his palm, the female worm.
Die.
He shot his palm forward, and the female worm licked its tongue. The middle-aged man's face broke into a crazed smile. As long as you are bitten by my female worm,
it will suck your blood in an instant. Now, I'll see how you can live.